Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had the power of Venom. Part 2, Final. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is We Are Venom by dekuxtogaforlife. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Eventually, after minutes of walking, Deku and his group arrived where the tractor was located, seeing that it's inside some sort of warehouse that is out in the open, allowing people to walk past it. Deku thought it was completely strange, but even so him and his group started their plan right away, so they went through a nearby alleyway where Deku, Momo, and Tsuyu let their symbiotes out, covering their entire body, which was still so surprising to see for Iida, Todoroki, and Shinso. Venom. All right, Scream. Todoroki head to the closest rooftop and start preparing. Scream. You got it. With that said, Scream grab hold of Todoroki with her hair and leap into the air and landed on the rooftop. Venom. Sleeper. Iida stay on ground level and go the complete opposite way that Scream and Todoroki went and start preparing as well. Iida. Understood. Iida and Sleeper then run straight out of the and began to find a perfect place to set up while making sure not to be seen by the public. Venom. All right, now that the others are preparing, that only leaves the two of us. Shinso. Yeah, it does. Now let's go before everyone else is done preparing. Venom. Right. Venom grab hold of Shinso and lift up in the air and landed on the rooftop, where he then began running over to the rooftop of the warehouse. Reaching the edge of the building they were on, Venom grab hold of Shinso once more and jumped over to the roof of the warehouse with Shinso in hand. As soon as Venom landed on the rooftop, he let go of Shinso, allowing the two to go over to a skylight. Doing so, they look through the glass of the skylight and see some sort of containers down below. Shinso. What is that down there? Venom. Let's find it out. After saying that, Venom placed the tip of his fingers against the gaps of the skylight, where only the tip of his fingers begin to slip through and unlock the skylight from the other side. Venom. Hee. Open sesame. Venom goes ahead and opens up the skylights, where he retracts his fingertips. Shinso. Well, that's one way to get in, I guess. Venom. It sure is. Now come on, let's welcome ourselves in. From saying that, Venom grabbed Shinso's hand and the edge of the skylights, where he then began to lower himself and Shinso while stretching out his arm. Soon enough the two reached the ground, making Venom let go of Shinso's hand and then edge, which extended his arm back to him. With the two now inside, they begin to speak to each other with a low tone. Shino. All right, now that we're in, let's try to keep everything quiet. Venom. You got it, but first. As Venom said that, he began to shrink his body to match Deku's own body. From doing this, Venom began to open his mouth up so widely that Deku's head began to emerge out of Venom's mouth, and eventually Venom's head was gone, leaving only his body with Deku. Shinso. Whoa, that's a pretty neat trick, Deku. Yeah, I guess it is, but this will help us stay undetected. Shinso. Good point. Now let's hurry up and find your friend. Deku. Yeah, let's go. As the two were quietly making their way through the warehouse, they began to take notice of the containers they saw from above. From a closer inspection, they finally realized that the containers had Nomus inside. Shinso. What the hell, are those monster that those villain guys use? Deku. It looks like it, but we can't worry about that right now, we need to focus on finding Kachan. Shinso. All right, whatever you say. So while walking through the warehouse, Venom began to speak to Deku. Venom. Izuku. I've picked up a familiar scent, Deku. Is it Kachan? Venom. I don't know. It's faint, but it's close. Hearing this, Deku quickly grabbed hold of Shinso's left shoulder, making him look back at Deku. Deku. Venom said he picked up a faint scent, it could probably be Kachan? Shinso. Well, lead the way, you two. Deku nods his head from hearing Shinso say that and take his hand off of his shoulder, where he then begins to lead him towards the direction the scent is coming from. Eventually they found where the center is coming from, and it was right behind a metal door which was locked. So once again Venom used his fingers to unlock the door through the keyhole. After hearing the door click, Venom's fingers retracted back and Deku proceeded to open the door slowly. From doing so, light began to shine into the room as Deku was opening the door. As the door was now halfway open, Deku stuck his head inside the room. Venom. The scent. It's just up ahead. Hearing Venom say that, Deku completely opened the door all the way. From doing so, the light shined into the room further on, making Deku and Shinso see a small cage in the center of the room, and inside that cage was a person who was completely unclothed. I've had their back facing the two. Shinso, oh shit. Shinso runs over to the cage to get the person out. For what he did that, Deku stood at the doorway and was listening to Venom speak to him. Venom. I'm sorry, Izuku. As Venom said that, Shinso was beginning to drag the person in the cage out, which Deku finally realized who it was. Venom. It's not Bakugo. From hearing that, Deku looks at Shinso, who is taking off his jacket and placing it over Ragdoll's body. League hideout. As League of Villains attempted to try to recruit Bakugo to their rent. It went completely wrong when Shigaraki ordered Dabi to let him. Which Dabi ordered twice to do it instead. From being let free, he attacked twice and Shigaraki. From him doing this, Shigaraki ordered Mr. Compress to seal him away again in a marble. But before they could, they were interrupted by knocking the door, which claimed to be a pizza delivery. But only seconds later, after hearing that, the wall to the bar breaks open by no other than All Might himself. Before the villains could react to this, grabs hold of them all. And before any of the villains who could use their quirks to break free from the branches. Work quickly knocked out by Gran Torino, and from that happening it was clear to see that the heroes have now captured the League of Villains. But as Shigaraki saw this, he was completely enraged, and so was Riot as well. But before Riot could come out, black goo began coming straight out of all the League members' mouths, cover them completely and teleporting them away. But not only the League members, the black goo began teleporting Bakugo as well. After being transported away from the hideout, the League of Villains and Bakugo soon appeared in the warehouse where the Nomus were being held. But while they were in the warehouse, some of the League members who were still conscious were wondering where they have gone. But before they could ask questions of where they are, they were then greeted by a voice. Welcome to Mura. Hearing that voice, Shigaraki turned around and with the eye looked right after and looked right into the darkness, where he saw a figure he knew well. Shigaraki. Master. As Shigaraki said that, all the other League members and Bakugo looked towards the direction he was facing and saw a large figure coming closer to them, and soon enough the figure appeared in the light and was revealed to the one and only All for One. Twice, is that Mr. Compress? It truly is him. Spinner. All for One. Looking at All for One, they could admit they were all intimidating by his presence, especially Bakugo, who didn't even know who this person was. All for One. I see that all of you have arrived safely. As All for One said that, he made his way over towards you, Shigaraki, where you then placed both hands on his shoulder. All for One. Tamura, I'm especially glad that you are safe, but looking at you I feel that something is different and I don't know what it is. While Shigaraki was looking up at All for One, he then began to hear Riot speak to him in his head. Riot, so this is your master. How pathetic, he's nothing but a weakened old man. As Shigaraki was hearing this from Riot, he did not respond back. Instead he remained calm and continued looking at All for One. Shigaraki. What to tell you the truth, master, I've grown since we last met. I've learned many things that others could not comprehend. All for One. Oh, and what could that be? Shigaraki. Is that we as a species are incredibly weak, and it doesn't matter how many quirk we can have, we will still die in the end and be forgotten. All for One. And what is your point in all of this, Tamura? Shigaraki. My point is that everyone here is weak, especially you, master, but we. Suddenly something pierces right through All for One's stomach. Riot are strong. With that said, Riot then begins to wrap around Shigaraki's entire body until finally revealing himself to everyone. But what was even more shocking to see was that Riot was raising his right arm up, which was a giant blade that pierced through All for One and was being lifted up by All for One. Tamura. Why? Riot, sorry to tell you, but Tamura doesn't need you or your power anymore. Now it's time for you to finally die. As Riot began to open his jaw, he started to lean close to All for One's head, but as he was on the inches away, he then heard a voice yell out his name. Venom. Riot. Hearing that voice yell out his name, Riot stops what he is doing to turn his head around to see Venom walk out of the darkness. Riot, Venom. As Riot said his name, he retracted his bladed hand, making All for One fall to the ground. Has he been turned around, making his right hand turn back to normal? Riot. What brings you here, Venom? Venom. Two things. 1. To save Bakugo and 2. To kick your ass. Riot. Is that so? Let's see if you can do that, shall we? As Riot said that, he turned both hands into axes, as the other league members and Bakugo saw that. They all knew they need to get out of the way, so they all ran to opposite sides and even helped Dabi and Kurogiri, who is still unconscious. As soon as they were out of the way, Venom and Riot began running straight towards each other. Because they were getting closer, Riot jumped up and raised up his axe arms to strike Venom. But before he could, Venom launched out two of his tentacles from his back, which wrapped around Riot's wrists and pulled him straight to the ground, slamming him into the concrete floor. After being slammed to the ground, then let go of his wrist to let him turn his hands back to normal so he could pick himself up. But while he was lifting himself up, Venom ran at him and kicked them straight in his face, making him fly upwards. But before you can get even higher, grabbed hold of his neck and slanted back to the ground, where he then got on top of him and began punching him right in his face over and over. But while he was throwing repeated punches left and right, Riot managed to grab Right fist with his left hand, which made him stop. "Riot! Get off!" Riot yells that out as he punches Venom straight in his chest, which launches him up to one of the beams that is connected to the ceiling. But while he was up there, he looked straight towards Riot's direction and saw him beginning to pick, seeing that he then launched himself straight towards him. Waiting tackled him and began to roll on the ground, where the both began to extend punches left and right. But while those two were fighting, Bakugo looked out to the other league members, who were completely distracted as they were watching Venom and Riot fight. Seeing that he found his perfect opportunity to escape, so as he was turning around, a hand suddenly grabbed hold of his left shoulder, which startled him and made him look behind him to see Shinso and Ragdoll being carried on his. "Shinso! Come on, let's get out of here." Hearing that, Bakugo just nodded his head and began sneaking away with Shinso. But while they were sneaking, Toga suddenly spotted them. She looked towards the others to alert them, but they were too far from her, so she came up with a plan. She reached into the pocket of her sweater and pulled out the vial of Deku's blood. As she then took off the cap, she immediately chugged down all the blood. After doing so, she tosses the vial away and tries to use her quirk, but actually attempted this, she suddenly felt something strange, which then brought to her knees. Then begins to see flashes of red. While Venom and Riot were still fighting one another, Bakugo and Shinso along with Ragdoll were making the way over to the entrance of the warehouse. But as they're only a few feet from the door, something big lands right in front of them, making them stumble back and fall to the ground. As they both looked up at the same time, they then saw a large feminine figure towing over them. "One? Where do you think you're going?" From hearing it say that, Bakugo quickly raised up his right hand, shoot an explosion straight at it. But as the palm of his hand was beginning to light up, the creature quickly notices it and grabs hold of his wrist and throws him all the way back where he came from. Seeing that happen, Shinso knew there was no way he could beat this thing. So Happy Family grab hold of Ragdoll's and picks himself up and begin running straight towards the direction Bakugo was thrown towards. As he did so, the creator began to smile widely. "That's it, run for me." As it said this, it then jumped up to the beams of the ceiling and began chasing after Shinso from above. But as it was swinging and jumping to different beams, Shinso heard this and began picking up the pace. But while he was running, Venom and Riot stopped fighting temporarily as they stood across from one another with complete eye contact with the other. "Riot, you know you can beat me, Venom, so just give up and die alongside your host." Venom, "Screw that and screw you, we will beat you no matter what." Riot, "Well, if the both of you are so certain of that, come at me." As those two begin charging towards one another, they then stopped when they suddenly heard something coming their way. So as they both turned their heads, they then saw Shinso, but while he was running, he looked over his shoulder and suddenly had a shock expression on his face. From that expression he could be tossed Ragdoll aside. From doing so, something then landing right on top of him, which made a lot of dust get blown up into the air, blocking Venom and Riot's sight. But while those two weren't able to, Shinso was able to see it all as he stared right up at the creature that stared right into his face. "I caught you." While staring up at the creature, he quickly thought of me using his quirk, but before I could even open his mouth, the creature turned its left hand into a blade dad and stabbed him right through his stomach. Just around the time the creature did that, the dust began to clear, letting Venom and Riot see again, and the first thing they saw was the creature who has stabbed Shinso. From seeing that, Deku and Venom were completely shocked. Deku, Venom, Shinso, Shinso. Yelling out his name grabbed the creature's attention as it then turned its head towards Venom and smiled. "Father." As it said that, it then took its bladed hand out of Shinso's stomach as it then began sprinting at it with all fours. Even from seeing it heading straight towards him, The creature was so fast Venom couldn't think quick enough to dodge. Soon enough the creature tackled Venom to the ground as it then sinked its fingers deep into his shoulders. As Venom is pinned down, he looked up at the creature who was smiling straight out of his face. Venom. Who are you? We are. The creature stops speaking as it then pulls back half of its face to reveal the right side of Himiko Toga's face. Toga. Carnage. Carnage. As Deku and Venom stand right at Toga and Carnage, they knew they were both in big trouble. Toga. Carnage. Now we're just like you. Now we're just like you. Venom. Oh shit. While they continued staring right at Toga and Carnage, Riot suddenly runs up and kicks them off of Venom. Due to this, Venom slid away and stood right back up. After doing so, he kept his eyes on Riot and Carnage. Riot, stay out of this, child, this is between us. As Riot said that, Cardinals then covers Toga's face as it then stood right up and stared at Riot. Carnage. That might be so, but he is my father, and from that it also includes me as well. Riot. So are you going to fight me as well, Carnage? Yes, and the only one that can kill my father is me. Saying that, Carnage launched itself straight towards Riot. And before he knew it, Carnage was already right in his face, where it then grabbed hold of his neck and threw him straight to a wall. After hitting the wall, Riot then saw Carnage turn both of its hands into scythe. From seeing that, Riot decided to turn his hands into axes. With that, the teeth charged at one another and begin attacking one another with their bladed hands. But as those two were fighting one another, Deku and Venom quickly took this opportunity to check on Shinso. So as they quickly rushed over towards him, they then saw him still breathing but noticed he was losing a lot of blood. Seeing that, they both knew they needed to get him out of there now, so he picked him and ragdoll. He even went to Bakugo, who was smelled. Going over to him, they noticed that he was barely unconscious, so they picked him up as well. So with those three in his arms, he was about to run off and leave, but before you could, he turned around and saw the rest of the League of Villain members looking at him. As they stared at them, then I told them something. Venom, leave now. As they heard him say that, the League of Villain members followed his orders and quickly run straight to the back door. As they begin to leave, so did Venom as well, as even leapt up and broke through the skylight window. From breaking through the window, Todoroki, who's on a rooftop in the far distance, saw him through binoculars. Todoroki. That's them. Do it now, you too. As Todoroki said that, Scream then let out her loudest screech through an ice-made tube which heads straight towards the direction of the warehouse. Answer screech reaches the warehouse, it then begins to shake it vigorously, which made it begin to collapse due to all the shaking. Eventually the entire warehouse collapsed. After what happened at the warehouse, police officers and pro-heroes begin arriving at the area. Deku's entire group fled from the scene and brought Shinso, Bakugo, and Ragdoll to the nearest hospital. From doing so, word about Bakugo being saved was quickly sent to the heroes, who were completely shocked from hearing this. Once All Might and a group of heroes arrived at the hospital, they were soon brought to Bakugo's room. Once they arrived at a room, they stepped inside and saw him sitting up on his bed with a cast on his right arm being held up by an arm sling. All Might, young Bakugo. All Might go over to Bakugo's bedside and looks at him with a worried expression. All Might, are you feeling all right? As All Might asked that, Bakugo didn't look at him at all, down. Instead he continued looking down. Bakugo. Yeah, I'm fine. All Might, thank goodness. I am truly sorry that I couldn't save you back there. Bakugo. It's fine, what matters is that I was saved in the end. All Might. Yes, you're right about that, but who saved you? Before Bakugo could open his mouth and tell him, All Might suddenly heard a familiar voice. Deku. We did. Hearing that, All Might and all the other turned around to the doorway to see Deku's and his group. As the heroes looked at the group, the second top hero Endeavor walked over to his son, Shoto Todoroki. Endeavor. Shoto. What are you doing here, Todoroki? It's like Midoriya said, we were the ones to save Bakugo. Hearing that, Endeavor glanced over at the others and looked at them angrily. Endeavor. You are all fools for attempting this rescue. All four of you should be expelled from UA for attempting. One as Endeavor said that, he then felt a large hand be placed on his left shoulder, which then turns his head to see All Might. All Might, don't be so rash, Endeavor. These young students saved their fellow classmates, but that does not mean they should go without punishment, so let me handle this. I am one of their teachers after all. Endeavor. Tisk. Fine, do what you wish with them. All Might. I will, my old friend. After saying that, All Might removed his hand from Endeavor's shoulder and went over to Deku and his group, where he stood tall looking at them. All Might. All right, the five of you come with me. I have one long lecture to give you. Hearing that they nodded their head to him, after doing so All Might stepped out of the room and began walking down the hallway with Deku's group following behind him. After a short while they soon entered a waiting room. As all five of them stood in a row, All Might's muscly body suddenly poof into smoke, which revealed his fragile weak body to the others who have not seen it. Iida. All Might. All Might, yes, young Iida, it is me, and I know a few of you are shocked to see me in such a state. I would explain the reason for this, but right now I think the five of you need to do some explaining yourself. As they all heard that, Deku suddenly stepped up so he alone could explain. Deku. All Might. What happened here was on my dude. I made a plan to save Bakugo. All Might. A plan, huh? You mind telling me what your plan was? Deku. Well, for starters, Sue and Iida, along with her symbiote sleeper, would order to clear out the area so no innocent bystanders will get hurt. All Might. I see. Deku. And for Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, I ordered them to get a high vantage point, where Todoroki will make an ice tube strong enough to withstand Scream's screech, so I could destroy the warehouse. All Might. So that explains why the warehouse was destroyed. So what about the two of you? What did you do? Deku. Well, me, Venom, and Shinso. All Might. Shinso? Isn't that the young man you faced against in the sports festival? Deku. Yes, it is. The three of us infiltrated the warehouse to try to save Bakugo, but during my search for him we found Ragdoll. All Might. That's one of the pussycats who was taken back at the camp. Is she all right? Deku. Yes, she is. The doctor told us that she needed some rest for a couple of days. All Might. That's good to hear. So what happened after that? Deku. Well, after finding her, Shinso wanted to leave right away, but before we could go, Venom suddenly picked up Bakugo's scent, which suddenly appeared. All Might. So that's where they were transported during our rescue. Deku. His scent wasn't the only one. Venom also picked up Shigaraki and his symbiote as well. When me and Venom were going to be attacking, we witnessed him stab a man in a suit. All Might. A man? Deku. Yes. I heard one of the League members said his name was All for One. Hearing that very name, All Might's eyes widened. All Might. All for One. What happened to him? Deku. To be honest, we don't know. The last we saw of him was when he was on the ground bleeding from a massive wound received from Shigaraki's symbiote. All Might. I see. Carry on, what happened, Deku? Will do. Me and Venom went ahead and fought against Shigaraki and Riot, who were an equal opponent. But before we could even come closer to finishing my fights, another symbiote soon appeared. All Might. Another symbiote? Deku. Yes, it's the one that broke Bakugo's arm and it even stabbed Shinso. All Might. My goodness, is he all right? Deku. Yes, he is. The doctor told us he's in stable condition, but we don't know when he'll wake up. All Might. Hopefully it's soon. Deku. Yeah, we do too. The other symbiote who attacked him suddenly turned its attention towards me. And before I could even prepare myself, it suddenly pounds on top of me and it told me that its name was Carnage. But what was more shocking to see was a toast, which was Himiko Toga. At that moment me and Venom felt complete fear from seeing that, but before we can attempt to do anything, Riot kicked them off of us, and from doing so Carnage turned its attention towards them and started attacking them as well. Seeing this, I decided to grab Shinso, Bakugo, and Ragdoll, where I then left resting out the skylight, but before I did that I told the villains that were there to escape before the building can collapse. All Might. Good thinking. Deku. And after that we came here. All Might. I see now. I admit all of you did a good job saving your classmate, but all of you are surely to be punished. So once all of you return to Ua, your punishment will be received by me, Aizawa, and Principal Nezu. Now if you accuse me, I'll be returning to the other heroes. From saying that, All Might suddenly poofed back into his muscly state. He then stepped out of the room, leaving all 5 students there alone. Shinso's room. Meanwhile, in Shinso's room, as he was laying down on the bed, he suddenly opened his eyes, but from doing so something began to swirl around in his retina. The very next day Deku, Momo, Tsuyu, Todoroki, and Iida went to Ua very earlier in the morning, where they were then given their punishment by All Might. Aizawa and Principal Nezu, Their punishment was to clean the entire first-year classes for the remaining of the summer. They did not complain on this punishment, knowing that it is something they deserve for their actions, so they split it up and began claiming the classrooms. As an hour and a half passed, they decided to take a break in the hallway. One Momo. Sigh. This has to be the most work I've ever done. Suyu. Yeah, same here, but it's better than being expelled or having detention. Iida. True, that is something I would not like to have on my record. Deku. Huh. Yeah, I guess that would suck. As those were having a normal conversation, Todoroki suddenly brought up something that they should know. Todoroki. So did any of you hear what happened at the warehouse? From asking that question, the others looked over at him. Deku. No. What happened? Todoroki. I overheard my dad in the next room saying that they found that all for one guy in the rubber of the warehouse and was taken away. Deku. So is he all right? Todoroki. Yeah, he is. I heard they were going to patch him up and take him to prison where he was stay there for the rest of his life. Iida. Well, that's good to hear. All Might seemed a bit shook when Midoriya mentioned that man's name. Momo. Yeah, that's true, but let's forget about that right now. What matters is that if they found the symbiotes and their hosts that Midoriya told us about. Todoroki. Sadly, they did not find any symbiote or host during their dig through the rubble, but they did find 2 Nomus who were completely drained of their blood and were now husks. Suyu. That's horrible. Do you think one of the symbiotes did it? Deku. Yes, it did, and the one to do that was most likely Carnage. Momo. Carnage, huh? Is this symbiote really that dangerous? Deku. Yes, it is, but when I returned home Venom told me that Carnage technically his child. Momo. What? How the hell is that possible? Deku. Well, Venom said it was due to our blood, and since our DNA is combined and that's how Carnage was most likely made. Suyu. If that's true, does that mean if anyone tries to consume either me or Yaoyorozu's blood, will most likely turn into their own Carnage? Deku. Maybe, so let's do our best to try to keep our blood inside of us. Momo. Noted. Anything else we need to know, Deku? Yes, there is. If any of you encounter Carnage, I suggest that you don't attack it. Momo. Why not? Deku. Because it's stronger than any of our symbiotes alone, so if we are not together, don't fight Carnage. Suyu. Will do. Ribbit. With that said, they continued their break for a few minutes until eventually going back to cleaning the classrooms. After hours have passed, they eventually finished in the afternoon and were beginning to leave. But as the others decided to head back home, Deku decided to go pay a visit to Shinso and Bakugo. So as Deku departed from the others, he went to the train station where he then got on to the first train that began taking him to the place he needed to go. After at least a 40-minute train ride, it soon stopped at his destination, so he got off and began making his way over to the hospital. When she arrived, he went up to the front desk and asked about Shinso and Bakugo. Deku. Hi. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm here to visit my friend, Hitoshi Shinso and Katsuki Bakugo. Nurse. Ah yes. Give me a sec please. But that said, the nurse typed something on the keyboard and surely looked back at Deku afterwards. Nurse. Well, your friend Katsuki Bakugo was taken home this morning by his mother. Deku. Oh, I see. Nurse, but your other friend seems to still be here. Would you still like to visit him? Deku. Yes, I would. Nurse. Great. He's on the 2nd floor in room 102. Deku. Thank you. With that said, Deku proceeded to step away from the front desk as he then made his way over to the elevator that began taking him to the 2nd floor. As soon as he arrived at the 2nd floor, he then made his way over to room 102 free, then opened the door and stepped inside to see Shinso sitting up on his bed looking out the window. Deku. Hey Shinso. Hearing his name just now, Shinso turns his head to see Deku standing in front of the doorway. Shinso. Hey there Midoriya. Deku goes over to his bedside and pulls up a chair where you then sits down. Deku. So how are you doing? Shinso. A lot better actually, I'll be out of here soon enough. Deku. That's great to hear. Shinso, so what have you and the others been up to? Deku. Well, we've been sort of punished by All Might, Aizawa, and the principal. Shinso. Wow, that must suck. Deku. Yeah, I guess so. Shinso. So what's the punishment? Deku. Well, we actually have to clean all of the first-year classrooms for the rest of the summer. Shinso. Well, I guess that sounds simple. Deku. Yeah, it is, but when you get better you'll also have to help clean up the concept as well. Shinso, I figured, make sure you have a broom ready for me. Deku. Haha, will do. The two continued talking to one another for a couple of hours until eventually it got really late, and Deku had to leave, but as he began to leave Shinso began to hear a voice. Your friend, he's nice. Shinso, yeah, he is. But I wouldn't say that about the symbiote he has. Shinso. Yeah, whatever you say. As he said that he began to turn his head back to the window where he then saw a reflection of a symbiote that is half red and blue. Shinso. Toxin. A few days have passed since Deku and the others were assigned their punishment, which they were getting used to, but as a mainly focused on their task of cleaning the classrooms. They had no idea that Shinso was just discharged from the hospital. So instead of going back home he decided to go to Ua to see everyone else and to show them something that they'll definitely be surprised to see. Once he arrived in front of school he made his way over to the front doors of Ua where he then pushed open and stepped inside. Afterwards he then began to make his way to the hallways until eventually hearing familiar voices coming from a classroom that's ahead, he makes it over to the doorway and peeks his head to see Deku, Momo, Tsuyu, Iida, and Todoroki who were all cleaning. Seeing all five of them he couldn't help but to smile as even stepped into the classroom. Shinso. Hey guys. From just saying those two simple words, everyone immediately turned their heads to see Shinso near the doorway. Deku. Shinso. Everyone immediately runs over towards him so they could greet him. Deku. Shinso, we're so glad to see you, Shinso. Thanks, same here. Iida, so when did you get released from the hospital? Shinso. Just a few hours ago. Todoroki, then if you were just released shouldn't you go home and rest? Shinso, nah, I've already had enough rest from the hospital, and plus I rather come here and help you guys out since this punishment is also mine. Momo. Well then if you're here to help then you're going to need one of these. As Momo said that she then extended her arm out with a rag in the hand. Shinso, huh. All right then let's get started. He says that as he then takes the rag from Momo's hand, afterwards he began cleaning with everyone else. Eventually after a couple of minutes they finished cleaning the classroom and moved on to the next which didn't take too long either. After a few short hours they finished cleaning all of the classrooms. Momo. Finally we're all done now. Deku. Yeah, and it's all thanks to Shinso's help. Shinso. Oh come on, all I did was just wipe down a few windows and tables. Iida. Yes you did, but it was still something to help us finish, so thank you. Todoroki. Yeah thanks. Shinso. Well you're welcome I guess. Tsuyu. Well now that we're done so early I guess we can now go home. Deku. Yeah you're right Tsu. As the others were preparing to leave, Shinso soon stepped up and said. Shinso. Wait, before you guys leave, I need to show you something. Deku. What is it? Shinso. I can't show you here, so let's go to the gymnasium, it's a bit more private. Deku. All right then, let's go. As Deku said that, Shinso then began to lead everyone out of the school and to the gymnasium which they then went inside, so as Deku, Tsu, Momo, Todoroki, and Iida were standing in a row looking at Shinso. Shinso. All right guys, what I'm about to show you may be a bit surprising. Saying that, Shinso then closed his eyes and stretched his arms out, doing this red and blue goo begin coming out of his body and wrapping itself around his. Seeing that they immediately knew what they were looking at, soon enough Shinso was completely covered by his symbiote Toxin. Deku. Is Shinso is the host, then who are you? Toxin. We are Toxin. Hearing Toxin say his own name, Deku began approaching him, but while doing so Venom began coming straight out of Deku's body, which soon completely covered him, and was now eventually standing in front of Toxin who had to look up since Venom completely towered over him. Venom. So Toxin huh? Toxin. In the flesh, and you must be Venom. Venom. That's right, now tell me, are you a threat to me as well? Toxin. No we are not. No matter of fact we have the same threat to take care of. Venom. Riot. Toxin. Not only him, but also Carnage as well. Venom. I see, it was like they say the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Toxin. Likewise, now let us work together to stop these monsters. Venom. Agreed. The two then extended their hands out towards each other, where they then grabbed hold of each other's hands and began shaking. Meanwhile, in a hotel in the city, was one of the League of Villain members. And that villain who was staying in that hotel was Twice, aka Jin Bubaigawara. He's been there alone since what happened back at the warehouse. From seeing what happened, he still couldn't believe it. I was having a hard time trying to comprehend that whole situation. So as he laid back on the bed smoking a cigarette while staying up at the ceiling, the voices in his head began speaking to him over and over again. While hearing these voices, he placed both hands over his ears and closed his eyes tightly. Twice. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. As the voices soon went silent, he then heard a chirp, which makes him open his eyes to seize a small bird looking down at him from the headboard of his bed. Looking at it, he guesses that it must have flown through the window that he left open. Twice. Hey there, little guy. Ah. The smoke from these cigarettes might kill ya. After saying that, the bird then turns its head and continues looking down at him. Twice. Whatever, it's your funeral I guess. I'm going to take a nap, so when I wake up you better be out of here. With that said, Twice then put out his cigarette by grinding it against the counter of the drawer next to his bed. Afterwards he closed his eyes and began falling asleep. Now completely asleep, the bird jumped off of the headboard and landed on top of Twice's chest. As the bird looked at him, it is revealed something is swirling inside of its eye. Park, sitting down on a bench in a city park, was the villain Mr. Compress, who was in disguise, but while he sat there, a squirrel from on a tree began staring down at him, but while I was looking at him, something began to swirl in its eye as well. As summer break soon came to an end, so did the punishment of Deku's group, so all the students of UA returned back to school and were happy to be back, especially the first years, who noticed how clean their classrooms were. And amongst those students who were happy to be back was Class 1A, who greeted each and every one of their classmates, but amongst the students are getting green anyone was Bakugo. When he entered the room, Kirishima rushed over to him so he could see how he is doing. Kirishima. Hey Bakugo. How you doing? Bakugo doesn't respond back to Kirishima and instead ignores him as he walks past him and heads over to his seat. Seeing him do this, Kirishima looks over at him with a sad expression as he then saw him sit down in his desk. But as he looked at them, what they said in expression, he was quickly comforted by his friend Denki, who places his arm over his shoulder, which made Kirishima look over at him. Denki. Hey, you don't have to worry about. I bet he's trying to cope what happened during this kidnapping. Bakugo. Yeah, I bet he is, but I still feel bad, but I couldn't do anything to try to save him. Denki. Oh come on, we may be heroes in training, but we're nothing like the pros, and plus he's saved in the end by the pros as well. So everything's fine now. Kirishima. Yeah, you're right. I just hope Bakugo will recover real soon. Denki. Knowing him, I bet he will. As that said, the two then made their way over to their desks. While doing so, Deku entered the classroom. Deku. Morning everyone. Hearing Deku's voice, everyone looked over to the doorway and saw Deku standing there with a smile on his face, saying that some of his classmates began running over to him. But while they were doing that, Bakugo remained sitting in his desk and just glanced at Deku. Uraraka. Hey Deku, how was the remaining of your summer? She said that as she got real close to his face, making Deku's cheeks blush up a bit. Deku. PR pretty good I guess. He lies between his teeth since him and the others didn't tell them about their punishment, but they were the ones to rescue Bakugo. Uraraka. That's good to hear. You mind telling us what you did? Deku. Well, he says that with a long pause as he begins to remember everything he actually did during the remaining of his summer break. But before you can tell them another lie, Momo and Tsuyu enter the classroom. Momo. Hey everyone. Tsuyu. Good morning. Hearing them, some of the classmates that were crowding Deku looked over at Momo and Tsuyu. Mina. OMG, hey you guys. Mina says that as she runs over to them and gives the both a hug. Tsuyu. Hello to you too, Mina. Momo. Yeah, hey there. With those two now there, the classmates around Deku begin making the way over to them to greet them back, all but one, which was Uraraka, who stood next to Deku as they looked over at the others who crowded Momo and Tsuyu. Uraraka. It's really good for everyone to be back together, don't you think so, Deku? Deku. Yeah, it is. As Deku said that, he then heard Venom speak to him in his head. Venom. Like one big happy family, ha ha ha. Right after Venom said that, Deku and Uraraka suddenly felt a hand grab onto their shoulders, which made them look behind him to see Aizawa, who appeared out of nowhere. Aizawa. I know it might be touching for all of you to be reunited, but I suggest you should all take your seats now. Deku, Uraraka. Why yes sir. Why yes sir. Aizawa. Good, and that goes for the rest of you as well. With saying that, all of the students began heading over to their desk, where they then took their seats. Once everyone was seated, Aizawa then stood in front of the rest of the class. Aizawa. All right, now that I can see everyone is, I guess it's time for me to tell you about the dormitories all of you must know about. Forest. Deep in the forest was a small man-made camp, and the one who lived there was Spinner, who sat against a tree in front of a campfire to warm him up from this morning breeze. As he sat there, he began to remember why he was there, and it was due to everything that happened since the warehouse. For making it escape, he got separated from everyone else. Not knowing it where they went or where they'll be meeting, he decided to go back home, but as you arrived at his neighborhood, he noticed police cars around the house he lived in. Big Mac, he had no choice but to run into the nearby forest, where you then winning deeper and deeper until eventually he didn't even know where the way out was, remembering that he took his mind off of it as he was only thinking about food, since he only ate a little bit of food that he scavenged from the forest. Spinner. Sigh, this was not what I was expecting from following the words of Stain. As he remained sitting there, he suddenly heard a hissing sound right next to him. So he looked down to his right and saw a viper getting real close to him, which freaked him out, which was kind of ironic since he was a reptile himself. Spinner. Ah, a snake. He quickly crawls away from the tree he was leaning against, but while he looked behind him and saw the viper still heading towards him, seeing that, he quickly picked himself up and reached into his pocket, where he then pulled out a small knife and threw it straight at the viper, decapitating its head on the first strike. From seeing that he successfully killed the snake, Spinner smiled. Spinner. Yeah, take that, you damn snake. Now I'm the top reptile here. While celebrating his victory, he got closer to the dead viper and began to reach out to pick it up. But while doing so, a green goo suddenly lunged out of the snake's scale and onto Spinner's face, latching onto him as it begins to sink into his scales. From that dude entering his body, Spinner began to freak out completely, thinking that it was some sort of venom that the vipers must have spewed out at him during its death. During that, he begins to feel something crawl around the inside of his body. From feeling that, he grabs his knife from the ground and tears through his shirt and prepares himself to cut through his skills to try to get whatever is calling out of him. But as he was about to launch his knife down, a green tentacle suddenly burst it out of his chest and wrapped around his wrist and quickly disarmed him. From seeing that happen, he began to freak out even more as he fell to the ground and began backing up against the tree. For while his back was against the tree, he suddenly heard a voice. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Sorry, but I can't have you dying on me now. From hearing that unknown voice, Spinner began looking around to see who might have said that to him. Spinner. WH, who said that? Show yourself. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Finn. From hearing that, a symbiote head something came out of Spinner's chest and was now face to face with him. Spinner. What are you? Lasher. We are Lasher and you and I are now one. Spinner. What are you talking about? Lasher. I would like to talk to you about this further on, but right now we have some company. Saying that, Lasher went back into Spinner's body and picked him up. After doing so, that should went ahead and covered himself around Spinner's entire body. After doing so, two other symbiote landed right in front of him. Standing on the right was an all-red symbiote whose head looked like it had some horns, and standing on its left was a symbiote whose top torso was all red and lower part was all yellow. Spinner. Who are these guys? Lasher. It's Hybrid and Phage. As Hybrid and Phage looked at Lasher and Spinner, they prepared themselves to fight the two, but before they could, the tree behind them was then ripped out of the ground and tossed aside. From hearing that, they looked behind it and saw Riot. Riot. Well well, it looks like you found yourself a host as well. Lasher. As Lasher and Spinner were staring straight at Riot, they knew this could be the end of them. Riot. Don't be afraid, old friend, we're not here to fight. After saying that, Riot then began to go back into Shigaraki's body until eventually Shigaraki was the one looking right at Lasher and Spinner. Shigaraki. We're simply here to recruit you to the new league. Lasher. New league. Shigaraki. That's right, the League of Villains is dead, now we are the League of Symbiote, so do you join us? As Spinner began thinking about Shigaraki's offer, he thought about the words of Stain and remembered that was the reason he joined the League of Villains at first, but now seeing the symbiote he has wrapped around his body he knew the words of Stain no longer mattered. Lasher, we accept your offer. Shigaraki, good, now that the two of you have joined there's no need to introduce you to some familiar faces that you already know. Hearing that, Lashers turned around and saw the two symbiote going back into their host and revealing Twice who was standing on the right and Mr. Compressed who was standing on the left. Seeing those two again was truly a big surprise, so much that Lasher went ahead and went back into Spinner's body. Spinner, Compress, Twice, I'm so glad to see you guys. Mr. Compress, as we are as well spinning. Twice. Yeah, it really is good to see you again. Being so happy to see them he wanted to rush over to let me give them a hug, but before you could Shigaraki placed his hand on Spinner's right shoulder, making him turn his head to look over at Shigaraki. Shigaraki, I know it must be nice to be reunited, for right now we have some important matters to take care of. Spinner, oh all right. Shigaraki then let go of Spinner's shoulder and proceeded turn around we then begin walking. From him doing this Mr. Compress and Twice begin walking towards him seeing that those two are doing so Spinner turned around and follow the three. Certainly one of Kurogiri's portals suddenly appears which Shigaraki proceeds to walk into along with Twice and Mr. Compress, leaving Spinner to walk into the portal last. Once he walked through the portal, he saw that he was now in some sort of laboratory. Spinner, where are we? Shigaraki, our new headquarters. From saying that him and the other three continued walking ahead showing more of the laboratory and revealing that it was also a place where Nomu were made. Eventually as they continued forward they soon stopped in front of a large computer with many monitors, and in front of that monitor was someone sitting on a chair facing the monitors. Shigaraki, we've returned Doctor. From Shigaraki saying that, the chair in front of the monitor began to turn around revealing a man in a lab coat with big glasses and a puffy mustache. As he sat there he looked at Shigaraki and the others that stood right behind him. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, greetings, I am Dr. Kyudai Garaki, and the three of you must be the previous members of the League of Villains. Mr. Compress, yes we are, but we are also hosts of symbiotes as well. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, I figured that you might be. Shigaraki, Doctor, how is that DNA sample doing? Dr. Kyudai Garaki, I'm glad you asked. After saying that he gets up from his seat and proceeds to walk over to a dark container which he then presses a button, lighting the container up and revealing a small piece of venom. Spinner, what is that? Shigaraki, that there is a small piece of venom that I have obtained, from the fight we've had back at the warehouse. Spinner, you mean that Black Monster was a symbiote too? Shigaraki, yes, and with that small piece of his DNA, we are certain to make more symbiotes, isn't that right Doctor? Dr. Kyudai Garaki, correct. Studying this small sample of this alien creature I've discovered that it could be altered. Shigaraki, if that is so could you split it and make more altered symbiotes as well? Dr. Kyudai Garaki, yes I could, I just need a little bit more work on it. Once I alter this DNA I wouldn't split it up into different pieces, make more alternate versions of those pieces. 2. Shigaraki, good, make sure they come out perfect. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, will do sir. After the doctor said that, Shigaraki and the others begin walking away, but while walking away Spinner began to think about the other league members and wondered why they weren't here either. Spinner, hey guys, where are the others? Shigaraki, if you're talking about Dabi and Magna, they won't be joining us. Spinner, why not? Mr. Compress, well because they aren't host of symbiotes. Twice, yeah that's right. But Toga will definitely be joining us. Spinner, really? Twice, but we have to find her first. Mr. Compress, yes we do, as soon as we find Toga we'll try to convince her and that symbiote of hers to join us. Shigaraki, that's easier said than done. Riot told me that her symbiote is stronger than any of us, and we already knew that she was a blood-craved psycho, but now that she has that symbiote she's a million times worse than that, so if either of us try to approach her we must take caution. Spinner, Twice, Compress. Right. UA dormitories. After school came to an end, all the students of UA went to their new dormitories and begin settling in their new dorm rooms, as Class 1A got settled in their dorms. They decided to tour around everyone's rooms. While doing so they didn't tour around two rooms which were Bakugo's and Monetta's. Eventually once that came to an end everyone went back to the room so they could all go to bed. But as Deku was in his room and was about to get ready for bed, he heard a knock at the door, so he went over towards his door and opened it. Doing so he saw Bakugo standing right in front of him. Deku. Oh, hey Kachan, what's up? Bakugo. We need to talk, privately. Deku. All right. With that said, Bakugo began to walk away, which made Deku step out of his room and shut the door behind him as he then began to follow Bakugo over to the elevator, which they then went inside. As they stood in the elevator as it began to head down, they did not say a single word to one another. Instead they remained quiet. Once the elevator reached the bottom floor, they then stepped out and proceeded walk out of the dormitory doors. Now outside they begin heading towards the direction of the fake city they used for training. Venom. Izuku. He's up to something, make sure to be prepared for anything. After a few minutes of walking, Deku and Bakugo soon arrived at the fake city where they then stood in the middle of the road. Deku. So what did you want to talk about, Kachan? As Bakugo's back was still facing Deku, he suddenly removed his hands from his pockets. And without a single word he turned around and raised his left handle, which he then shot out an explosion from the palm of his hand straight at Deku. But before the explosion could even hit him, one of Venom's tentacles came straight out of Deku's back and grabbed onto a lamppost, which then pulled Deku back from the explosion. After being pulled away he looked back at Bakugo, who had a serious expression on his face. Deku. Kachan, what are you doing? Bakugo. I was seeing if I was right, and I guess I was. That thing you got isn't a quirk, huh? Hearing that, Deku didn't know what to say. Bakugo. Answer me now, Deku, or else I'll keep shooting you with my explosions until that thing comes out. Deku. All right, fine, but I think it's better that we tell you. Saying that, Venom's head suddenly came straight out of Deku's and looked over his shoulder as he then stared right at Bakugo. Venom. Looks like we meet again. Bakugo. Yeah, whatever. Now tell me, what the hell are you? Venom. I am Venom and Izuku here is my host. Bakugo. Yeah, I can see that, but that doesn't explain what the hell you are. Venom. Well, I am a symbiote who from outer space, and purposes is to grow, but I cannot do that alone, that's why I must attach myself to a host. Bakugo. So you like some sort of damn parasite. Venom. Parasite. Deku. Kachan. He doesn't really like to be called that. Bakugo. Well, that's true, he attached himself to something so he could grow. Sounds like a parasite to me, and that kind of reminds me of you, Deku. Deku. Huh. Bakugo. You heard me, always trying to attach yourself to someone so you could get stronger. How pathetic, the two of you deserve each other. Hearing Bakugo say this, Deku couldn't muster up the words to say something back to him, but Venom could. Venom. Hey, shut your mouth. I'll be alright if you call me a parasite, but if you call my host one too, then I will tear you apart limb from limb. Bakugo. I like to see you try, damn parasite. As Venom and Bakugo stared at each other with angry expressions, Deku jumped into this conversation so he could prevent a fight. Deku. Hold on, you two, there's no point of fighting. Bakugo. Shut up, Deku. If you didn't have that stupid alien parasite, then you wouldn't be here. Venom. Hey, didn't I tell you to shut up? Izuku deserves to be here more than you do. You just a damn big bully who just wants to be stronger than everyone, but news flash, buddy, you're not strong, you're weak. 2. From hearing those last two words brought Bakugo to his final breaking points. Bakugo. I'll show you who's the weak one. Saying that, Bakugo extended both hands behind him as he then shot out an explosion from the palm of his hands, making him blast straight towards Deku and Venom. Seeing him flying straight towards them, Venom went ahead and went back into Deku's body and began completely covering him until Venom was non-fully revealed. He then began running straight towards Bakugo, who was getting closer with each blast. As the two were about to clash with one another, Venom suddenly leapt up into the air, making Bakugo continue laughing ahead as he then turned his head around to look up, see Venom, who turned around and extended both arms, which then stressed out and grabbed hold up Bakugo. So as Venom began landing on the ground, Bakugo was being lifted up into the air. Once Venom landed back onto the ground, Bakugo was already lifted so high up into the air, which Venom then began sending him straight back to the ground. Would you then slam them straight down? After doing so, Venom began retracting his arms, started making his way over Bakugo, but while doing so Deku began speaking with him on the inside. Deku. Venom. We need to stop this now before we really hurt Bakugo. Venom. Hurting him is the idea, and as soon as he realizes who's the strongest then we'll stop. Deku. Venom, we can't. Venom. Oh yes we can. Once Venom approached the dust cloud that Bakugo was in, he was suddenly shot straight in his face with a big explosion which also launched them up into the air and slamming him back to the ground. Bakugo. That's going to take a lot more. Take me down, you damn parasite. Bakugo says that as he emerges out of the dust cloud and sees Venom laying on the ground. Deku. Venom, are you all right? Venom. I'm fine. He says that at half of his face began to rebuild itself as he was also slowly picking himself up. Venom. That little shit, he's going to pay for that. Deku. Venom, no, we need to stop this now. Venom. Like hell, we're going to stop now. As Venom looked over at Bakugo, he then saw him blast himself straight up into the air. As soon as you got high enough, he extended both hands out towards Venom's direction. Bakugo. Die. Bakugo then shot out one of his biggest explosions yet straight at Venom. After doing so there was a big cloud of smoke, seeing that he began using his explosions to bring him back to the ground. But before you could even make it back to the ground then I'm suddenly jumped out of the smoke with a lamppost Richie friendly gripped into his hands like it was a bat. Venom. Batter up. Before Bakugo could even do anything to defend himself, he was then hit by the lamppost which launched him straight towards a building, breaking its window in his entrance. As he was on the ground he struggled to pick himself up. But while doing so then I'm suddenly bursted through the window and began sprinting over to him. Seeing him coming, Bakugo raised up his left hand and charged up in explosion. But as the palm of his hand began to light up, Venom used one of his tentacles that came out of his back which then grabbed hold of his wrist and making him raise his hand completely up. What are you? Then shut up for the explosion. After shooting out his explosion then I'm soon grabbed hold of him by his neck which he then threw him out of the same window that he came in from. Being thrown out he hits another building and begin to fall to the ground. Thing that he's almost close from hitting the concrete streets, he quickly extends one of his hands and shoots up a small explosion which slows down his fall as he then hits the ground but not too hard. Laying on the cemented ground he slowly began to pick himself up, but while doing so Venom landed onto the road and looked over Bakugo who was trying to pick himself up. Venom. Let's finish this. Deku. Venom. No. As Venom then launched himself straight towards Bakugo, with a clenched fist he soon launched it straight at him. But as his fist was about to punch him, something worse than stalked his punch by grabbing hold of it. From that happening then I'm looked up and saw All Might standing right in front of him. All Might, is this how you treat your fellow classmates? Venom. Venom, you're in my way. All Might, yes I am, and it is to protect one of my students, so I suggest that you go back into young Midoriya this instant or else I'll have to do it by force. Hearing that Venom was even willing to fight All Might, but Deku wasn't at all. Deku. Venom. Return now. Venom. Fine. Without any other words to say Venom began going back, until only Deku was shown. From that happening Deku looked up at All Might. Deku. I'm sorry All Might, I tried telling Venom to stop but he didn't listen at all. All Might. That's all right young Midoriya, usually the stubborn ones never listen, and right now we must bring young Bakugo here to Recovery Girl at once. Deku. Right. So as All Might turned around, he kneeled down and picked up Bakugo. With Bakugo now in his arms, him and Deku began heading to the nurse's office at once. A few days have passed since Deku and Venom fought against Bakugo. Since then Bakugo has completely ignored Deku by not speaking or even giving him a slightly glance. From seeing Bakugo act like this towards Deku, the others in the classroom knew something happened between the two but didn't know about the fight they had since All Might suggested that they should keep it quiet. So with their classmates' curiosity they begin to ask them questions during lunch. Cafeteria. As the first years of UA were gathered in the cafeteria for lunch, Deku was sitting at a table with Uraraka, Iida, and Todoroki. Uraraka. So Deku, I don't mean to get into your business or anything but did something happen between you and Bakugo? As Uraraka asked that question, Deku began to hold on to his chopsticks a bit tighter between his fingers. Uraraka. We know that the two of you really don't get along, it's just strange to see Bakugo completely ignore you all of a sudden. Iida. Yes it really is strange, so if something did happen between the two of you, you can tell us, we are your friends after all. Deku. Yeah I know, but it's really nothing for the two of you to worry about, this isn't the first time he ignored me in my life, so it's pretty normal I guess. Deku says that as he looks at them with a small smile on his face. Uraraka, well alright, we just don't want you guys to be fighting or anything, we're all classmates after all. Deku, yeah we are, he says that as he then put a piece of his food in his mouth, but while he was eating Todoroki was glancing over at him and knew something major happened between the two, but decided to keep his mouth shut, for now. Bakugo's table, after Uraraka, Iida, and Todoroki talked to Deku, it was now up to Kirishima, Mina, and Jiro to figure out what Bakugo's side of the story will be, which is more easier said than done. Kirishima, so Bakugo, me and some of the guys were deciding we should go out on the weekend and do some manly things together. Bakugo, I rather train than to hang out with you extras on the weekend. Kirishima, oh come on you'll love it, it'll be me, Jiro, Kaminari, and even Midoriya. As Kirishima said Deku's last name, Bakugo completely stopped what he was doing as he then got up from his seat and picked up his tray free then begins walking away from the table. Jiro, well I had a feeling something like this will happen. Kirishima, man, I thought he'll say something at least. Mina, it Bakugo, he's not the type of guy that's very talkative, especially if it's something that really upsets him. Kirishima, yeah, but he's our friend and he should know it's okay to talk to us if something's wrong. Mina, I don't think he'll open up to us that easily. Jiro, she's right, and if those two are having a problem I think we should just let them take care of it themselves. Kirishima, sigh, all right, let's just hope they resolve their issues real soon. Under the stairway, from storming out of the cafeteria, Bakugo was now under the stairway contemplating of what happened between him and those two. Bakugo, damn it, if I had my own then alien parasite then maybe be stronger than those two could ever be. Warehouse. Inside of an abandoned warehouse was a young school girl who was running for her life and was trying to find an exit. While running she saw an open door which she quickly began running towards. As soon as she made it towards the door she turned the knob and opened it. Doing so she stepped and looked up and saw the blue sky above. From seeing that she couldn't help but to shed tears. But while she was looking up at the sky something wrapped around her legs and tripped her to the ground hitting her face on impact. After hitting your face she raised their head up and was then pulled back into the warehouse while screaming her lungs out. Eventually after being pulled in the ground she was pulled up into the air where she hanged upside down with a bloody nose, but as she hung there she then saw her captor sitting on one of the beams that is connected to the ceiling. Toga, hee hee, so close but yet so far. Girl, please let me go. Toga, ah, I thought we were having fun. Girl, please, just please let go home, my parents you must be worried about me. Toga, you don't have to worry about that, I'll make sure you see your parents real soon. Girl, really? Toga, yeah, you'll see them again real soon. Suddenly after saying that single word, a 4 tendrils suddenly pierced into the girl's stomach which it then began draining her of her blood until she was nothing but an empty husk. Once she was now completely drained before changes pulled out of her stomach and began to retract itself all the way back Toga's fingers. Toga, in the next life after I pay them a visit, hee hee hee. As she sat on the beam swinging her feet back and forth, she then heard Symbiote talk to her in her head. Carnage, Toga, I sense that we have company. Toga, well if that's the case, let's greet our little guest. Toga said that. Carnage then began to completely cover itself around her entire body, after doing something then jumped to another beam for the event head in the darkness above, as they were hiding the doors to the warehouse with an opened. Once the doors were now open Shigaraki was the one to step inside first, afterwards twice, Mr. Compress and Spinner soon follow Shigaraki inside. Mr. Compress, this place smells foul. Spinner, yeah it really does, it smells like something died in here. Shigaraki, that's because something did die in here. As they heard Shigaraki say that, they noticed that he was looking up, so they looked up as well and saw numerous corpses hanging from the ceiling. Twice, oh shit, suddenly Carnage then drops down from above behind Shigaraki and the others, they quickly turn around and see Carnage, so twice, Mr. Compress and Spinner make their symbiote come out and cover their entire body as they then prepare themselves to fight. Carnage, symbiotes and hosts, what a treat. Carnage says that as it then licks its sharp teeth. Shigaraki, wait, from saying that, Shigaraki began walking past the others and straight towards Carnage, who events did face to face with. Shigaraki, we didn't come here to fight. Carnage. Then have you came here to die? Shigaraki, no, we came here to recruit you to the League of Symbiotes. Carnage, oh, what if we don't wish to join you? Shigaraki, in the both of you won't get what you truly desire. Carnage, and what is it that we desire? Shigaraki, that's simple, Izuku Midoriya and his symbiote Venom, join us and the both of you may have and do whatever you wish to them. Hearing this enticing offer, Carnage smiles, as it then begin just shrink in size until Toga was then the only one standing in front of Shigaraki. Toga, all right Tamura, we accept your offer, but just know if you don't come through with your offer then me and Carnage will not hesitate to kill you and your little symbiote. Shigaraki, fine, now let's go. Toga, lead the way, leader. As weeks passed the League of Symbiotes were planning an attack upon Deku, Venom, and along with all of this other allies, but while they were all planning this in the other room, Dr. Kyudai Garaki was still experimenting on the small piece of Venom by injecting different types of diseases and viruses into its container where it then had to fight against to survive. After doing this for so long now, the small piece of Venom soon grown immune to these diseases and viruses and even made its own antibodies which Dr. Kyudai Garaki found fascinating. So after this part of the experimenting was completed, he then moved on to the next experiment which was testing the symbiote weaknesses. So for starters he increased the temperature of the container to extreme heat similar to a bonfire. From this heat the small piece of Venom began aching in pain as it squirmed around and desperately tried to break through the glass to escape, but as the heat was beginning to get too much it then stopped what I was doing and was slowly beginning to die. But soon enough the doctor turned off the heat completely, making the small piece of Venom escape death. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, it seems that this tiny sample answers the 5 for 15 seconds, I'll increase the heat on the next attempt, but for now I'll let it rest and regain its strength again. So after a few minutes later, the small piece of Venom regained its strength again, meaning Dr. Kyudai Garaki continued his experiment on it by making it experience extreme heats as he raises the temperature. After hours later the piece of Venom managed to adapt to the extreme heat. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, amazing, I exposed it to extreme heat enough to melt a human skin, but it managed to adapt, that is truly fascinating, and now that that's done it's time to move on to its next weakness which is by far the most fatal for it. As Dr. Kyudai Garaki said that, he then moved over to his computer and pressed a button which then let out a sonic wave through the container of the piece of Venom, which ached in pain and even squirmed as it stretched out everywhere. Eventually after 4 seconds Dr. Kyudai Garaki turned off the sonic wave knowing that his little lab rats could have died. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, I see that sound as its greatest weakness. Well, if it could adapt itself to extreme heat then I am certain it could also adapt to extreme sounds, so let us continue our little experiment shall we? With that said, Dr. Kyudai Garaki continued his experiment upon the piece of Venom by increasing the sonic wave even higher by each second. He continued this for hours and gave the small piece of Venom short breaks to regenerate itself enough to withstand another wave. Eventually after 4 hours the piece of Venom remained still as the sonic wave continued. Dr. Kyudai Garaki notices this and leans closer to the glass, but as he did so the piece of Venom soon jumped and latched onto the glass making Dr. Kyudai Garaki jump back from being surprised, but after doing so he saw it beginning to move normally as the sonic wave continued reverberating throughout the container. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, it's adapted itself to the sound, meaning it now has no weaknesses. Knowing this the doctor was very happy with himself. Dr. Kyudai Garaki, now that I have done it, I must move on to the most important part of my experience, which is to duplicate more of it by. Saying this, Dr. Kyudai Garaki went off to get some tools to prepare for this part of the experiment. But from leaving he forgot to turn off the sound wave. Doing so this sound shook the glass container very roughly as it then began to make cracks. And throughout the many cracks of the container, the piece of Venom began to slide right out with ease. After escaping its containment it fell to the ground and began moving on the ground like a worm. But while it was moving it knew it wouldn't be able to survive long. So as it looked around it soon spotted a large Nomu inside of a container. It made his way towards the container and squeezed through a small vent attached to it where it then slid into a tube that made it enter the container and swim up to the Nomu's foot where it then attached itself to it. But while it was bonding with the Nomu, Dr. Kyudai Garaki soon returned to the container where he then noticed all the cracks, making him jump all of his tools on the ground as he rushes over to the computer to turn off the sonic wave. After turning off the sonic wave he made his way over to container and saw that it was empty. Dr. Kyudai Garaki. Oh no. Suddenly Dr. Kyudai Garaki then heard glass break nearby, so he grabbed the jar off of the counter and began making his way over to the direction he heard the glass break. Once he arrived at the area he saw the container that held one of the larger Nomu inside now completely empty. Dr. Kyudai Garaki. Where did the Nomu go? Right after saying that something big landing right behind him, he slowly turned around began to look up. We saw a monstrous face staring straight down at him. Not from seeing that he was completely filled with fear as he then dropped the jar he held as he then began to back away slowly, but while doing so he quickly turned around and began running for his life. Dr. Kyudai Garaki. I must warn Tamura and the others about this. As he ran the fastest he could, he will soon grabbed and pulled back where he was then grabbed by the neck and held up where he then was able to see monster's face which is black and white and with glowing orange eyes and a glowing mouth. Question mark question mark question mark. Hello Doctor. Dr. Kyudai Garaki. Please don't kill me. Question mark question mark question mark. Kill you? Why would I do that? When I can just put you through the same pain that you put me through. Dr. Kyudai Garaki. Please no. Question mark question mark question mark. Sorry I don't hear your pleads, similar to the ones you didn't hear from me. From that, Dr. Kyudai Garaki then began to experience all types of torture by the monster he has made. Once the League of Symbiotes finish making their plan they decided to see Dr. Kyudai Garaki to get an update about the sample of venom. But once they arrived at his working place they noticed he wasn't there and that his tools were all over the floor. While the others approached the working area, Toga suddenly began to hear something dripping, so without anyone noticing she alone went off to investigate that sound. As she begins to get closer back to the sound Carnage then begins speaking to her. Carnage. Toga. Something is wrong here. Toga. What do you think is wrong? Carnage. I don't know, but we must keep our guard up no matter what. Toga. Whatever you say. As they got closer and closer to the sound they soon arrived at the area but didn't see anything, but while looking around see her the dripping sound a lot more clearer, so she then turned around she saw a small pool of blood would you then approached, but while doing so she then saw something drip into the pool of blood which made her stop her approach as she then looked up to see Dr. Kyudai Garaki strung up and covered in his own blood. Toga. What the? Carnage. Toga. Behind us. Hearing Carnage say this, Toga quickly turned around and saw a fist heading straight towards her. She quickly reacts by crossing her arms in front of her as Carnage then wraps itself around her arm so to give her more protection. Once the fist hit her crusted arms it then pushed her back, but for being pushed back she then planted her right foot behind her which stopped the momentum of her being pushed. After doing so she looked ahead and saw a symbiote who was the one to throw that fist. Toga. Hey Carnage, do you know who the hell that is? Carnage. No clue, but he has the exact same scent as my father. Toga. What? Then could this be that sample the doctor was working on? Carnage. Most likely. But this here is very different compared to Venom. Toga. Then if that's the case let's deal with this fake symbiotes. Carnage. I couldn't agree more. With that said Carnage soon began to cover Toga's entire body until Carnage was now revealed. Right away Carnage begins sprinting straight towards this symbiote. As it got closer it turned both hands into blades as it been launched both its knife hand straight towards the chest of the symbiote. But as soon as the tip of the blades were inches away from the symbiote's chest, the symbiote suddenly grabbed hold of Carnage's wrists with both of his hands. Seeing this Carnage tried breaking free from the symbiote's grasp, but his grip was way too tight as he then lifted Carnage off of its feet and threw it into several containers holding incubated Nomu. As Carnage began to pick itself up from inside one of the broken containers, and then looked over at the symbiote and let out a loud roar as it then began running at it. But while doing so the Nomu who were broken out of the incubators began to rise up and were in Carnage's way. Seeing that they were in its way it didn't hesitate to slice through them as it sprinted, but while Carnage was sprinting and slashing through the Nomu, the symbiote suddenly leapt up into the air without Carnage noticing. From doing so, Carnage soon finished flashing through the Nomu and soon saw that the symbiote as was charging it was no longer there. Carnage, where did that bastard go? As Carnage said that, the symbiote then crash lands onto cemented ground below, making the floor crack and causing Carnage to jump back. But while Carnage was jumping back, it then let out multiple tendrils out of its back which launched straight towards the symbiote. He quickly spots it heading straight towards him. So he quickly raises up his left arm in front of him, which the tendrils soon pierce through. But from the 10 just being pierced right into the symbiote arm, it gave him his chance to finish this fight. So with his other hand he grabbed hold of the tendrils and pulled them out of his arm as he then pulled Carnage to him. Doing so, it then grabbed hold of Carnage's arms, making it unable for it to fight back. So with that, the symbiote then began to open up its mouth up widely as it then began to lean in to bite off Carnage's head. Seeing this, Carnage's response to this was the roar straight at the symbiote as it was getting closer, but right before the symbiote could put Carnage's head in its mouth, a big ball settling hits him across his head, making him let go of Carnage as he flew to the side and hit the ground. From being free, Carnage looked over towards its side and saw Riot, Hybrid, Phage, and Lasher. Carnage, what the hell took you so long? Riot, we've been here all this time, we were just observing. Carnage, you damn bastards, I'll eat you all for that. Riot, now is not the time to give off frivolous threats, what matters now is dealing with that. Riot says that as he didn't point straight at the symbiote who was beginning to pick himself up from the ground. Look over at all the other symbiotes we saw as nothing but enemies. Riot, Hybrid, Lasher, restrain him now. Hybrid, Lasher. You got it, right. With their incredible speed they both began making their way over to the symbiote who saw them coming. So he grabbed hold of a pipe that was sticking out of the ground and held it up like a weapon as he attempted to try to hit the two symbiotes who tried to get close. But as he attempted to strike Hybrid down with the pipe, Hybrid suddenly dodged the pipe by sliding before it could hit him. From doing so, he ended up sliding between. From that happening, Hybrid quickly faced the symbiote's back. Doing so, he quickly shot out 6 tendrils from his own back, which he then used to launch straight towards the symbiote and restrain his arms and body. As he tried to break free from this, green tentacles suddenly wrapped around his ankles which and pulled them back, making him fall to his knees. Lasher, we got him. Lashes says that as he was the one to trip the symbiote with those green tentacles that came out of his back. Riot, all right Phage, you're up. Phage, leave it to me. As Phage ran straight towards the symbiote, 2 sharp bone-like blades came out of his forearms as he then used them to pierce straight through the center of the symbiote's chest, making him wore out of pain. Seeing that, Riot quickly made his way over towards the symbiote and turned both hands into axes. Once he got close, he jumped towards the symbiote to decapitate him. As the symbiote saw this, he knew there was no way for him and his house to escape. So that's why I got close, so that his axes which were heading straight towards the sides of his neck. Seeing that, the San Diego quickly went back into his host's body and person out of its chest and landing on the ground. Around the same time the symbiote did that, Riot chopped off the head of the Nomu. After doing so, all the other symbiote quickly looked towards where the symbiote landed. But from doing so they saw it was not there anymore. But as they looked towards that direction, they then heard crackling sounds behind them. So they turned around and saw a lengthy Nomu who then began to stood tall and looked over at all the other symbiote as its skin then began get covered by the unknown symbiote. Seeing that, they all decided to attack all at once. But before they could get close, the symbiote and its new host suddenly leapt up into the air and broke through events which then began to escape. Riot, damn it, it's escaping. That's right, said that. The fastest symbiotes, who were Carnage, Lasher, and Hybrid, jumped up to the vent where they then began chasing down the symbiotes. After a few minutes passed, they soon returned completely empty-handed, meaning that this symbiote was now running free. A week has passed since the unknown symbiote has escaped from the laboratory. The League of Symbiotes tried to locate the symbiote, but its scent was very faint, especially since they knew it was always on the move. So after a long day of tracking, the rest of the League of Symbiotes gathered together in the forest to talk about this symbiote. Shigaraki, all right everyone, we need to think of where that damn symbiote is going. Spinner, maybe it's just trying to get as far away from us as it can. Mr. Compress, perhaps that's true. But it could also be looking for another host, since Nomu don't have basic nutrition for a symbiote to consume. Twice. Yeah, I can believe that, but don't you remember when the doc said before he died? He told us that symbiote was evolved or something like that, so that symbiote could probably not need eat the nutritions from the Nomu to survive. Shigaraki, even if you three are right about that, that still doesn't answer my question of where that damn thing is going. Toga, I think we might know where it could be going. As Toga said that, the others looked over at her. Toga, back at the lab when me and Carnage were fighting that thing, Carnage told me it had the same sense of Izuku's symbiote. Shigaraki, well of course, it is a part of it after all. Toga, and that's the thing me and Carnage speculated, if that thing is a part of Venom then it's most likely heading back to him right now. Hearing this, the others' eyes widen as they believed this since they all knew that a piece of their symbiote will always come back to them no matter what. Shigaraki, we have to go to Ua now. With Shigaraki saying that, all follow them had their symbiotes suddenly come out and cover their entire bodies where they then proceeded to head towards the direction of Ua. Ua High. Meanwhile at Ua High, Class 1A was in the middle of a lesson taught by Aizawa. So while all the students were taking notes on the lesson being taught to them, Deku and Venom suddenly sensed something nearby. Deku turned his head over to the class window that looked out to the hallway, and just beyond that he looked out the window just on the other side of the hallway. As he kept his eyes on the windows, he suddenly saw a silhouette heading straight towards the window. Seeing that, he quickly got up from his seat, making everyone look over at him to suddenly see Venom come straight out of his body and begin to wrap around him. But around the same time that was happening, the silhouette then crashed through the hallway window and the class window as well. From crashing through, Venom quickly reacted by grabbing hold of his classmates that were closest to the class window and pulled them to safety as he then placed them down on the side of the classroom. After doing so, Venom looked ahead and saw the symbiote that the League of Symbiotes were tracking down. While both symbiotes were looking at one another, the rest of the class ran to each side to avoid what was about to happen. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Hello, Venom. Venom, how do you know me? The symbiote doesn't answer his question, and instead smiles at him as he then begins charging straight at him. Seeing this, Venom bent his knees down so he could withstand this symbiote's charge. From doing so, the symbiote soon reached the music Venom and grabbed hold of him, where he then began pushing him back to the wall until eventually lifting him off his feet and crashing through the wall and running into another classroom, where the students in that class begin to panic and jump out of the way as the symbiote was charging through the class while carrying Venom to another wall, which they then crashed through a second classroom which was empty. But I have to crashing through that wall, that classroom, the symbiote them threw Venom to the classroom window on the other side. Deku, Venom, are you all right? Venom, yeah, I'm fine, but this guy just pissed me off. After saying that, Venom then kicks himself up and jumps through the window he broke through. Doing so, he then grabs hold up some death with his hands and tentacles, where he then begin throwing them straight at the symbiotes. While a few of the desks were thrown at the symbiote, he raised up both of his hands and began hitting them away. But as more just began being thrown at him, his focus was mainly hitting them out of his way. Hawaii was too focused on death. Venom's tentacles suddenly wrapped around his ankles, which he noticed too late, and was then tripped and pulled towards Venom, who then leapt up and pounced on top of the symbiote, where he then sent out garages of punches straight towards his face. As Venom continued slamming his fist into the symbiote's face, the ground behind its head begins to crack. But as Venom was about to throw another punch, the symbiote suddenly raised his hand and grabbed hold of it and pulled back its legs, where it then kicked Venom up to the floor above, scaring an entire class as he landed between the teacher and the students. As the teacher and students were beginning to run out of the classroom, Venom was slowly picking himself up, but before you could get off the ground, a hand suddenly burst through the ground and grabbed hold of his neck, which then pulled him straight down to the floor he was previously on. After that, he was then pinned down to the ground by the symbiote to them got close to his face. Venom, who are you? Anti-Venom, we are Anti-Venom. After Anti-Venom said that, it then opened its jaws widely, where it then leaned in close to Venom's head. But right before it could get any closer, a large tangle suddenly wrapped around his neck and pulled him off of him, Venom, where it then threw him back to Class 1A. After that happened, Anti-Venom looked ahead and saw Scream, who then let out a roar as she looked at him. Seeing that, he quickly picks himself up and starts charging towards Scream, but before you get any closer, Sleeper suddenly punches him on the right side of his face and sending him flying to the other side of the classroom wall, which she then broke through. After that he rose from the rubble and licked back into Class 1A and soft sleeper. Anti-Venom. There's 3 of them. Toxin. Make that 4. As Anti-Venom heard that, he turned to his head and was then kneed in the face, where he was then sent back into Class 1A once again, but while on the floor he began to pick himself up, but while doing so he then saw Venom's feet right in front of him, which then made him look up to see all 4 symbiotes. Venom. Well, Anti-Venom, I admit you gave me and my host quite a surprise, but it seems that you completely underestimated me and my allies. Scram. That's right, and now you're going to die here. Toxin. Come on, let's get rid of him quickly. Sleeper. Agreed. With all 4 of them with an agreement, they then begin throwing barrages of punches straight at Anti-Venom, but while doing so clouds of dust begin to lift up in the air. Once all 4 stopped, they left the dust clear and saw that Anti-Venom wasn't there and instead was the lengthy Nomu who used as a host was laying dead in his place, and while all 4 of them were looking at them, Nomu, Anti-Venom making his way to a vent where he been slipped into and escaped once again. An hour after what happened at Ua, it didn't take too long for reporters to soon show up in front of the school gates where they were being held off by Vlad King, Smintos, and Hound Dog. While they were holding off the reporters, Principal Nezu soon showed up to calm the situation. Nezu. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention for a moment please? As he said that, all the reporters then turned their attention towards him and began asking him millions of questions, but he soon stopped them from asking any more questions as he then showed his palm towards them all, which silenced them. Nezu. Good, now that all of you are silent, I will tell you this, what happened here is a test gone wrong. No students or staff were injured in this incident at all. Some of the classes of the first years have been damaged, so they will be in repairs soon enough, that is all. Who's that said? He turned his back to the supporters and began walking back to the doors of UA. Hawaii did that. The reporters, still hungry for more information and kept asking even more questions as Nezu walked away from them. Vlad King. Hey, contain yourself. Smintos. Calm yourself. Hound Dog. Back off. From Hound Dog yelling at all the reporters then growled up, in which then made them step away from the gate. Principal's office. Once Nezu arrived back to his office, he made his way over to his desk free, then sat down in his chair and was then served tea by All Might. Nezu. Ah, thank you very much, All Might. As Nezu picked up his teacup and began sipping it, it is revealed that Deku, Momo, Tsuyu, and Shinso are standing right in front of his desk with Aizawa behind them with his arms crossed. After sipping his tea, he then placed it down on the saucer and looked over at the 4 students in front of his desk. Nezu. Well, you 4 have caused quite a ruckus in my school. Deku. We're sorry, Principal Nezu. Nezu. It is fine, Mr. Midoriya. You and your friends here did manage to take care of that other symbiote after all. Deku. Yes, we did take care of it, but it also escaped from us. Nezu. Yes, it certainly did, but I don't think it'll be returning real soon after what you and your friends did to it. Deku. You're probably right, without a host I don't know how long it'll live. Momo. Let's just hope it doesn't find a host at all, so it could just die off. Shinso. She's right, if that symbiote dies off, then that's one less enemy to deal with. Deku. Yeah, I know, but we have no clue where it went, or how long it'll take to find itself a host. Tsuyu. I was thinking the same thing, and I suggest we should search for it before it could find itself a host. Aizawa. We're way ahead of you on that. From Aizawa saying that, the 4 of them turned around to look at him. Deku. You are. Aizawa. Yeah, after you told me that symbiote escaped, I ordered some of the other teachers to search for something that looks completely otherworldly. Nezu. Smart thinking, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa. Thank you, sir. Nezu. Now that that situation is being taken care of, you 4 could now return to your dormitories and enjoy your short break until the classes are finished rebuilt. Deku. All right then. With that said, before them bowed their heads to Nezu. After that they then left his office and began heading back to the dormitories. Outside, as all that happened, Anti-Venom was squeezing out of a vent which led to the outside. Now that he was nothing but a moving pile of goo, he knew he was vulnerable to either be captured or to be killed. So as he moved around, he desperately looked for a host that is alone. As he searched and searched for a new host, there was no one inside besides people who were all in groups. So with no possible way to get a post here, he decided to move somewhere else to find one. Soon enough he arrived outside of 1A dormitories. While moving around outside the dormitories he noticed one of the glass doors from the upper floors were opened. So he carefully climbed up a tree where he then moved on a bench and jumped to a balcony where the open glass door was. As he peeked inside he saw Bakugo laying on his bed as he stared up at the ceiling. Seeing that, he took this opportunity to slowly and quietly make his way over to his leg. As soon as Anti-Venom got close to Bakugo's leg he latched onto him without him noticing at all. As Anti-Venom was now inside of his new host, Bakugo then began to feel completely tired as he then passed out, but as he was in a deep sleep he then began to hear a voice speak to him. 2. Anti-Venom, do you want power? Hearing his unknown voice, Bakugo didn't question who it was, instead he answered his question. Bakugo, yes. Anti-Venom, do you wish to be the strongest? Bakugo, more than anything. Anti-Venom, then if you truly desire this, help me kill the one named Venom. Bakugo, I'll help you. Anti-Venom, good, now that that's said and done, I know my new host, Katsuki Bakugo. As Anti-Venom said this, Bakugo then opened his eyes which then revealed the symbiote swirling inside of his eyes. As Deku, Su, and Momo returned back to the dormitory, they were immediately flooded by their own country what questions of what happened since they weren't there to see the full fight between Venom and Anti-Venom. Iida, Midoriya, are you okay? Iida says this as he then grabs hold of Deku's arms. Deku, why yeah I'm fine. Iida, thank goodness, I'm worried about the two of you, are you okay as well? Momo, yeah we're good. Suyu, that's right, so I don't think you should worry too much. Iida, I should worry, I am the class president after all and it is my duty to watch over my fellow classmates, and I was so worried when you two run back to class without telling us. Suyu, sorry we didn't tell you, but knowing that Midoriya was in trouble, we couldn't just evacuate without him. Momo, that's right, so we did the right thing helping our fellow classmate. Iida, that is quite know what to do, but if you told us you were going to do this and some of us would have gone with you to help Midoriya here. Deku, I'm glad to hear that you would have liked to help me, but with those two and a little help from another friend, we were enough to beat that thing. Hearing that, Iida knew what Deku meant since he already knew that the other three had symbiote as well. Iida, well if they were enough to help you in the end that I'm glad to know that. With that said, Iida then let go of Deku's arms and stepped back as he then adjusted his glasses. After doing so the other classmates went up to them and began asking them. Mina, hey what was that thing that attacked you, Midoriya? Denki, yeah it kind of looked like your quirk. Still not wanting to tell them the truth about Venom and all of the other symbiotes, Deku once again lied. Deku, yeah I did kind of look like my quirk, but it turned out to be a Nomu who took shape of it. Kirishima, no way, does that mean the League of Villains were trying to attack us? Suyu, well the teachers and the principal are not a 100% if that is the case, but he suggested that we should not talk about it to the public. Tokiyami, it does make sense since all that's happened between our class and League of Villains. Mineta, so what are we going to do since the class has been someone destroyed? Deku, well Principal Nezu said that we'll be taking a break until the classes are fixed, which if I had to take a guess wouldn't take too long. Zero, that's good to hear I guess, so it's all take it easy until then. Mina, yeah I'm up for that. With everyone now knowing that they were giving a short break from classes, they were quite happy, so have you down to move over to the dining area where they will be having lunch together, but as Deku was walking with the others towards there, he was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder, where he then turned around and saw Uraraka who looked at Deku with the word in her eyes. Uraraka, Deku, are you sure you're all right? Deku, yeah I am. As Deku said that with a smile, Uraraka's worry began to fade away but a bit of it began to linger knowing that something much bigger is being hidden by him, but she doesn't question him on this. Uraraka, well if you say so. With that said the two then went over to everyone else, within all had lunch together, but during the middle of their lunch they noticed that Bakugo wasn't there, so Kirishima volunteered to go get him. He got up from his chair and went over to the elevator. Soon enough he arrived at the boys' dorms. As he stepped out of the elevator and into the hallway he soon arrived in front of Bakugo's door where he then knocked. Kirishima, hey Bakugo, everyone's having lunch together, you want to come down and join us? With no response back from Bakugo, Kirishima knocks on the door once more. Kirishima, Bakugo, do you hear me? Still with no response from the inside, Kirishima decides to grab onto the knob and open the door and step inside. From stepping into his room he notices that he is not even in there. Kirishima, what the? Looking around Bakugo's room, Kirishima soon spots a piece of paper on the desk. Breathing goes over to it and begin reading what was written down on the piece of paper. Bakugo's message, went back home, don't bother calling me or my folks. From reading that short and simple message that was written down, Kirishima began to wonder how Bakugo left without anyone noticing since the rest of the classes were on the bottom floor. Nearby forest, in the hills of the forest, the League of Symbiotes were looking straight at Ua and saw all the reporters standing in front of the gate, which they all knew that they were too late to stop Anti-Venom from ruining their plan. Riot, damn it, that symbiote ruined everything. Phage, so what now? Riot, we make a new plan, one that doesn't involve that symbiote. Carnage, well you better make that plan quickly because me and my host are getting impatient with you. Riot, it'll be done, all you need is a little bit more patience. Hearing that, Carnage then begins to walk away from the others. Lasher, we should get out of here before those other symbiotes cats are sent. Hybrid, he's right, let's get out of here. With that said, the League of Symbiotes then begin to take their leave. Abandoned warehouse. As a warehouse door began to open up, Bakugo suddenly stepped inside and looked around to see if anyone was here. I'm doing so. He seems that it's completely empty. Bakugo, all right, it's empty, you can come out now. As Bakugo said that, Anti-Venom's head suddenly came out from Bakugo's back and looked over his. Anti-Venom, this place will do perfectly. Bakugo, it better, because once we're done here we're going straight after those two. Anti-Venom, agreed. After a few short days the classes that were slightly destroyed were finally fixed. Meaning all the students returned to their classes, but as the students of 1A returned to their classroom. Bakugo was the only one that didn't come back the class once it was fixed. Aizawa noticed this once he stepped inside the class and took attendance. Asking where he was, Kirishima fed up from his desk and answered his question by telling him that he was at his parents' house. And even mentioned that he called and texted him about the class being fixed, but there was no response from him at all. Hearing this, Aizawa was suspicious since this was the first time he heard about this, but since class was starting he had no choice but to ignore the situation for now, so he eventually started teaching his students. Throughout the morning classes went on as usual with basic lessons being taught, but as hours passed and it would nearly time for lunch, Deku and Venom suddenly felt that presence coming near again. Venom, Izuku, it's here. From hearing this, Izuku suddenly raised his hand, which Aizawa then saw. Aizawa, do you have a question? Midoriya. Deku, no I don't, I was just wondering if I could go use the bathroom. Aizawa, lunch will be in a few minutes, can't you hold it in until then? Deku, sorry I can't. Aizawa, sigh, fine, make it quick. Deku, yes sir. Deku got up from his chair and then made his way over to the door where he then opened it and stepped out into the hallway. Doing so he then ran from the opposite way from where the restroom is. Deku, all right Venom, where's it at? Venom, the scent is faint but it's very nearby. Deku, all right, lead me to it. Venom, copy that. So as Deku continued running through the hallway, he began getting near the stairway. But as soon as he got close, that's when him and Venom felt Anti-Venom's presence coming up the stairs. So Deku backed up and prepared himself for Venom. It was also waiting to come out, but instead of seeing Anti-Venom come up the stairs they then saw Bakugo instead, which made Deku quite confused knowing that Anti-Venom's presence was coming up the stairs and not Bakugo's. While looking at him, Bakugo quickly noticed him as he then stared straight at Deku. Bakugo, well, looks like I found the two parasites. Deku, Kachan, you're here. Bakugo, of course I am, why the hell are you out here, shouldn't you be in class with the others? Deku, well Bakugo, sensed something. Hearing Bakugo say that, Deku was caught off guard from not expecting him from saying. Bakugo, judging by that stupid expression on your face, I'm guessing I'm right, aren't I? Not knowing what to say back to Bakugo, Deku just did there looking at him, but while doing so then it begins speaking to him. Venom, Izuku, it's right there. Deku, what? Venom. Anti-Venom. He's standing right in front of us. From hearing Venom say that, Deku begins staring right at Bakugo. While staring at him he suddenly saw something swirl in his eyes which he immediately knew why Venom said that. Deku. Kachan. Tell me the truth, do you have a Bakugo? A symbiote? I sure do, and it's got a little grudge on your damn parasite. Deku. Kachan. Please listen to me. Bakugo. No, you listen to me Deku. Ever since you got that damn parasite, life for you has been easy since you have all that strength, but now I have my own little parasite getting cold for everything who's going to kick your ass. As Bakugo then dropped his backpack to the ground, Anti-Venom began coming out of Bakugo's body, seeing that Deku knew he had no choice but to fight back against Bakugo and Anti-Venom, so in a quick pace Venom began covering Deku's entire body until he was then revealed. The same thing happened to Bakugo as he was now completely covered by Anti-Venom who stared straight at Venom. Anti-Venom. So shall we start where we left off before we were interrupted? Venom. Bring it on you damn faker. With Venom saying that Anti-Venom began charging straight towards him. Thing that Venom did the same, as they were about to clash with one another. Venom suddenly ducked down and grabbed hold of Anti-Venom's waist and tackled him to the ground. From doing so then I began punching in the face over and over, but that's Venom kept punching Anti-Venom in the face. He was suddenly blown off of him biting an explosion. From being blown away Deku and Venom caught a glimpse of Bakugo's exposed hand. As they were blown away they passed by Class 1A who saw Venom and even heard his scream from the window of the classroom. As Venom eventually hit a wall he soon fell to his knees and placed his hand against his chest where the explosion hit him. Deku. Venom, are you all right? Venom. Yeah I am, but I wasn't expecting that damn explosion. Deku. Yeah neither was I. As Venom began to raise his head, he was then hit under his chin by Anti-Venom's knee. After doing so Venom was then grabbed by the neck and pinned against the wall where Anti-Venom began throwing a barrage of punches at him. While being hit multiple times Venom tried lunging at Anti-Venom, but somehow he was much stronger than before and kept Venom against the wall while still throwing punches. As Venom was stuck in this position, Deku was completely worried about him. Deku. Venom. Venom. Izuku. I don't think I can continue much longer. As Venom was getting closer to his limit, Sleeper Sending Me appeared behind Anti-Venom and wrecked its arms under his well then began pulling him away from Venom. From him being pulled away Venom soon fell to his hands and knees. With not enough strength to pick himself up he instead went back into Deku's body. After doing so Deku then lifted up and saw Sleeper struggling to hold back Anti-Venom. Sleeper. Midoriya. Get out of here now. Deku. But before you can say anything further on, Momo and Jiro grabbed him by his arms and picked him up. Ready then began running past Sleeper and Anti-Venom. While running ahead Deku looked back and saw Sleeper beginning to struggle even more. Deku. Yaoyorozu helps Sue now. Hearing that, her and Scream understood. Momo let go of his left arm and began running back towards Sleeper. While doing so Scream then began to come out. Around the same time Scream came out Anti-Venom then elbowed Sleeper Faith in the face making him lose his grip, which made Anti-Venom break free from him and hit him out of the way. But after doing so he then turned around where he was then kicked in the chest and slammed against the wall. From that happening Scream then began to hold Anti-Venom against the wall, but comparing their physical strength he was much stronger than her and was beginning to break free from her. But before he could fully break free, Sleeper suddenly slammed his arm against Anti-Venom, fit for their pinning him against the wall, but while being pinned against the wall he saw Deku getting away. Bakugo, Anti-Venom. Deku. Venom. From those two yelling out their names, they then broke free from Sleeper and Scream's grasp and began charging straight towards Deku. But while he was sprinting towards him, Todoroki soon swept in and shot out and sought out a large bottle of flame straight at Anti-Venom. But after doing so Anti-Venom soon bursted out of the flames and hit Todoroki out of the way and continued charging towards Deku. As soon as Anti-Venom reached Deku, he saw Jiro holding on to his arm as they ran. Seeing that he hit her out of the way where she then began to fly towards the window which she then break through. Deku sees this and reaches his hand out towards him to try to catch her. But before his fingers could even touch hers, Anti-Venom grabbed hold of his leg and began pulling him back. While being pulled back all he could do was watch Jiro fall through the broken window, but without him knowing a piece of venom set them came out of his fingertips and jumped towards Jiro. As Deku then saw her fall, Anti-Venom then grabbed hold of his neck and held him up as they stared face to face. As Deku looked at the face of this symbiote, he grew angry at it and towards Bakugo as well. Deku, Kachan. If you can hear me right now, stop it now. You're destroying the place you've always wanted to go when you were younger, and where's you're hurting those who we go to class with. Listen, Kachan. Suddenly all that rage Bakugo had from Anti-Venom suddenly faded away as he then realized what he has done. Realizing this, he drops Deku and jump out of the window, where he then begins to flee the area. As Deku was on the ground, he looked towards the window Anti-Venom broke out from and thought about Bakugo and why he did it. As a person saw pitch black darkness, they then heard a female voice telling that person to wake up. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With those final words said, the person suddenly opened their eyes and is revealed to be Jiro, who was staring up at the blue sky. While laying there, she then sat up and rubbed the back of her head. Jiro. What happened? From saying that, she then got a flash of her memory which showed her he thrown out the window by Anti-Venom. From remembering that, she then looks up and sees the broken window she was thrown out of. After doing so, she then looks at her body and surprisingly she does not see a single scratch on her. Jiro. What the? Before Jiro can try to figure all this out, she then heard her name being called. Mina. Jiro. Hearing her name being called out, she then turned her head towards her right and saw Mina, Denki, Shoji, and Sato running over towards her. As soon as they reached over to her, they slowly begin picking her up to her feet. Shoji. Jiro. Are you all right? Jiro. Yeah, I am. Denki. Thank God you are right, I thought you might have. Denki stops himself from speaking any further as he then makes his eyes look down to the ground. Sato. Well, even if you're feeling right, I still think we should take you to the nurse's office, just in case. Jiro. All right then, whatever you guys say. So with that said, Shoji and lifted her off her feet and began carrying her. From that they all begin heading to the nurse's office. A few minutes later they soon arrived at the nurse's office where everyone else was at. From them stepping inside, they see Jiro. Seeing her, a few of her classmates run over to it to see if she was all right. Toru. Jiro. You okay? Jiro. Yeah, I am, but what's going on in here? As Jiro said that, she looked over it at her other classmates who were gathered in front of one of the beds in the nurse's office. Ojiro. Well, after what happens, everyone was curious why 3 of our other classmates have the same quirk like Midoriya. Jiro. Wait, did you just say 3? Zero. Yeah, he did. It turns out that black and white one is Bakugo. Hearing that was quite shocking, especially for Jiro, who's nearly thrown out of a window by that symbiote. Jiro. So if he has the same thing like Midoriya, then that means Su and Yaoyorozu do as well. Shinso. They do, but they're not the only one. Hearing that familiar voice, they turn towards the doorway and see Shinso standing at the doorway. Ojiro. What are you doing here? Shinso. Calm down, tail boy. I'm not here to use my quirk, I'm here because my friends called me to come. Zero. Your friends? Shinso. Yeah, my friends, and if you don't mind, I'll be making my way over to them. As Shinso said that, he began to walk past them, but what doing so, Jiro, a strange tingle in her head as he walked past. From that happening, she places her right hand on her forehead, which Denki notices. Denki. You all right? Jiro. Yeah, I'm fine, just a little headache, I think. From saying that, she tapped onto Shoji's shoulder, which made him look down at her. Jiro. You can put me down now, Shoji. Shoji. Are you sure? Jiro. Yeah, I'm sure. Shoji. All right then, but if you still need someone to lean on, I'm right here. Jiro. Thanks. Shoji then lowered himself down to put Jiro back on her own 2 feet. After doing so, her and the others then made their way over to everyone else, where they then saw Deku sitting on the bed and standing on the sides of the bed where Momo, Tsuyu, and Shinso, with all eyes on those 4, Deku looked at them as he then let out a single breath. Deku. All right, now that everyone is here, we can finally tell you the truth. Shinso. Are you sure this is the wisest choice, Midoriya? Deku. Yes, it is, and we've been keeping the secret for way too long. And from doing so, it put my other classmates in danger, so this is for the best. Shinso. Well, if that's what you think, then I have nothing to object by. Tsuyu. Neither do I. Momo. Same here. Deku. Thank you. You 3, now that that's settled, it's time to come out. From saying that very last part, Venom, Scream, Sleeper, and Toxin suddenly busted their head out of their host's back and revealed themselves to those of Class 1A. Venom. Greetings everyone, I am Venom, and these three by my side are Scream, Sleeper, and Toxin, and we are not quirks, we are symbiotes. With that said, Deku and Venom begin explaining everything to the rest of Class 1A, which to them was quite shocking to hear. Even hearing that Iida and Todoroki were the only two that knew about the symbiotes was a bit surprising as well. Deku, we really are sorry keeping this from you, we thought it'll keep you safe if we didn't tell you, but it seems we were wrong. Venom, very wrong, Deku, and all we want now from all of you is to understand why we did this. With that said, the room fell completely silent, but soon enough Uraraka approached Deku and Venom was she then hugged Deku, which was something he was not expecting at all. Uraraka, ever since the both of you saved me from the 0-pointer at the entrance exams, I knew the two of you were quite different, but we're still the same person in the end, so I understand why the both of you want to keep this a secret, but now that we all know about you and the others, I'm sure we can all work through this together no matter what. Hearing all this, Deku then raised up his arms and wrapped them around Uraraka as he then hugged her back, but while hugging her, Venom then rested his head on her right shoulder, showing her his appreciation. Deku. Thank you Uraraka. Venom. Yeah, thank you. Uraraka. You're welcome, you too. After saying that, she then stopped hugging Deku. Ashley then placed her hands on his shoulders. Uraraka. All right then, let's find a way to get Bakugo back from that symbiote. Hearing that, Deku and Venom then smile with determination. Deku. Venom. Right. Right. After Class 1A accepted Deku and Venom's explanation about the truth, they then begin forming a plan to try to save Bakugo from Anti-Venom before it could fully take control of him, but during the middle of their planning, Aizawa, All Might and Principal Nezu enter the nurse's office. Nezu. Hello students, it's your principal here, and if you don't mind, could you please leave us to talk to the students who were involved in this recent incident. Hearing that the students knew that their plan to save Bakugo will have to be paused at the moment, so they all stepped out the nurse's office. After doing so, Aizawa looked at them and gave them an order. Aizawa, your next classes are dismissed for today. Return back to your dorm rooms and wait for me to get you. With saying that, he then shut the door, which made the rest of Class 1A proceed to head back to the dormitories. After that, Aizawa then made his way over to Deku's bed and stood amongst All Might and Principal Nezu, who were looking at Deku, Momo, Tsuyu, and Shinso. Nezu. My, Mr. Midoriya, you are always getting yourself and others into some trouble. Deku. I'm really sorry Principal Nezu. Nezu. It is quite fine Mr. Midoriya, but I must tell, you and your fellow classmates are planning to save Katsuki Bakugo. Then I must inform you that you are forbidden from doing so. Deku's eyes widened as he heard this. Deku. What? But why? Nezu. Because you and your friends put yourselves in quite some danger, that you should not be doing since none of you own any hero licenses yet. Momo. So what are we going to do, just leave Bakugo alone out there with that symbiote attached to him? Nezu. We will never do something like that, he is a student of the school and he is our responsibility. All Might. He's right, but don't you worry, me and some other pro heroes who know about the symbiotes will be going after him and saving him as well. Aizawa. That's right, so don't be planning anything, because the principal here allowed me to expel any one of my students that will try anything to interfere in this situation, and that goes for you as well Shinso, since you were involved with them. So do the four of you understand? In response to him, they nod their heads as they all look down. Aizawa. Good. Let's hope your little friends understand that as well. With saying that, Aizawa and Principal Nezu begin walking over towards the door. While they were making their way over there, All Might was still looking at his four students. All Might, don't you worry about a thing, you four. We will bring young Bakugo back, I swear it. Even from swearing this to them, they did not respond back to All Might. So he eventually walked over Aizawa and Principal Nezu, where he then walked out of the nurse's office along with them. Once they left, Momo, Tsuyu, and Shinso looked over at Deku, who had his head lowered. Momo. So we're just going to let them do that? Deku. Yeah, we are. Momo. That's bullshit. You know damn well us and our symbiotes could handle this situation without any pro hero. Tsuyu. Yaoyorozu, we all know that, but we can't do a thing about it or else we'll get expelled like Mr. Aizawa said. Aizawa. Screw what he said, our symbiotes are stronger than any type of hero combined, so we can basically do what we want. Hearing Momo yell all this out, Deku suddenly raised his head and looked over at her with an angry expression. Deku. Enough, Yaoyorozu. You know we use our symbiotes to protect and save others, and never for our own benefits, so stop speaking that way at once. From hearing Deku scream at her for the very first time, Momo then began to walk away from him, but once you reached the door and was about to open it, she said one final thing to him. Momo, teaming up with the two of you was our biggest mistake. With that said, she opened the door and proceeded to walk out of the nurse's office and into the hallway. When she was now gone, Shinso then patted Deku on the back. Shinso, don't worry what she said, I'm sure she didn't mean it. Deku, I hope so. Shinso, well, if that was enough too, I guess I'll be heading back to class now. Deku, all right then, sorry for texting you to come here all of a sudden. Shinso, it's all right, I'll see you later. Shinso then removed his hand from Deku's back and proceeded to walk over to the door, where he then walked out into the hallway and proceeded to head back to his own classroom. With him now gone, only Deku and Tsuyu were the only ones left inside the nurse's office. Deku, you could go to if you want. Tsuyu, no, we're good, we'll stay here with you until you feel better. Deku, you sure? Tsuyu, of course we are. With Tsuyu saying that, Deku then smiled at her. Deku, thanks Tsuyu, don't mention it, we are friends after all. Deku, yeah we are. As all that was said, Deku then laid back on the bed and stared up at the ceiling. Tsuyu grabbed the chair and sat down as she then began to watch over. Abandoned warehouse. Inside of an abandoned warehouse, Bakugo was arguing with Anti-Venom of what he did back at UA. Bakugo, what the hell was that back there, huh? We were aiming to hurt him, not kill him. Anti-Venom, that was your intentions, not mine. Bakugo, well, screw you intentions, I want you out of me now. Anti-Venom, sorry, can't do that. Bakugo, why the hell not? Anti-Venom, because you and I are now symbiote and host, meaning we will always be together, and there's no way you could get rid of me. While Deku and Tsuyu were still at the nurse's office, Class 1A were at the dormitory where they were begin speaking about the plan to save Bakugo, but not knowing that Principal Nezu prevented them from doing so. So while everyone sat around the table talking about the plan, Jiro suddenly began to feel an aching headache, which Mina, who was sitting next word, noticed. Mina, hey, you okay? Jiro, yeah, I'm fine, I just got a little headache, that's all. Mina, well, if you say so. After they finished talking, Jiro still began to feel aching headache, which was getting worse every past minute. Eventually she had enough and got up from her chair, which made everyone look over at her. Jiro, sorry you guys, I have a really bad headache right now and I think I got to go back to my room and rest a bit. From saying that to everyone, all of her classmates understood, so she didn't stepped away from the table and made her way over to the elevator. When she arrived at the girls' dorm rooms, she then made her way over to her dorm room, where she then opened the door and stepped inside. As Jiro then made her way over to her bed, she then laid down on her bed and closed her eyes, where she then began to rest, but while doing so she still felt that aching headache. Jiro, sigh. This headache sucks. While Jiro laid on her bed, the pain of the headache continued, on which she found completely irritating, so she sat up on her bed and looked over at her electric guitar. Jiro, if there's one thing that'll help me take my mind off this damn headache, it's music. After saying that, she gets off her bed and goes over to her electric guitar, where she grabs it by the neck and takes it off its stand. Now having her guitar in her hands, she then grabbed an amp cord, which she connected her guitar to one of the amplifier in her room. After doing this, she then sat on her bed and strummed the strings of her guitar, which she found super satisfying. Jiro, now that's what I like to hear. Jiro began strumming the strings gently and letting out a satisfying sound that she loved hearing very much. Doing so, she started to feel her headache fading away, but while she continued this, something inside of her wanted to hear something a bit heavier. Let's rock. From hearing that familiar and unknown voice again, she was about to ask who that was, but before she could, her feet suddenly stood her up from her bed without her doing so at all. Jiro. What the? Suddenly Jiro's fingers then adjusted themselves on their own on the strings of the guitar. Jiro. All right, what the heck is going on here? After saying that, her fingers then began move on their own, strumming the strings and playing the one guitar song Jiro found difficult to play. Jiro. This is Through the Fire and Flames. From seeing that her fingers are managing to keep up playing the most difficult and fastest guitar song she's ever heard in her life, left you're dumbfounded. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Now this is how you play a guitar. Hearing that voice again, Jiro speculate that the voice she is hearing is the one controlling her fingers. Jiro. Who are you? Not now, too busy rocking. After hearing that voice again, her fingers then begin to play the guitar solo of the song, which Jiro knew was the most difficult part of the song. While looking down at her fingers strumming the strings other guitar, she saw some black goo coming out and covering out her hands, which then began to spread up to her arms. Jiro. What the hell is this? Have the guitar solo continued on. Jiro's focus was mainly on the black girl that was beginning to spread all over her. Eventually her legs and body were soon covered by the black goo, and all that was left was her neck and head. Seeing that fight into, so she tried extended her neck as far as she could, but the black dude kept spreading into. Eventually it covered her face, revealing a symbiote's face, who then stuck its long tongue out. Has it been finished the guitar solo with one less strum? After doing so it then raised its left arm up and did a rock sign with its fingers. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, now that's what I'm talking about. From its excitement to send you again, letting out a scream which echoed throughout the room. Once it finished screaming out and then looked at a mirror, letting the symbiote look at itself and for Jiro to look at it as well. From seeing it, she asked the same question every post asks their symbiote. Jiro. Who are you? Mania. The name is Mania, and you and I are now post and symbiont. Jiro. What? From saying that, there was suddenly a knock on the door which made Mania go back into Jiro's body, seeing that she was completely speechless, but while standing there she heard the knock again, so she went over to her bed and placed her guitar down. Afterwards she then made her way over to the door and opened it. Doing so she saw Uraraka. Jiro. Oh hey there Uraraka. What's up? Uraraka. Aizawa is here and he wanted to tell everyone something important. Jiro. Alright, I'll head down there in a minute. I just need to take care of something real quick. Uraraka. Okay then. While looking at Jiro, Uraraka had a feeling something is off about her, but before she could ask, Jiro then shut the door and goes back into her room, seeing that Uraraka had no choice but to head back to the elevator on her own. While she was doing that, Jiro, who was in her room, went back towards her mirror to see Mania again. Jiro. Hey, Mania? Saying her name, Jiro suddenly sees Mania's head come out from her back in the mirror. Mania. You called? Hearing that directly in her left ear, Jiro turned her head towards Torture left and was seen face to face with Mania, which freaked her out. Jiro. You actually came. Mania. Of course, you called after all, so what do you need? Jiro. I need answers of what you are. Mania. But you already know what I am. I'm the same as the others and Pops. Jiro. Pops? Mania. Yep. That black symbiote you saw sticking out of that green-haired for kid's back is my dad. Hearing that, Jiro's eyes widen. Jiro. What? After Jiro received a short but well-explained explanation by Mania, they then left the room and made their way over to the elevator. As Jiro entered the elevator she pressed the button to the bottom floor. Doing so the elevator then began heading down, but while she was in the elevator she began hearing Mania speak to her in her head. Mania. So Kyoka, do you want me to introduce myself to everyone, or are you going to do it? Jiro. No one's going to introduce anyone. Mania. Why not? My dad and his friends introduced themselves, so why shouldn't we? Jiro. Because I still don't understand all this. Aliens from space that attach themselves to people just to survive, that's like ripped out of a sci-fi movie. Mania. Yeah, I know you might find this confusing at first, but if you're not going to tell any of your friends here then that's okay. But I think there's one person we can tell about us. Jiro. Oh yeah, and who's that? Mania. My pops, of course. Hearing Mania say that, the elevator soon arrived at the bottom floor, which the doors then opened, letting Jiro walk out of the elevator as she then made her way over to everyone else who was standing in front of Aizawa. Seeing that Jiro was now here, Aizawa then began to explain everything he told Deku and the others back at the nurse's office. After hearing what he told them, they were all speeches as they knew the plan they were making to save Bakugo with now being thrown into the trash. Aizawa. With that said, I know any of you won't try anything stupid, now let's return to class. As Aizawa said that, he then turned his back to his students as even made his way over to the door, which they began following him. After leaving the dormitory, they're soon back at UA, but as Aizawa and the others were walking back to the classroom, Mania suddenly pulled Jiro out of the group without anyone noticing at all. Jiro. Hey, what are you? Before she could finish that sentence, Mania covered her mouth with a tentacle. Mania, quiet. Right after saying that to Jiro, Mania's head suddenly came out from her shoulder and peeked from the corner, where she then saw the rest of Class 1A go on ahead. Mania. All right, they're gone. Mania then pulled her head away from the corner and looked at Jiro. Doing so, she didn't remove the tentacle from her mouth. Jiro. You want to tell me what you're doing, Mania? Calm down, I'm going to tell you that I don't agree what your teacher said back there. Jiro. Well, too bad we can't do anything about it, and that goes for those other symbiotes as well. Mania. Yeah, I know, but he didn't see anything about me. Jiro. What are you saying? Mania. I'm saying since the other symbiotes have been grounded, that doesn't include me because I was just recently born, so no one knows about my presence yet, which means we should take advantage of this. Jiro. By taking advantage, you don't mean, Mania. That's right, we go after Bakugo and Anti-Venom ourselves. Jiro. That's crazy. Mania. I know it is, but it is the only way to save your fellow classmate and to get back at that damn monster that nearly killed you, so are you in? Jiro. I don't know, Aizawa did say that if we dare try anything we'll end up getting expelled. Mania. You don't have to worry about, that's something I could handle, so come on, let's do this together. Jiro. Sigh. Finn. Let's just hope I don't regret this. Mania. You definitely won't regret this, I promise. Jiro. You better keep that promise. Now come on, let's head back to the others before they find out I'm gone. Mania. All right, then let's go. After saying that, Mania then retracted her head back into Jiro's body, letting her run back to the others. As soon as she returned back with the others, she saw that they were just entering the classroom, so she followed behind them and entered the class as well. Doing so, she then sat down at her desk, but while she sat there she noticed that the class was completely silent, so she looked around and saw that everyone was still a bit upset from hearing what Aizawa told them. While looking at her classmates, she then heard Mania began to speak to her in her head. Mania. Don't worry about it, Jiro. It's a good thing that they don't get involved. Symbiotes are dangerous after all. Hearing that, Jiro began to respond back by whispering so no one could hear. Jiro. You might be right about that, but still I feel bad for them since they really wanted to help. Mania. Yeah, I knew you might feel that way towards them, but don't you worry, as soon as we get this done then things will be just alright. Jiro. Let's just hope you're right about that. After Jiro said that, Aizawa then began teaching his class. A few minutes later the classroom door suddenly opens, which then makes everyone look over towards there to see Deku and Suyu, who looked quite gloomy as well. Aizawa. Well, it's good to see that the two of you came back to class. Now come in and take your seats. From Aizawa saying, the two of them then went over towards their desks and sat down. After that Aizawa continued on with the lesson. As the remaining school day continued on, it didn't take long for it to be over. Class 1A returned back to the dormitories. Once everyone arrived at the dorms, they all went straight to the room without saying a single word to one another. So as Jiro was out in her room sitting on her bed, she grabbed her guitar, where she then strummed the string a little bit. While doing so, I began speaking to her once again. Mania. You really like playing guitar, don't ya? Jiro. Yeah, I do. And I can say the same for you since you took over my body to play that song. Mania. Haha. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, anyways, it's almost time to go. Jiro. All right then, let's get going. With saying that, Jiro stood up from her bed and placed her guitar back on her stand. After doing so, she let Mania come for her entire body. Soon enough, Mania was now fully revealed. She made her way over to the glass door, which she then slides open and steps out to the balcony. After that, Mania gets onto the railing and jumps so high up into the air she eventually lands on the rooftop of the neighboring dormitory. Mania. Let's go. As Mania began running and jumping on the dormitories, Momo was on the rooftop of UA, which gave her a good view of the campus and the city way up ahead. Momo. Come on, Scream. If Midoriya and Venom are too afraid to do this, then I guess it's only up to Scream. Copy that. Saying that, Scream then covered Momo's entire body, Doing so, she bent her knees and leapt so high up into the air she then went over the entire front campus of UA and landed in the nearby forest. As All Might and a group of heroes were gathered a few blocks away from the warehouse, they tracked Anti-Venom. They were preparing themselves to charge the warehouse and fight against Anti-Venom himself and even save Bakugo in the process as well. All Might, all right. I know all of you have been informed about the enemy we will be facing, but I shall repeat it since the enemy we will be facing is unlike no other. From saying that, all of the heroes gathered in front of All Might. All Might, the enemy we will be facing is highly intelligent being from outer space named a symbiote. It survived by attaching itself to a worthy host that could withstand them. Speaking of host, the host that the symbiote has chosen is one of my students from UA, Katsuki Bakugo. Our duty here is to save him by separating him from the symbiote. Doing so will be quite difficult since we simply can't just rip young Bakugo out from the symbiote. Luckily we know knowledge of the symbiote weaknesses, which are mainly fire and very loud noises. With knowing its weaknesses we'll be able to save young Bakugo and defeat the symbiote. Heroes. Yeah. After that whole explanation, All Might and the rest of the heroes over to the warehouse. As soon as they were right outside the warehouse, All Might ordered two groups of heroes to enter through the building from opposite ends. After doing so, All Might and the remaining heroes that were with him began making their way over to the front entrance. As they then stood in front of the giant door, All Might then pulled back his right arm and touched his face. All Might, smash! Yelling that out, All Might then launched his fist straight at the door, breaking it from its hinges and sending it flying across the room. After that he then stepped inside with the heroes who followed him inside. From doing so they noticed that it was completely quiet. Hero, All Might, are you sure that symbiote thing is here? It's very quiet. All Might, yes, I am certain that it is here. All we need to do is find it. So All Might and his group began heading deeper into the warehouse. But while they were traveling deeper into the warehouse, they quickly noticed that they haven't bumped into the two groups of heroes who entered the warehouse through different entrances. So one of the heroes in All Might's group began using their quirk to contact with two groups, but as the hero used there was no response from either of the groups, which was completely strange since they only saw them moments ago before entering the warehouse. So as the hero was about to report this to All Might and the rest of the group, All Might suddenly put his arm out, which stopped all the other heroes from walking any further. All Might, it is here. With saying that, Anti-Venom suddenly crashed down from above in front of All Might and his group. Well, looking at him we noticed that his hands with dripping fresh blood. All Might, I see now, you killed the other heroes. Anti-Venom doesn't respond back to All Might at all, but seeing the amount of blood that it has on itself, it is clear to see that its answer is a yes. All Might, you'll pay for that. Anti-Venom? Oh, will I? Hearing Anti-Venom's sarcastic tone really ticked off All Might. So with his incredible speed he charged straight at Anti-Venom, who even grabbed and lifted off of his feet. Doing so, All Might began slamming Anti-Venom through some wooden crates, but while being slammed through some crates, Anti-Venom began elbowing All Might's back so he could break free from his grasp. But from being hit so many times by his elbow, All Might smiling him through wooden crates until event the metal wall. Doing so, he unwrapped his arms around Anti-Venom's body and started punching him in the face left him right, but he then stopped as he then pulled his right fist back. All Might, Detroit. Smash! Yelling that out, he slammed his fist right against Anti-Venom's face, denting the metal wall that is the head was right behind. But while his fist was still against his face, he then felt a punch straight to his gut. He looked down with his eyes and saw Anti-Venom's fist. Anti-Venom. So weak. Saying that, Anti-Venom grabbed hold of All Might's right wrist and pulled his fist away from his face, exposing his unharmed face to All Might, who was completely shocked. Afterwards, Anti-Venom pushed him back into some crates, which then made him fall to the ground. Have you laid on the ground? He started to pick himself up, but right before you could pick himself up completely, Anti-Venom soon landed on top of him by slamming his foot right onto his chest, making him cough out blood. Anti-Venom, I'll show you what real punches look like. Saying that, Anti-Venom began throwing punches straight at All Might's face over and over again. While being punched directly in his face, he soon put his arms up to cover his face from the punches, but while laying there blocking the punches he started to reach his limits. All Might's mind, I'm reaching my limit, any more of this then I'm good as dead. As All Might was struggling, the heroes he was with suddenly arrived. Two of them used their quirks to shoot flames straight Anti-Venom. From being hit by the large amount of flames he is clearly uninfected by them, but is annoyed by them as he then stopped punching to raise up his right arm to cover his face from the flames. But seeing this, All Might found it clear opening to grab hold of Anti-Venom's neck right hand with his right hand. Doing so, Anti-Venom looked down at All Might and saw him pull back his left fist as he also saw his blue eyes glow and yellow sparks began to come off of him. All Might, United States, smash. As All Might threw that punch straight at Anti-Venom's face, he was then lost all the way up to the ceiling, which he broke through. After that happened, All Might got back onto his feet. The other shows rushed over to him to see if he. Hero, All Might, are you all right? All Might, yes, I am fine, but all right, now I need you to go after that symbiote right away. Hero, understood. But what about you? All Might, I'll catch up, now go. After All Might said that, the heroes then began running out of the warehouse. Once they're gone, All Might suddenly fell down to his knee as he then began to spew out steam as he then began to shrink in size and turn into his weakened state. All Might, panting, I cannot continue going on like this any further, I must find a successor soon. After being launched out of the warehouse, Anti-Venom landed on a nearby rooftop where Yu Dun picked himself up and decided to make a retreat, but while doing so he then began to hear Bakugo yell loud inside of him. Bakugo, let me out, you damn bastard, I don't want any part of this. Anti-Venom, it's too late, Katsuki, when you agreed upon my offer of getting stronger, you signed your life away to me, so we don't plan on separating anytime soon. Bakugo, you damn son of a bitch, I'll kill you. Bakugo attempted to shoot up an explosion well inside of Anti-Venom, but for some reason his explosions were not going off, not even letting out a single spark. Anti-Venom, it is futile to use your quirk in me. Bakugo, what the hell did you do to me? Anti-Venom, I have simply taken over all senses from within your arms, so you won't be able to move your arms or even use your quirk, so fighting me is futile, just give in and let me take control. Bakugo, screw you, I rather die than for you to be in control. While Bakugo continued yelling out, Anti-Venom was beginning to get farther away from the warehouse, but unbeknownst to him he was being followed the entire time, and from being clueless from this he was beginning to think he was now safe, but suddenly he was then tackled off of the rooftop and through a window. After that he was pinned to the ground. He looked up to see the one responsible for this and saw Scream herself staring right at me. Scram, remember me, Anti-Venom, of course, now get off. Anti-Venom tucked in his legs and kicked Scream off of him. Doing so, Scream breaks through a wall, giving Anti-Venom enough time to kick himself up and look over to the wall Scram broke through. While looking towards there he did not see her emerge from out the wall, so he takes one step forward, but doing so multiple tendrils shout out from the broken wall and wrapped around Anti-Venom's body. Before he could attempt to try to break free from the tendrils, he was then lifted off of his feet and was beginning to get slammed against the walls, the ceiling, and the floor. Scream, you really think your pathetic strength could beat me? Scream says that as she finally emerges out of the broken wall with her hair being the tendrils wrapped around Anti-Venom's body. She continues slamming Anti-Venom against the walls, ceiling, and floor until eventually she slammed him so hard against the floor that he ended up breaking through it and ended up on the floor below them. After being slammed straight through the ground, the tendrils around his body begin unwrapping around his body as they were then being to go through the broken floor that Anti-Venom broke through. While laying there he struggled to pick himself up. But while trying he looked up and saw Scream looking down at him. He then sees her jump up and straight towards the whole feet first. Seeing this, Anti-Venom knew he couldn't just get up and jump out of the way. Instead he managed to roll out of it the way, letting Scream's feet slam against the floor. From that happening, Anti-Venom rolled all the way against a wall, which he then used to help himself up. But right when he got back on his feet he was punched in the face so hard that he broke through the wall behind him. Two more after that. After that Anti-Venom started picking himself up. Doing so he looked through the walls he broke through and saw Scream beginning to walk towards him. Looking at her he knew she was a formidable opponent. But he wasn't going to let her have her way any longer with him. So with his right foot kneeling down and his left firmly planted on the ground, he used his right foot to launch himself up and towards Scream, where he sprinted towards her with his right hand reaching out to her. But as soon as he got close enough, Scream suddenly let out a screech so powerful that it launched Anti-Venom back to where he was and pins him against the wall. From this happening, Anti-Venom looked straight towards Screen and saw her still advancing towards him. As he was seeing this, so was Bakugo, who was actually rooting for Scream. Bakugo, give up now, you damn piece of shit, you're already dead. Anti-Venom, never. With some remaining strength he managed to pull himself off of the wall and take steps towards Scream, who was shocked to see this. Momo, how the heck is this even possible? He's a symbiote like us. Scream, well, if he's managing to push through my screech, then I guess I have no choice but to go even louder. From saying that, Scream then began letting out an even louder screech, which was beginning to push Anti-Venom back, but compared to his willpower it was nothing to him as he continued pushing through the screech that could easily pop anyone's eardrum open. Still seeing him managing to push through the screech, Scream and Momo couldn't believe it. Momo, come on Scream, let out your loudest screech ever. Scream, copy that. With that said, Scream then began letting a screech so loud that it shook the entire building they were in and was even cracking the walls. But even from this screech, Anti-Venom was still managing push through it. Eventually, from doing so, his steps soon began going faster and faster until he then began sprinting straight through Scream's screech. As soon as he got close, he pulled back his fist and punched Scream directly in her face, stopping her screeching. Doing so, she was launched completely back until she then landed on the ground. Momo, Scream, 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 Momo, I cannot move. Momo, no, you have to get up right now, so we can beat this thing together. Scream, I'm sorry, but from that punch and that screech I can't even lift a single finger. Momo, then if that's the case, back in retreat back into me. Scream, will do. Right after Scream said that, she was about to go back into Momo's body, but right before she could, she was then lifted up by her hair. From that happening, she was in face to face with Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom, you were worthy opponents, and I swear to you your strength will not go to. After saying that, Anti-Venom suddenly dug his right fingers into Scream's body and grabbed hold of Momo's body, and began ripping her out of from Scream. Soon enough he separated the two and tossed Momo aside. From that happening, she looked up and saw Anti-Venom holding up Scream, who was squirming in his hands. Momo, no, give her back. Momo quickly picks herself up from the ground and begins running straight towards Anti-Venom with her right hand reaching out to grab Scream. But before she could even get any more closer, Anti-Venom opened his mouth and started devouring Scream in front of Momo. But while being devoured, Scream looked at her host and said some departing words that Momo would not hear since they are not attached. Scream, Momo, I wish to thank you for everything that you have done for me, and I wish we could still be one together, but it seems that fate has guided us to our end together, but I know you will still be strong. That is why I chose you to be my host, so fight on, Momo Yaoyorozu. With those final words, Scream was then fully devoured by Anti-Venom. Seeing that she was too late to save her symbiote, Momo fell to her knees as she looked at Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom, it seems that you are in a loss of losing your symbiote. Don't you worry, I'll make sure you join her. As Anti-Venom then began to reach out towards Momo, something suddenly bursted through the window and headed straight towards Anti-Venom, where kicked him in his chest, pushing him away from Momo. From being pushed away, he looked ahead and saw Mania standing right in front of Momo, who was looking up at Mania. Anti-Venom, another one, huh? Well, it seems that I'll be increasing my strength a bit more. Romania stood there. She observed the entire building and noticed cracks all over the walls. Seeing this, she extended her arms out to the sides and shot up tendrils from her wrist, which then wrapped around two cracked pillars. She didn't grabs hold of her tangles, and with all of her strength he pulls them apart, making the ceiling above begin to crack and crumble. After doing so, Mania turns around and picks up Momo. She then begins running straight towards the window she broke through. Anti-Venom sees this and proceeds to go after them, but while doing so the ceiling above him began to fall down, blocking his path, and before he knew it he saw Mania and Momo leap out of the window and get away from him. So after seeing that, he decides not to follow and instead breaks through some walls until eventually he then broke through the outside, saving himself from a crumbling building. As Deku was in his room doing some studying, he couldn't help but to think about all that's happened today and even letting out a sigh. From him doing that, I'm going to begin speaking to him from inside. Venom, Izuku, are you feeling all right? Deku, yeah, it's just that everything that's happened has gone worse for us. Venom, yes it has, I don't even know what to do about it. Deku, our best choice is to just stay out of it completely. I'm focused what we're doing now. Venom, I hate that choice, but seeing that we don't have any others, I guess we'll have to go with it. With that said, Deku continued his studying while Venom fell silent inside of him. But as soon as we went back to studying, he soon heard a knock which made him look over at his door. Doing so, he then hears knock again, but this time it was much closer compared to his door. But as another knock happened, he then turned his attention over to the glass door to his balcony. As he looked over there, he didn't hear the knocking continuing. So he got up from the chair and made his way over to the balcony, where you then grabbed his curtains and slid them aside. Doing so, he then saw Mania, which alerted him to back away and make Venom come out. Once Venom was now out, he was prepared to attack, but looking at Mania, he saw that she wasn't taking any type of fighting stance at all. And said she stood there looking at him. Before Deku and Venom could figure out what her intentions were, she suddenly stepped aside, revealing Momo on her knees with her head down. Seeing that Deku made Venom go back into him, as then made his way over to the glass door, where he then slides it open and stepped out to his balcony, where he then kneeled down and grabbed hold of Momo's shoulders. Deku, Yaoyorozu, are you all right? Momo, I'm fine, but she's gone. Deku, who's gone? Momo raises her head, revealing streaks of dry tears running from her eyes down her cheeks. Momo, scream, she's gone. Hearing that, Deku and Venom couldn't believe it, knowing how strong Scream was. Deku, what? That's impossible. Yaoyorozu, tell me what happened. Asking that to Momo, Deku suddenly felt a hand grab onto his right shoulder, which then made him turn his head to look up at Mania. Mania, it's best that we going to your room, we don't want any unwanted listeners. Deku, you're right. As Deku said that, many of them removed her hand from his shoulder, letting him help Momo back onto her feet, as even placed her arm around his shoulder and began bringing her into his room. Once inside, he sat her down onto his bed. Mania also entered the room and shut the balcony door as well and leaned against it afterwards. Deku, all right Momo, could you please tell me what happened to Scream? Momo, we thought we could handle her. But it seems that we were wrong. Deku, what did you do? Momo, we went after Anti-Venom. Hearing that, Deku's eyes widened as he now realizes what truly happened to Scream. Venom, ask her if she was eaten. Deku, what she eaten? Momo, yes, right in front of me, I couldn't save her. Venom, this is not good Izuku. As Venom said that, his head then came out from Deku's back. Venom, now that she's been eaten, Anti-Venom has now grown stronger than before. Deku, what? How's that possible? Venom, well, if a symbiote eats another symbiote, then that means they will gain their strength and become twice as stronger than they were before. Deku, then if that's possible, then that means Scream is Venom, gone forever. As Venom said that, Deku looked at Momo and saw that tears were beginning to form in her eyes, seeing that he did the one thing he could, and that was to embrace her in a hug. Deku, I'm so sorry Momo, if I knew you were actually going to go after him, we would have tagged along and never let this happen. Momo raises her arms up and grab hold of Deku's shirt. Doing so, she then posted her head onto his shoulder. Momo, I should be the one apologizing to you Midoriya. If we just listen to you back at the nurse's office, then Scream will still be alive. From Momo saying that, she then began to shed tears onto Deku's shoulder. Hearing her cry, Deku suddenly gotten real serious. Doing so, Venom senseless and looked over at Mania. Venom, you there? Seeing that you're not a threat, I order you to go gather the other symbiotes to meet on the rooftop of this dormitory. Can you do that? Mania, sure thing. Saying that, she then got off the glass door and turned around, where she then slides it open, but right before she could step out to the balcony, Deku after a question. Deku, wait, tell me who you really are. Hearing that question, Mania looked over her shoulder, where she then opened the left side of her face, revealing Jiro. Jiro, it's me, Midoriya. From hearing that familiar voice, Deku knew who exactly that was. Deku, we'll talk later, Jiro. Jiro, all right, see you then. With that said, Mania then covered Jiro's face and looked ahead, where she then stepped onto the balcony and leaped up into the air to gather the other symbiotes. Once she left, Deku then pulled apart from Momo but had his hands still onto her shoulders. Deku, Momo, I need you to tell me everything that happened in the fight between you and Anti-Venom. Do you think you can do that for me? Momo, why yeah, sure thing. Deku, thank you. and I promise we will stop him." With Deku saying that, Momo then began to explain everything that happened in the fight between her and Anti-Venom in perfect detail. Mania gathered each of the members one by one who at first were hesitant to follow her. But once she revealed Jiro's face they were put to ease and immediately followed her. Once everyone was now gathered she brought them all up to the rooftop of the dormitory of 1A. As Tsuyu and Shinso were waiting along with Mania they began wondering where Deku and Momo were. But soon enough Venom landed right in front of them with Momo in his arms, thing that they were confused on why she didn't use Scream to come up here on her own as well. Venom puts her back on her feet, doing so she looks away from the others which makes them even more curious. "Venom, I know the two of you might be curious of why you're up here this late at night, so I'll let Izuku explain it to you." With the Venom saying that, he then began to shrink into size until eventually Deku was revealed and Venom was now back inside of Deku's body. After that Tsuyu and Shinso had their eyes locked onto Deku who they quickly noticed looked quite serious. Deku, "All right guys, I need you to listen clearly for what I'm about to tell you." Shinso, "What is?" Deku, "Sigh, here it goes, Scream is gone." Tsuyu, "What do you mean Scream is gone?" Deku, "I mean she's dead." Hearing that Shinso and Tsuyu's eyes widened from disbelief of what Deku just said. Shinso, "Why you're joking, Scream can't be dead." Tsuyu, "Yeah that's just impossible, right Yaoyorozu?" As Tsuyu said that, her and Shinso looked over at Momo who was still looking away from them, but is not afraid to admit the truth. Momo, "It's true, she's dead." Hearing that for a second time especially coming from Momo, they both fell speechless. Deku, Momo and Scram went off on their own to face Anti-Venom and save Kachan. It didn't end well of course. Anti-Venom eats Scream and is now twice as stronger than before. He was also going to eat Momo, but luckily Jiro and her symbiote got there on time and saved her from that fate. Mania, "That's right, we decided to go after Anti-Venom ourselves since the four of you and everyone else here got grounded recently." Deku, "So the two of you were also going to face off against Anti-Venom as well huh?" Mania, "That was the plan, but that changed when we saw Momo in danger and decided to help her." Deku, "That's good thinking you two, saving Momo." Mania, "Thanks, but it was mainly Kyoka's idea to save her, I wanted to stay and fight." Deku, "Well it's a good idea that you listened Jiro's idea." Mania, "It sure was, so now are you going to tell us the real reason why we're up here, now?" Deku, "Yeah, knowing that Scream was eaten by Anti-Venom, I cannot just sit back and let him get away with that, so I decided that I'll be going after him. The three of you are free to join me of course, that is if you want to." Tsuyu, "Midoriya, you do know if you go, you'll end up expelled from UA." Shinso, "She's right, everything you've worked up to till now will be nothing but a waste if you leave." Deku, "I know that, but my friend is still out there and he is attached to a monster who will eventually come back for me and most likely three of you as well, and I'm not going to let that happen, so I'm still going after him no matter what." Mania, "That sounds pretty reasonable, count us in." Deku, "You sure?" Mania, "Yeah, and Kyoka doesn't know much about this symbiote stuff so I think it's best that we go with you and learn more about it." Deku, "Well if that's the choice the two of you are making, we'll be happy working alongside the both of you." Mania, "Same here, so what about the both of you, what's your choice?" Mania says that as she looks over at Tsuyu and Shinso who began thinking of their choice. Shinso, "Sigh, look I came to UA to try to be a pro hero, and not once that I ever think I'll be involved in some sort of alien battle." Deku, "So you're not coming." Shinso, "I didn't say that and I wasn't finished talking." Deku, "Oh, alright." Shinso, "So now that I have an alien inside of me I guess I have no choice but to join you as well." Deku, "Really?" Shinso, "Yeah, plus me and Toxin could help you out a lot if you're up there." Deku, "I guess you're right about that, thanks Shinso." Shinso, "No problem." After saying that he walked over to Deku and stood right by her. Now that Deku two people coming with him all that was left was Tsuyu. Deku, "So Tsuyu, you're the last one, what's your choice?" Tsuyu, "I choose not to go." Hearing that Deku was not mad or upset, instead he smiled Tsuyu. Deku, "It's your choice so be it, and plus if you and Sleeper are here I can trust that the two of you could keep everyone safe." Tsuyu, "Thank you for being reasonable Midoriya, and we promise we will keep everyone safe. Deku. Good, we're counting on. With that said, Deku, Shinso, and Mania begin walking away from her and Momo. Doing so they reach the edge of the rooftop where Deku and Shinso have their symbiote come out of their bodies and completely cover them. Afterwards the three of them leapt up into the air and onto the neighboring dormitory. They did this while Suyu and Momo were watching them leave. Momo. You think those three will be all right? Suyu. Yes I do, because I have faith in them. Momo. Ha. So do I. Once the next day came, Suyu and Momo explained everything that happened yesterday night to everyone else. Even telling Aizawa about this as well, who was surprisingly not angry. Instead was reasonable about their choice to go after Anti-Venom themselves. After their explanation Aizawa told his students to go get ready for school. From telling them to go get ready they went ahead and did as they were told. So once they all left to their own Aizawa went ahead and left the dormitory and went to the campus of UA. As he then went inside of UA he then began making his way through the halls and stairways until eventually arriving in front of the principal's front door. He raises his left hand and knocks onto the door twice. Nezu. Come in. Hearing that, Aizawa opened the door and stepped inside the principal's office where he then saw Nezu sitting at his desk. We then waved over at Aizawa. Nezu. Ah, good morning Mr. Aizawa, how are you? Aizawa. Good I guess, but I'm here about that message you sent me. Nezu. Ah, yes I do recall a message I sent you, come sit. Aizawa makes his way over to Nezu's desk and sits on the chair across from it. Aizawa. So you want to tell me why you sent me a message telling me to come here to talk about something very important? Nezu. Yes it is very important and it has something to do with the symbiotes. Aizawa. It does. Nezu. Yep. Last night All Might and some heroes went to face off with Anti-Venom and save Bakugo. Aizawa. Alright, what happened? Nezu. Two groups of heroes lost their lives at night and All Might has shortened his minutes of his quirk, meaning he won't be able to last an hour or less in a fight. Aizawa. So what does this mean? Nezu. It means All Might won't be able to fight for long periods of time anymore. Swift came to a decision to let the students that have their symbiotes go after Anti-Venom. Hearing that, Aizawa let out a small laugh and even smirked as well. Nezu notices this and tilted his head to the side, was wondering why he is acting this way. Aizawa. I have to tell you, that you are already too late to give out that order. Nezu. Oh, and what makes you say this? Aizawa. Well because Midoriya, Jiro, and Shinso left last night to go after Anti-Venom himself. Nezu. What? If those three have left then what over Miss Asui and Miss Yaoyorozu? Aizawa. Well for starters Asui decided to stay, which I might say was a good choice for her to do since her symbiote could help protect this school and students of any other troublesome symbiote who are deciding to attack us. Nezu. I see and what of Miss Yaoyorozu? Aizawa. Well she's the reason why they left. Last night her and her symbiote decided to break our rule by going after Anti-Venom, but it turned out they underestimated, which was a loss for her symbiote scream. Nezu. My goodness. Aizawa. Yeah a lot of people have the same reaction. But don't worry I trust that Midoriya, Jiro, and Shinso will put an end to Anti-Venom. As Nezu heard that he just realized that Aizawa mentioned Jiro as well. Nezu. Wait a minute, I do not recall Miss Jiro having a symbiote. Aizawa. Well she does now, and I trust that she might help greatly against Anti-Venom. Nezu. Well if you're putting your trust in her and along with the others I will as well. Aizawa. Thank you for putting trust in my students. Nezu. No, thank you for having such courageous and heroic students. City. In a city that is far from UA, Deku are on a rooftop where they have tracked Anti-Venom's scent. Deku. Alright you guys, his scent has led us here, now we just need to find him. Shinso. It's easier said than done, it's going to be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiro. True, but remember this needle is huge and could stand out anywhere. Deku. That's right. Now let's get going before he picks up our scent and finds out that we're here. Shinso. Will do. With that said the three of them then let their symbiotes come out and cover their entire body. Venom. Toxin. You search the east side of the Toxin. Will do. Saying that Toxin jumps off the rooftop of the building and land on another rooftop where he then begins running towards the east. Venom. Mania. You're on the east side. Mana. Whatever you say, Pops. With that said, Many extended out her arm and shut up a tendril which wrapped around an antenna, which she then pulled herself towards that direction. Venom. All right Izuku, you ready to go? Deku. You bet, now let's go save Kachan. Venom. And to get revenge for Scream. Venom bends his knees and leaps high up into the air. Doing so, he soon begins to fall. He lands on a rooftop and begins running towards the south side of the city, where he will be searching for Anti-Venom. Abandoned building. While those three were searching, Bakugo was sitting against the wall, unable to get up. Anti-Venom. What's the matter, Katsuki? Bakugo. You really want to ask me that question, you damn son of a bitch? Anti-Venom. Still angry, I see. Bakugo. Obviously. Anti-Venom. Well, don't be, I let you have some freedom from me. Bakugo. You want me to be grateful for? You literally took all functions from my legs and arms. I'm nothing but a damn puppet. Anti-Venom. So you say, but to me you are far more useful than a mere puppet. Bakugo. Screw you, I really hope you die soon. Anti-Venom. I'm sorry Katsuki, that is something I cannot afford on doing. Hours have passed during the search for Anti-Venom, but there was no luck of finding him at all, so from this Venom decided to head back to the top of the roof, for him and the other separated, thinking that they didn't have luck, and decided to head back as well. Venom. This sucks. Deku. I know Venom, but there's also tomorrow. Deku. True, but they probably won't be here tomorrow. Deku. Yeah, you may be right about that, but then again they probably don't know that we're here. Venom. Sorry Izuku, but that's a chance I don't want to take, because if that damn symbiote catches a small scent of me or the others, then you can say goodbye to Kachan. Hearing that, Deku do a bit worried for Bakugo. Deku. Do you think Kachan is all right? Venom. I don't know, whether the symbiote is slowly consuming his body to stay alive, or it is taking good care of him so it wouldn't bother of getting a new host. Deku. We have to fight him quickly. Venom. Right. While running on the rooftop, they suddenly heard a crashing sound in the streets below, so makes his way over to the ledge of the roof, where he then sees a large garbage truck hitting cars out of the way. Venom. What the hell is this guy's problem? Deku. I don't know, but we should do something to try to stop that truck before it could really hurt someone. Venom. Whoa now Izuku, if we go down there and try to help, then Anti-Venom will most likely know that we're here, and that's something we can't just let happen. Deku. But if we don't help, then we can't call ourselves heroes. From hearing Izuku say that, Venom then remembered all the hard training they both did to get stronger. Venom. Sigh, let's go. Saying that, Venom jumps off the roof and heads straight down to the streets. Soon enough he lands in the middle of the street where the garbage truck began heading his way. Seeing it coming, he extends both arms out. After doing so, the truck soon hits him, but he firmly held on to the front of the truck. What he saw the driver with a panic expression on his face. Venom. Hey, stop the truck. Driver. I can't, the brakes aren't working. Hearing that, Deku and Venom know that they'll have to stop the truck with pure strength alone, so while still holding on to the front of the truck, Venom soon slammed both feet into the road as he was trying to stop the truck. Deku. Come on Venom, we can do this. As Venom was putting his strength on stopping this truck, he was still being pushed back, which made him begin to think that he won't be able to stop the truck at all with his strength alone. So he thought of an idea to try to move the truck to crash into a building, which would most likely stop. So thinking of that idea, he then looked behind him to see what building he should crash the truck in, but while looking beyond them, she noticed a crosswalk, and in the middle was an old lady and some children. From seeing that they were getting close, Venom knew he won't be able to move the truck in time, so he decided to go back to his original plan by stopping it with strength alone. Doing this again, he was still being pushed by the truck. Venom. Damn it. I can't stop it. As Venom was struggling to stop the truck, Deku soon figured out a way to stop the truck. Deku. Venom. I need you to punch through the front of the truck now. With no time to ask why, Venom took his right arm off of the front of the truck as he pulled it back and launched it straight into the front vents and through the engine, which was destroyed on the impact. Doing so, the truck's speed began slowing down until it came to a complete stop only inches away from the crosswalk, where the old lady and children look over at the truck and Venom, who then pulled his fist out of the truck and turned around towards them. Venom. Hello there. Stop this truck, so you're welcome, I guess. With the old lady and children just looking up at him, Venom decided to leave by leaping up into the air and landing onto the rooftop, where he then began heading back to the others. But unbeknownst to him, due to his heroic action, there was people who recorded everything through their phones. After the recording, they all immediately began posting it online for everyone of Japan to see. Underground hideout. Inside of an underground hideout where the League of Symbiotes, who were still trying to make a new plan to face off against Deku and Venom. But while they were making their plan, Toga got bored and decided to, without saying anything, after leaving the planning room, she headed to another room which she has made her own. She lays down onto a sofa as she then tries to relax, but soon enough she heard Carnage speak to her inside of her head. Carnage, I tired of this, Toga. Toga, yeah I know, but Tamura says we have to be patient. Carnage, screw that. We should be out there bathing in the blood of our victims and slaughtering those who wish to oppose us. Toga, believe me, I want that too, so if we decide to leave then we won't get what we want, which is Izuku, Carnage, and Venom. Toga, that's right, so we have no choice but to stay here and wait. Carnage, sigh, damn it, saying that Carnage silence itself, leaving Toga to relax on the couch, but while laying there was another disturbance, which was a dinging sound coming from the pocket of her sweater. She reaches her hand inside the pocket and pulls out her phone, where she then sees a new notification of a recent video. Seeing that, she grows curious as she taps onto the notification and opens up the video. From doing so, she sees the same video that recorded Venom stopping the truck and saving an old lady and some children. As Toga saw that, so did Carnage as well. Carnage, Toga, it's them. Toga, yeah I know, I should go show the others this. Carnage, wait. If you show them, then that will only keep us from our true goal. Toga, so what do we do? Carnage, it's simple, we go after them ourselves, meaning we'll soon get what we truly want. With hearing this tempting offer, Toga was willing to take it. Toga, all right, let's do it. Carnage, hee, I just knew you accepted, now let's go. Ever since that video of Venom stopping that garbage truck and saving those people was released to the internet, people have begun fanning over him and kept asking this monsters here to come out of hiding so they could praise him even more. Due to this, Deku and the others saw this as a problem, since they weren't supposed to grab any type of attention, so the three of them gathered on top of rooftop to see how they could resolve the situation. Jiro, all right you guys, we know we have a problem, and I'm not going to point fingers on who caused it. With Jiro saying that, Mania's arms suddenly came out from her back and pointed straight at Deku. Jiro, Mania. With Jiro saying her name, Mania stopped pointing at Deku as she then went back into Jiro's body. Deku. Look, I know I messed up by breaking that one rule, but we had no choice. If me and Venom didn't do anything, then those people would have gotten hurt. Shinso. That's true. To be honest, if either of us were in your situation, then we would have done the same as well. Deku. Really? Jiro. Yeah, so don't blame yourself. Deku. All right, I'll try not to. Shinso. Good, but that doesn't solve the situation that you and Venom got yourself into. Jiro. That's right, but luckily due to this situation, Anti-Venom's scent is still lingering in the city, which means he's still here and hasn't heard that Venom's in town. Deku. Well, that's good to hear. Shinso. Sure, I guess it is, but we think you and Venom should not be searching for him in the daylight. Deku. What? Why not? Jiro. Well, if you're out searching for him in the daylight, then someone will definitely spot you, which means you'll grab attention and most likely alert Anti-Venom, which means he could either escape or put innocents in danger. Shinso. So we think that the two of you should do some night searching instead. Deku. Night searching. Jiro. That's right, if the two of you go searching in the night, then there is definitely a high chance no one will ever spot you. Deku. That does sound like a good idea, Jiro. Great, I'm glad you think so. Now let the both of us take care of the day shift while you stay here and wait for your guys' shift. Deku. All right then, be safe you two, and if you need me just call out. Shinso. Yeah, sure thing, now they put you too. Deku. We will. With Deku saying that, Jiro and Shinso then made their symbiote come out and cover their entire body. After doing so, then walked over to the ledge of the roof and leapt towards different directions, leaving Deku on the roof by himself. Once they were gone, Deku then walked over towards the shady part of the building, breathing laid back, and looked up at the sky. A few minutes later Venom then began speaking to Deku. Venom. Hey Izuku. Deku. Yeah Venom. Venom. I'm hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Deku. Sorry Venom but we have to stay put. Venom. But I'm hungry. Deku. Venom. Wait. As Venom said that he then bursted his head out from Deku's chest and got real up close to Deku's face. Venom. I cannot wait. I need food now. If you do not provide me food then I will definitely eat your liver. Hearing this threat, Deku knew that Venom was not bluffing at all. Deku. All right. Let's go get some food. Streets. After leaving the rooftop without being seen, Deku was now walking through the streets while Venom was speaking to him. Venom. So what are we getting? With people around him, Deku began talking very quietly to himself so the people around him wouldn't pay attention to him. Deku. I don't have a lot of money, so we have to get something cheap. Venom. Sigh. Fine, but make sure it's something good. Deku. All right I will. So Deku continued walking through the streets until eventually he stopped at a fast food restaurant. Raven went inside and placed an order for 20 burgers and a milkshake which were surprisingly cheap. Once he got his order he then left the restaurant and started heading back towards the building he was on top of, but while making his way there Venom was getting impatient and wanted to eat now. Venom. Izuku. I'm hungry, let's eat now. Deku. Not yet, you'll eat when we're back at the rooftop. Hearing that upsetted Venom, so he thought of a way he could eat sooner. Venom. Well, since it's going to be a while until we get back, then I guess you wouldn't mind if I had a few bites of your liver. Deku. Sigh. All right I get it, just let me go find a place we won't be seen. From that plan working Venom was pleased with himself. Park. Deku soon arrives at nearby the park where he then goes off the path and into some bushes. Doing so he eventually arrived at an area that is completely covered in bushes and trees. So Deku sat on the ground and leaned against a tree where he then placed both bags of burgers down and moved one off to the side. Doing that he then opened the other bag, which made Venom's head come out of Deku's chest as he then stuck his head into the bag of burgers which he then began eating. Well, Venom was it in the burgers. Deku just sat there drinking his milkshake. Soon enough Venom finished the entire first bag of burgers, but you still hungry so he began to extend his head towards the other bag, but once he got close and opened his mouth real wide, Deku suddenly snatched the bag of burgers before Venom could bite down on it. Deku. Sorry Venom, but these burgers here are for Jiro and Shinso, they're also for Mania and Toxin as well. Venom. Oh come on, just give me a few. Deku. No way, because if I give you any then you're just going to keep asking for more until you eventually finish them, and don't try to threaten me by saying that you're going to eat my liver, because now that you've eaten you won't have the appetite to eat something that big. Deku. HMPH. All right let's just go then. Deku. Yeah let's go. With that said, Deku got up from the ground and picked up the other bag of burgers and picked up the empty bag as well. Would you then threw the cup of his empty milkshake. After doing so he then made his way out of the brushes and back onto the path where he then threw the bag away. From doing that he then began making his way out of the park. North side of city. On the north side of the city Carnage was on top of a roof trying to pick up Deku or Venom's scent. Soon enough Carnage picks up both of their scent. Carnage. They're close. Toga. Then let's go get them. Carnage. Will do. With that said Carnage began heading straight towards the direction of Deku and Venom. As Deku was making his way back to the building of where he was, Venom suddenly caught scent of a symbiote. Venom. Izuku. Another symbiote is close by. Hearing this, Deku was surprised, so he made his way into an alleyway and hid behind a dumpster. If I'm doing that Venom's head came out of his chest. Deku. Are you sure you caught a scent of a symbiote? Venom. I am sure. Deku. Whose then? Venom. The scent is faint so I cannot tell who it is from, but I could locate which direction it's coming from. Deku. All right then, but once we locate where the scent is coming from we'll find the others and tell them about it. Venom. Fine then hurry before I lose the scent. Deku. Okay let's go. With that said, Venom went back into his chest, letting Deku run out of the alleyway. Deku. All right Venom, where to? Venom. Go right. Deku does as Venom says as he then turns to the right and begins running towards that direction. As he continued running on, Venom was beginning to pick up the scent even more. Venom. continued running ahead and turned left at the next crosswalk. Deku. Will do. As Deku continued running ahead he soon reached the crosswalk. Brayden turned left and began running towards that direction. He continued running through that direction for a couple of minutes until Venom was beginning to smell the scent of more clearly now. Venom. They're close, keep going, Deku, all right. Saying that, Deku then began running even faster than before, so fast that people couldn't even see him coming. Eventually, while he was running he suddenly ran past where the scent was coming from. Venom. Izuku, stop. Hearing Venom say that, Deku stops running completely. He then began catching his breath. Venom. You just ran past where the scent was coming from, go back. Deku. Panting. Okay. Deku swiftly turns around and began retracing his steps until Venom told him to stop. Venom. Stop. We're here. From hearing that, Deku turned towards an abandoned building which is fenced off. Deku. So this is where the scent is coming from? Deku. Yes. Deku. Well, now that we've located it, I guess we should go find the others now. Venom. Yes, we could do that, or we can go inside and deal with this symbiote ourselves. Deku. No way, Venom, we can't drag attention to ourselves in the daylight, remember? Venom. Yes, I remember, but we won't be in the daylight, we'll be in that building far from anyone's gaze, and plus if we do leave then the symbiote here will most likely move to a different location. Hearing this good point of his, Deku had no choice but to go along with it. Deku. Alright, fine. Bet let's try not to elect the symbiote that's here. Venom. Will do. So with that said, Deku looked around for people who could see him. Luckily there was anyone around, so with the other bag of burgers he then grabbed onto it with his teeth, letting him climb the fence. Once he dropped down to the other side he let go of the bag of burgers from his mouth and began carrying it in his arms once more. As he made his way over to the door he noticed that it was chained closed, so he grabbed hold of a lock on the chain and pulled it so hard that the lock broke off from the chain. Doing so he drops the lock and unravels stuff remaining chains on the door. After that Deku then pushes the door open and steps inside. Stepping inside Deku notices how much of a mess there is just from entering. Venom. Well, I guess this place has seen better days. Deku. Yeah, he said it. So as Deku Feather made his way inside the building he quickly noticed some stairs leading up. Venom. The scent leads up. Deku. All right. Deku then made his way over to the stairs which he then began making his way up the stairs. Soon enough he arrived at the second floor which was less of a mess compared to the bottom floor. Venom. The scent still leads up, keep going, Deku. Okay. Deku made his way over to the other stairway and continued his way up. Doing so he soon arrived at the fifth floor, for the scent of a symbiote was the strongest. Venom. They're here. Deku. Right. From saying that, Deku then placed the bag of burgers down next to the stairway. After that he stepped away from the stairway and began looking around cautiously. As he continued looking around he noticed a closed door ahead. Venom. The scent is just behind that door. Hearing that Deku slowly made his way over to the door, as soon as he reached the door he placed his hand on it and began slowly pushing it open. Once the door was now a bit open, Deku quickly stepped inside and went over towards a pillar which he hid behind. From doing so he peeked his head from the pillar and began looking at the rooms surrounding. Doing so he could be spots something which made his eyes widen. Deku. Kachan. In the direction Deku was looking towards, Bakugo was there sitting on the ground with the back against the wall. Looking at him from a distance he looked like he was lifeless, which word Deku, so without a second thought he then began running over towards him. Venom. Izuku, no. Right after Venom said that, a tentacle certain shot out from Bakugo's stomach which pierced to the left side of Deku's stomach. From that happening Deku looked down and saw the tentacle in his stomach, but while looking at the tentacle he suddenly heard Bakugo's voice. Bakugo. Deku. You idiot. As Deku looked over at Bakugo, he saw Bakugo raise his head and look right at him. Bakugo. You shouldn't have come after me. Right after Bakugo said that he suddenly stood right up from the ground. After doing so Anti-Venom suddenly began covering Bakugo's entire body until he was the only one now revealed. As he stood there he then pulled out the tentacle from Deku's stomach, which then made him fall to his knees as he placed both hands over the giant wound in his stomach. Anti-Venom. He's right, you shouldn't have come, especially for what we've done to Scream. Deku looks over at Anti-Venom with an angry expression on his face. Deku. You that bastard, you're going to pay for what you did to Scream, and I'm taking Kachan away from you. Anti-Venom. I like to see you try that. After Anti-Venom said that, Deku suddenly removed his hands from his stomach, revealing that it was healed. From showing Anti-Venom the reveal, he smiled as Venom then came right out of Deku's body and covered in completely until he was not revealed. Venom. Don't act so cocky around us. With that said, Venom launched himself straight towards Anti-Venom, waiting time with him into a wall. After doing that, Venom began punching Anti-Venom across the face over and over, but as he continued punching him in the face, Venom quickly noticed that it was having no effect, so he pulled back his right arm and clenches his face as tight as he could to punch him right in the face with all the strength. As he then launched his fist straight towards Anti-Venom's face, he suddenly made impact but not with his face at all. Anti-Venom. Not so strong now, huh? He says that as he grips onto Venom's fist, which he caught before it could hit him. So with his other free hand he punched Venom in the stomach so hard that his feet were lifted off the ground. From Venom being in the air, Anti-Venom let go of his fist as he moved in to grab hold of him. Doing so, he threw them straight towards a pillar. After hitting the pillar, he fell to the ground and tried to pick himself up. But while attempting to do so, Anti-Venom soon slammed his foot on the back of Venom's head, making him slam his face into the ground. Anti-Venom continued slamming his foot against the back of Venom's head over and over until suddenly something broke through the windows from behind. Before Anti-Venom could see what it was, he was then grabbed by multiple tendrils, which then pulled him away from Venom and was then put into a chokehold. As he attempted to break free, a head peeked over his shoulder, which made him look over his shoulder to see Carnage. Carnage, remember us? After Carnage said that, it then opened its mouth widely and bit down onto Anti-Venom's shoulder, which made him scream out of pain. But while screaming, he then reached behind you and grabbed hold of Carnage and threw them over him. But while flying through the air, Carnage's tendrils came right out of its back and pierced through the ground, stopping it from hitting the wall. After doing so, it then placed its feet onto the ground and looked over at Anti-Venom, but while looking at him, Carnage suddenly began to hear groaning. So it turns his head to see Venom, who is beginning to slowly pick himself up from the ground. From seeing that, Carnage smiles, and so does Toga's stomach from the inside as well, for while looking at him they didn't turn their attention back at Anti-Venom. Carnage, Toga, I think we should hold off of why we are here. Toga, I agree, that damn monster over there needs to pay for what he did to us. Carnage, yes he does, but I think we'll need a little help. As Carnage said that, its Kendras suddenly began to go over towards Venom, where it then wrapped itself around his arms and picked him up and put him back on his feet. From that happening, Venom looked at the tendrils on his arms, which then began to unwrap himself. Carnage, hello there. Father. From hearing that voice, then I turned his head over towards his left and saw Carnage. Venom. It's you, Carnage. From saying that, then I prepares himself to fight Carnage and Anti-Venom. Carnage, calm down, me and my host have come to an agreement. Venom. Agreement? Carnage. That's right, so right now you and I are allies, against this damn abomination. Hearing this, Deku and Venom didn't know what they should do, but seeing that the situation that they are in right now, they knew they had no choice but to team up with Carnage and Toga to face off against Anti-Venom. Venom. Fine, we are allies for now, but the two of you are still our enemies. Carnage. Hee. Likewise. With those two now joining forces, they looked towards Anti-Venom, who was not expecting to be targeted by two symbiotes. Around the same time, Venom got into a situation. Mania returned to the rooftop and was surprised that Deku wasn't there. Soon enough, Toxin arrived as well and noticed that Deku wasn't here either. Toxin. Hey, where the hell are they? Mania. We don't know, we just got here. Toxin. You think they went out to look for Anti-Venom's whereabouts? Mania. No. Jiro says they're not stupid to do something like that. Toxin. Then where the hell did they go? Abandoned building. Meanwhile, at the abandoned building, Venom and Carnage were fighting against Anti-Venom, who was surprisingly holding their own against the two of them. Anti-Venom. Come on, is that all the two of you have got? Hearing this, Venom and Carnage grew angry, so they glanced at each other and nodded their heads. After doing that, the both of them then looked straight towards Anti-Venom, who they then began rushing towards. As they were getting closer and closer, Carnage suddenly leapt straight towards Anti-Venom. From seeing that Anti-Venom opened his arms out widely as he then took a step forward to grab hold of Carnage once they got close. But as soon as Carnage was now in Anti-Venom's reach, it then smiled as it shot out tendrils from its back and into the ceiling, where then made its tenders to lift its body up to the ceiling. From that happening, Anti-Venom stood there with his arms still wide open as he looked at that Carnage and realized he was tricked with a fake attack, and when suddenly grabbed and lifted off of his feet by Venom. Venom. Got you. As Venom carried Anti-Venom, he kept running on ahead until they crashed through a weak wall which sent them flying outside and falling to the ground. Thing that they were both heading to the ground, Anti-Venom started hitting Venom to try to break free, but the more he hit him the more his grip began to get tighter. Anti-Venom. Damn it, let go. Venom. No way. If we're going down together.
Will the Venom saying that, Anti-Venom still tried to break free by punching and kicking him. But breaking free was already too late. The two of them crashed down onto the ground, which sent a large dirt cloud into the air. The first to emerge out of the dirt cloud was Anti-Venom. Stepping out from that cloud, he saw vehicle that are used to destroy your buildings, but while looking at them he was then grabbed by his right shoulder and turned around. What he was then punched directly in his face, sending him flying back and into a bulldozer. Venom, have you forgotten we're not done here? Venom says that as he steps out from the large cloud. Anti-Venom looks over at him and pried himself out from the bulldozer. After doing so, he then clenched his fists tightly and bent his knees, where he then launched himself up and aimed straight towards Venom. But as he began heading straight towards Venom's direction, he was suddenly pierced by a metal rod that flew straight towards and sent him back to the ground. With his back onto the ground, he looked down on his body and saw the metal rod lodged between his stomach and chest. Seeing it, he then began to move his left hand towards it to pull it out, but before his hand could even get any closer to the rod, another rod suddenly pierced his forearm and into the ground as well. From that happening, he looked towards the direction where the rod came from and saw Carnage holding another rod in its left hand. But while looking at Carnage, he saw its tendrils holding their own rods as well. What's your aim? Straight at him. Anti-Venom. Oh shit. Carnage then threw all the rods that it held straight towards Anti-Venom, which pierced his arms, legs and body into the ground, making him unable to move. Carnage. Bullseye. Saying that, Carnage leaps off from the side of the building and lands a few feet from Anti-Venom. Seeing that he is unable to move, Carnage started to approach him. While doing so, it turned its hands into blades. Carnage. We're going to make you into mincemeat. Well, Carnage was approaching Anti-Venom. A hand suddenly grabbed hold of its right shoulder and making it stop its approach, as it then turned its head to see Venom. Venom. We aren't killing him. Not until we rip Bakugo out of that damn fake copy of me. Carnage. Why make it complicated when we can easily finish him off right now? Venom. Because I am not killing my host's friend. Hearing Venom say this, Carnage moves its shoulder, making Venom let go. From that happening, Carnage then looked up at Venom. Carnage. Killing and eating is what our species does to live, and hearing that you don't want to kill one pathetic human sounds completely otherworldly to me, so I'm going to kill that fake symbiote by eating it, and if I kill the host in the process, then I'll care less. From hearing Carnage speak this way, Venom began getting really angry. Venom. Believe me when I say this, if you attempt to do as you say, then I will stop you by ripping you off that girl and eat you alive. Carnage. I like to see you try that. Father. While the two looked at each other with murder attempts in their eyes, Anti-Venom began removing the rods one by one with one of his tentacles. Thin enough, the rods that were embedded in his body were now out. So slowly and quietly got up and was deciding to leave, since he knew he was outnumbered. But he knew if he did leave from the both of them will most likely come after him, so he then began thinking of an idea to try to immobilize them. While thinking, he noticed the rods that piercing and came up with the greatest idea, so he kneeled down and grabbed 2 rods with his hands and the rest with his tentacle. Once all the rods are picked up, he stood right back up and looked over towards Venom and Carnage. Anti-Venom. Hey. From yelling that out, Venom and Carnage looked over towards Anti-Venom and saw that he was free. Before they could attempt to stop him, Anti-Venom suddenly leapt up into the air and held all the metal rods up. Seeing that, Venom and Carnage prepare themselves for the incoming barrage. Anti-Venom then throws all the rods at the same time, but they don't head towards the direction of Venom and Carnage. Instead, they pierce to the ground and form a circle around them. From that happening, Venom and Carnage noticed this as they looked at the rods with confusion. Suddenly Anti-Venom lends right back to the ground and pulls one of the rods out from the ground. Doing so he then slams it against two other rods, making a loud sound which hurt Venom and Carnage at the same time. Kind of work. Seeing that his plan is working, he then begins running in a circle while hitting all the rods and making a surrounding sound that they couldn't escape from. As a sound of metal hitting one another continued, Venom and Carnage fell to their knees. Doing so they began yelling out from the pain. Soon enough they stopped yelling out as they then fell to the ground completely and ended up going back into their host, who then laid unconscious from experiencing the same pain their symbiote went through. Seeing that they are now unconscious, Anti-Venom stopped what he was doing and dropped the rod. From doing so he was deciding that he should go over to them and eat them and their symbiotes so you can grow even stronger. But as he was thinking of doing so, he then caught the scent of two other symbiotes heading straight towards this direction. Not wanting to deal with any more symbiote for today, he decided to leave as quickly as possible, leaving Deku and Toga unconscious on the floor. As Deku eyes were shut, he then began to hear when I'm calling out to him. Venom, Izuku, Izuku. Hearing his voice made Deku's eyes begin to twitch under his eyelids. Venom, it's time to wake up. With the Venom saying that, Deku then opened his eyes as he then sat up and began breathing heavily. While doing so he didn't felt the hand be placed on his back. Shinso, Midoriya, it's okay, we're here. As he continued to breathe heavily he looked to his right where he then Shinso kneeling down. Jiro, yeah, it's all right. Deku changes head to the left and sees Jiro kneeling down as well. Deku, panting, why you guys? While looking at the two, he began to observe his surroundings and noticed that he was on a rooftop, but while looking around the roof he noticed that Toga wasn't here. Deku, guys, where's Toga? Jiro, huh, Toga, Shiro. Wait, isn't that the name of the girl who got a symbiote by drinking your blood? Deku, yeah, is she here? Shinso, no, why, was she the one that did this to you? Deku, and no, she didn't do this. Jiro, then who did? Deku, it was Anti-Venom. From hearing Deku say that, Jiro and Shinso's eyes widened out of shock. Shinso, Jiro, what? Right after they both said that, at the same time they then grab hold of his shoulders where they then begin shaking him back and forth. Jiro, you bumped into Anti-Venom. Shinso, you should have came to tell us. Jiro, he's right, if you did come and tell us then you probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Shinso, yeah, so tell us what happened. Deku, all right, I'll tell you, but first can you stop shaking me? With that said they stopped shaking him and took their hands off of his shoulder. After doing so Deku then began explaining everything that happened when Jiro and Shinso left him alone on the rooftop. Eventually after 30 minutes later Deku finishes explanation, which Shinso and Jiro now understood. Deku, that's everything that's led up to now. Shinso, I see, so that's what happened. Deku, I'm really sorry that I didn't go and tell you guys. Jiro, it's all right, we make mistakes here and there. Deku, yeah, I guess we do, but I have a question for you guys, how did you know where to find me? Jiro, it was Venom's yell. We heard it from a long distance away and knew you were in trouble, so we went towards the direction the yellow was coming from. Shinso, that's right, once we arrived we saw you laying on the ground unconscious. We were going to try waking you up but they were sirens in the distance, so we picked you up and took you to this nearby rooftop. Deku, I see, so you guys didn't see Toga laying beside me. Jiro, no we didn't, but Mania did tell me right before we left that she caught the scent of two other symbiotes. Deku, well I guess she must have woken up before me and left before the two of you arrived. Shinso, yeah most likely she did do that. Jiro, well who cares, we have another priority to deal with and that's to look for Anti-Venom again. Jiro says this as she then lifts herself up and stands on her own 2 feet. Deku, yeah I agree with you there, so let's find his scent and track him down. Deku says this as he tries to get back onto his feet, what was then stopped by Shinso when you placed his hand onto his shoulder once more. Shinso, whoa there buddy, I don't think it's a good idea for you to get back onto your feet so soon, especially for what you and Venom went through just few minutes ago. Deku, we're fine, now let's go. As Jiro looked at Deku, her and Mania knew that he wasn't in tip-top shape. Jiro, Midoriya, I think you should rest. With Jiro saying that, Deku and Shinso looked up at her. Deku, I don't need rest, I said we're fine. Jiro. No, you're not, you and Venom were just in a fight a few minutes ago, so the both of you aren't in your tip-top shape right now, so I think you should go rest. Deku. But, Jiro. No buts. Shinso, you take Midoriya to an internet cafe and make sure he rests. Shinso. All right, but what about you? Jiro. Me and Mania will be staying up tracking Anti-Venom's scent. Shinso. Are you sure about doing that? Jiro. Yes I am, and don't worry about me because me and Mania are more faster and agile than your symbiotes. Shinso. Well all right then, the two of you be safe out there. Jiro. We will. Now come on Mania, let's get going. After saying that, Mania then covers Jiro's entire body. Mania. Right. Mania turns her back to Deku and Shinso, as she then runs over to the ledge and leads up into the air, leaving the two of them behind. Shinso. Well she's gone, come on Midoriya, let's go. Shinso put Deku's right arm over his shoulder and begins walking over to the fire escape. Rooftop. Miles away on a rooftop was Toga, who looked out at the city which began to light up, but while looking out at the city something landed right behind her, but doesn't pay any attention and continue looking out at the city. Lasher. Toga. Hearing Lash's voice, Toga still doesn't turn around to face him, but she does respond back, but not towards him but instead towards his host. Toga. Hey Spinner, what brings you here? With her asking that question, Flasher then begin going back into Spinner's body. Spinner. You know exactly why I'm here. Tamura is pissed off that you left. Be back, so I'm here to bring you back so we can put our plan into action. Toga. Sorry, but we're not going back. Spinner. Why not? Toga. Because that plan of going after Venom and his group at UA doesn't even matter anymore. Spinner. Why is that? Toga. Because our targets are here, and so is that damn monster that the doctor made back in that lab. Spinner. Are you serious? Toga. Oh, I'm dead serious. Now go back to Tamura and tell him what I told you, I'm sure he'll understand. Spinner. Right. After saying that, Lasher then came out of Spinner's body and covered him head to toe. Afterwards I should leaked away to go inform Tamura and the others about what he heard from Toga. So once they were now gone, Toga smiled as Carnage's head came out from her back and rested on her left shoulder, where she then began heading the top of his head. Toga. I know our little reunion was short, but we'll be reunited real soon, Izuku. Hours after leaving the others, Mania has managed to pick up a faint scent of Anti-Venom which she began tracking down, but halfway through her tracking the scent suddenly disappeared, so while standing on a rooftop she tried locating the scent again, but while doing so she suddenly heard a distant scream coming from the opposite way she's looking. She turns her head and looks towards that direction where the scream came from. Mania. Someone's in danger. Jiro. Yeah there is. Mania. Then let's go. As Mania said that, she started bending her knees so she can leave up into the air, but was soon stopped by Jiro. Jiro. Mania wait. Hearing Jiro say that, Mani stops what she's doing. Jiro. If we go towards that direction then we probably won't find the scent again. Mania. That's true, but if we don't help this person and we can't call ourselves heroes. Jiro. Sigh, you're right, come on let's go. Mania. You got it. Mania then bends her knees and leaps high up into the air towards the direction where the scream came from. Alleyway. As two girls were being backed up into a wall, two men armed with knives began approaching them. Mugger 1. Come on girls, just hand over everything you get and no one will get hurt. Mugger 2. If you don't, someone will get hurt. As the girls stood there with their backs against the wall, they began hoping for a hero to show up to save them, but seeing the two mothers getting closer and closer to them they began losing hope, until they then heard a voice. Mania. Hey. The two muggers turn around and sees Mania standing right behind them. Mugger 2. Who the hell are you? Mania. Who me? I'm the person who's going to kick both your asses if you don't put down your knives and run away. From the two muggers hearing that, they looked at one another and began laughing, as they then turned to face Mania. Mugger 1. Haha. You're going to wish you stayed home tonight, little girl. Mania. Hey. You stole my line. Mugger 2. Enough of this crap. Let's kill this bitch. with one of the muggers saying that they both began running over towards Mania with their knives pointed straight at her. Mania, here they come. As the muggers begin getting closer, two tendrils slowly begin coming out of Mania's wrist until eventually they reached the floor. Jiro, ready. Mania, ready. And with the blink of an eye, Mania rushed past the muggers without either of them noticing. But as soon as they realized Mania was no longer in front of them, they stopped running and start looking around to see where she's going. While doing so, they felt something tight around their waist, so they both looked down to see some sort of black rope wrapped around them. As they begin to grab onto it, they slowly began turning. While doing so, they realized that it wasn't a rope but a tendril, which they then saw it stretching out to Mania, who was now in front of the girls. Mania, let the fun begin. Saying that, she pulls the right tendril in her hand, making one of the muggers fly straight towards her direction. As the mother was beginning to get close, Mania pulled back her fist and launched it forward, where she then punched the mugger directly in his face, launching him back to where he came from but slamming into some trash cans while hitting the ground. As the other mugger saw that, he grabbed hold of the tinsel and was attempting to cut it with his knife. But as he was desperately trying to cut it off, the knife wasn't even cutting a single inch off. Soon enough he was been pulled towards the Mania and was then grabbed by his neck and lifted up into the air. From that happening, he looked right at Mania and raised up his knife. Will you then begin plunging it straight towards her. But before the tip of the blade could even get any closer, she grabs hold of his wrist with her right hand and slightly squeezes his wrist enough to make him eventually open up his hand and drop. Now that he was disarmed, Mania pulled him closer and looked directly into his eyes. Mania, you and your friends should have listened. With Mania saying that to him, she strikes fear into him. From doing so, she then turns her head around and looks over at the two girls. Mania, the two of you could leave now. Girl, really? Mania, yeah, now get gone, I'm going to stay here and teach these boys a lesson. Hearing that, the two girls quickly ran past Mania and began making the way out of the alleyway. Once they were gone, meaning looked back at the mugger. Mania, well, now that they're gone, let's continue the fun. 30 minutes later. After 30 minutes have passed, police officers soon arrived in front of the entrance to the alleyway, standing there where the two girls that Mania saved. The cops go into the angry and begin going even deeper until eventually arriving at the end and didn't see anyone, so as they were beginning to turn around and head back, they suddenly heard groaning, so from hearing that they turned back around and began to look up, where they then saw the two muggers tied up and hanging upside down. Looking at them, they can see they are completely covered in bruises. Rooftops. As Mania was running and jumping on the rooftops, she suddenly picked up Anti-Venom's scent again and began tracking it down once more, without any interruptions this time. Inside of an internet cafe, Deku and Shinso were in a large booth. Deku was sleeping on the matted floor while Shinso was sitting against the wall while reading a manga. As he sat there reading, he heard the door slide open, so he looked away from his manga into the door, where you then saw Jiro, who looked quite tired. Shinso, you're back. Jiro, yeah, she said that as she climbed into the booth and slides the door closed behind her. Shinso, so did you find him? Jiro, no, I didn't. I know what part of the city is sent as the strongest. Shinso, I see, so should we pack things up here and go after him? Jiro, yeah, but not right now. I need to get some rest, and I think you should too. Shinso, don't worry about me, I took a short power nap after Midoriya fell asleep. Jiro look over at Deku, who is facing the wall, and sees that he is completely knocked out. Jiro, how long has he been out? Shinso, I think for a couple hours, I guess. Jiro, well, that's good to hear. As long as he gets his rest, I'm sure him and Venom will most likely have enough energy after we leave. Shinso, true, and that goes for you, so get some sleep. Jiro, you don't have to tell me twice. Jiro crawls over to the center of the matted floor and lays down, where she then begins to fall asleep. As she was now fully asleep, Shinso looked over to the monitor in the booth and looked at the time. Shinso's mind, it's 4:08, a few hours left until the sun rises. I'll wake them up once the sun has risen. After saying that in his head, Shinso looked back at the manga and continued reading. Hours later, rooftop. As the night sky began turning blue and the stars began fading away, a light begins shining over the horizon, and the person to witness this was Toga, who was sitting on the edge of the rooftop watching the sunrise. Toga, don't you think this view is pretty, Carnage? Carnage. Sure, I guess it is, but I rather have a good view of Venom's expression as I devour him. Toga. Don't worry, you'll get what you want, like how I'll get what I want too. She says that with a smile forming on her face. Carnage. Tell me, Toga, what do you wish to get from that boy you're after? His blood? His death? Or do you just wish to torture him? Toga. You're right about that first thing you suggested, but to be honest with you, I'm after much more than all that. Carnage. And what could that be? With Carnage asking her that question, Toga looks on her head and sees the sunrise, which makes her smile as she feels the warmth of the sun shining on her. Toga. His love. Carnage. Love. Toga. That's right, if I have Izuku's love then it will be all mine alone. Carnage. Why in the world would you want that? Toga. Well, because it is something I'm always after, and I know if I have his love then I will probably never ever go after anyone else's love again. Carnage. You are really dedicated on getting his love, aren't you? Toga. That's right, and I won't stop until I have it. Carnage. Well then, if you wish to obtain his love then I will assist you on doing so. Toga. Really? Carnage. Yes, I will help you no matter the cost. Toga. Thank you, Carnage, you're the best symbiote a girl can have. Carnage. Glad to hear it. Right after they finished talking, Toga then heard a portal open up from behind, so she looks behind her and sees Shigaraki, Twice, Mr. Compress, and Spinner walk out from the portal. Seeing that, she scooches back from the ledge and proceeds to stand up while testing off her skirt. After doing so, she turned to face Shigaraki and the others who made the way over. Toga. Good morning everyone, I hope all of you're doing now. Shigaraki. Toga. We didn't come here for a conversation, we came here to know if what you told Spinner was true. Toga. Oh, it's true. Shigaraki. Really? Then tell me, where are they? Toga. In the city, of course. Shigaraki. Where in the city? Toga. How should I know? I didn't place a tracker on them. Hearing Toga say that irritates Shigaraki so much that Riot soon came out of his body and got real up close to Toga. Riot. Enough games, little girl, tell us where Venom and that damn fake symbiote is. Seeing that he is trying to be threatening, Toga doesn't feel threatened one bit at all, instead she remains smiling and cheerful. Toga. I told you, we don't know, but we do know if you and the others search the city, then I'm sure you'll be able to find them. Mr. Compress. She's right, if we take the time of searching for them, then we'll be able to locate them quickly as possible. From hearing Mr. Compress say that, Riot begins shrinking until returning back into Shigaraki's body. Shigaraki. All right, fine. I need all of you to search the entire city for Venom and that other symbiote. As soon as one of you locate either of them, been contacting me at once. Twice. You got it. Spinner. You got it. Shigaraki. Good. Now go. With that said, Toga, Twice, Mr. Compress, and Spinner had their symbiotes come out and cover their entire bodies. After doing so, they all leaped up into the air towards different directions, leaving Shigaraki behind as he looked out to the city. Shigaraki. We'll find you, and once we do, we'll Riot. Kill you. As Deku, Shinso, and Jiro left the internet cafe, they then made their way into an alleyway where they then climbed a ladder up to the rooftop. From stepping foot on the rooftop, they were soon met by the shining light of the sun. Shinso. Man, it's bright out here. Shinso says that as he puts his hand up to cover his eyes from the sunlight. While he did this, Jiro made her way in front of them to tell them where they could find Anti-Venom. Jiro. All right, you two. Me and Mania discovered what part of the city Anti-Venom is hiding in, so follow us and make sure to keep up. With that said, Mania came out of Jiro's body, uncovered her head to toe. After doing so, she turned her back to Deku and Shinso as she then bent her knees and leaped up into the air and landed on the roof across the street. From seeing her do that, Shinso began doing the same. You've been doing this song by letting out Toxin and letting him cover him head to toe and jumping to the other building. With those two on the other side, Deku was still on the main building where he was beginning to stretch. For doing so, Venom begins speaking to him. Venom. It's so early, shouldn't we get breakfast first? Deku. Venom. We had a bagel and a cup of coffee, I think that's enough breakfast to keep us going. Venom. But I'm still hungry. Deku. Yeah, I know you are, but we're in a rush right now, but don't worry, I'll make sure we get some food this afternoon. Venom. You better or else. Deku. Yeah, you'll eat one of my organs, I get the gist. Venom. Well, alright then, let's get going. Deku. Whatever you say. With that said, Venom covered Deku's face and began spreading throughout his body and growing in size until eventually Venom was now out in the open. As he bent his knees, he then leapt up so high into the air that he went over Mania and Toxin and landed right behind them. From that happening, they both turned around and saw Venom looking straight ahead. Venom. Well, lead the way, Mania. Hearing that, Mania felt a small spark of joy. Mania. Ha. Whatever you say, Pops. Saying that, she ran past Venom and leapt towards another building. From doing so, Venom and Toxin began following. While following her, they began going deeper and deeper into the city, but from doing so they had no clue that they've been seen from a rooftop of another building. Lasher. Looks like Venom isn't the only one here. Well, better head back and report this. Lasher says this as he stands on top of a water tanker watching Venom and the others. East side of the city. In the busy streets of the city filled with men and women dressed very professionally, was one of the members of the League of Symbiote, which was Twice, who's wearing a high-class suit which was actually his symbiote hybrid, taking form of the suit, making him blend in with the crowd. Twice. Hybrid, you sure that symbiote is located here? Hybrid. Positive, the scent of that symbiote is so strong here that I can practically lead us to his location. Twice. Well, alright then, let's just hurry and find him. From him saying that, Hybrid could clearly tell there is worry in his voice. Hybrid, you sound anxious, Jin. What is wrong? Twice. Nothing's wrong. I just want to get this done as possible. Hybrid, there is something wrong. Tell me what it is, please, my friend. Twice. Sigh. Alright, I'll tell you. Ever since I became your host, you've helped me a lot, not only physically but mentally. Those voices I kept hearing in my head all the time went away because of you. For some reason you healed me from that, and I'm really grateful to you for doing that. Hybrid, well, you are welcome, my friend, but I feel that isn't everything you want to tell me. Twice. You're right, what I'm really worried about are the others. Hybrid, what makes you say that? Twice. Well, when Tamura came to get me and the others who had symbiotes, I thought that they helped them too, just like how you helped me, but the more I was around them I feel something was completely different with them, like they were barely themselves. For example, Tamura has become more aggressive since the day I met him. Mr. Compress has turned quite dark by saying how he wants to mutilate others, and Spinner, he's become very distant, and don't get me started with Toga. Hybrid, I understand what you are saying. The reason your friends have changed is because of the symbiotes. They may have the ability to increase strength, stamina, and even heal severe wounds, but they also change you mentally. Twice. But how is that possible? Hybrid, well, the truth behind us symbiotes is that we seek a host not only to live but to control and take over, but there are some symbiote that just wish to create a bond with their host. Twice. So like you and I. Hybrid, exactly. Compared to the others, our bond is more stable, and I think our enemies might have the exact same bond we have as well. Twice. You think so? Hybrid, I'm not 100% sure, but it is a hunch I have. Twice. Well, if it's your hunch then I'll believe it. Hybrid, thank you, my friend. Now let us continue our search, the scent is getting much stronger. Twice. Whatever you say, buddy. Forehead of them was a construction site of a building, and on the very top was Anti-Venom, who looked out at the city knowing there is more symbiote coming his direction. Bakugo. So they're coming after you. Are you going to go run and hide again, you damn bastard? Anti-Venom. No, I've had enough of running, so let them come, so we could face them. While Shigaraki stood on top of the rooftop looking out to the city, Lasher soon appeared behind him. Shigaraki. Lasher, why are you here? Lasher, I came here to report to you that I've located Venom and his friends. Shigaraki, is that so? Where are they heading? Lasher, to the east part of the city, where Twice and Hybrid are located at the moment. Shigaraki, I see, go tell the others about this. Lasher, as you wish, but what about you? Shigaraki, I'll be heading there myself. Hearing that, Lasher then leapt away, leaving Shigaraki by himself on the roof. Shigaraki, let's go. Riot, Riot, copy that. With that said, Riot came out of Shigaraki's body and covered him head to toe, where he was then fully revealed. Riot, we're coming. Venom. Riot then began leaping up and landing on different buildings, making his way over to the east side of the city. east side of the city. Meanwhile, Twice was walking through the streets calmly, but while doing so, Hybrid found where Anti-Venom was located. Hybrid, Jin, I've located a target. Twice, you have. Where are they? Hybrid, up there. As Hybrid said that, a small tentacle came out from Twice's neck, where then moved his head towards a construction site of a building which is across the street, and even begins raising his head to look up at it. Twice, so they're up there, huh? Hybrid, correct. Twice, well, now that we know where they are, now I guess we got to go report this back to Tamura and Riot. From Twice saying that he was about to turn around and walk away, but before you could, Hybrid quickly warned you about something. Hybrid, Jin, wait. Twice, what? Why? Hybrid, I've picked up the scent of 3 other symbiote heading towards our location. Twice, could it be the others? Hybrid, no, it's not. These are unknown scents that I've never encountered before. Twice, then if it's not one of ours, it could be. Hybrid, the enemy. From hearing that the enemies are coming towards this location, Twice was on the verge of panicking, but before he could, Hybrid took control of his legs and brought him into an alleyway, where he then placed him against a wall. Twice, oh man, what should we do? Should we head back to tell Tamura about this? Or should we find one of the others and bring them here? What should we do? What should we do? Hybrid, Jin, calm yourself and listen to me. If we go and tell Tamura, then it will be ready too late. The enemy will most likely locate the other symbiote and engaged in combat with them, and it will be a miracle if we were able to locate one of the others at this moment. Twice, then what are we going to do? Hybrid, the only thing we can do, which is to go in there and capture the symbiote ourselves. Twice, are you serious? Hybrid, yes I am. Now let's go before it's too late. Twice, all right, I'm putting my trust in you. From saying that, Twice then walked out of the alleyway, and quickly ran across the road, where he then made it to the other side of the street. Doing so, he then stepped into the construction site, where Hybrid soon changed Twice's suit into a common construction outfit to blend in with the other construction man. Hybrid, all right Jin, all you have to do is get to the elevator and go to the very top of the building. Twice, okay, sounds easy enough. As Twice was making his way over to the elevator, a hand suddenly grabbed hold of his right shoulder. He gone to his eyes over his shoulder to see a construction worker. Construction worker, hey, you can go in there. Put into the situation, Twice was beginning to think that he should use Hybrid to cut this construction worker down and quickly make his way up the unfinished building. Construction worker, you need a hard hat. As a construction worker says that, he raises up a spare hard hat that he is holding up in his right hand. From seeing him do that, calms Twice. Twice, oh yeah, I must have forgotten, my bad. Construction worker, no worries, but don't forget again, don't need one of my workers getting hurt on the job. Twice, yeah I understand. Twice says that as he takes the hard hat from the construction worker's hand and places it onto his head. After doing so, he then proceeds to walk away from the construction worker over to the elevator. Twice, phew, that was a close one, I thought we got found out. Hybrid, it is a good thing we didn't, now let us hurry. Twice, right, soon enough Twice made it into the elevator with a few other construction workers. The elevator managed to move a few floors up but wasn't even close to the top. So he continued heading to different elevators, making his way further up the building. Eventually, as he was halfway there, he decided to let Hybrid come out while no one was looking. Doing so, Hybrid climbed up the remaining floors of the building until he was then standing. Talk to you was on Sunday on a beam. While standing on the beam, he quickly saw Anti-Venom looking out to the city. With his back turned, Hybrid found the perfect opening to pounce, so he carefully and quietly jumped onto other beams until he was now standing on a beam that was looking over Anti-Venom. Hybrid, got you. Hybrid jumps off the beam and proceeds pouncing towards Anti-Venom, but in mid-pounce, Anti-Venom suddenly turned around and shot up a tentacle state out of his chest, which pierced through Hybrid's stomach and also launched him back into the beam that he pounced from. Anti-Venom, it's only one has arrived, huh? Good, makes it easier lowering your numbers. As Anti-Venom had Hybrid pinned against the beam, Hybrid suddenly shot out multiple tenders with sharp ends out of his back that went straight towards Anti-Venom. Seeing if Anti-Venom pulled his tentacle out from Hybrid's stomach and jumped back to avoid the tendrils, From him doing so, Hybrid reached his hands behind him and grabbed hold of the beam he was pinned against and pulled himself up and stood on the beam once more. Jada, as he did so, he looked straight at Anti-Venom with a menacing glitter. Hybrid, don't get so cocky, because I'm not the only one coming here. Anti-Venom, I know that, that's why I got to make your death quick before we are really interrupted. Hybrid, well, it looks like you're on a short time, let's see if you could beat it. As Anti-Venom and Hybrid looked directly at one another, Hybrid quickly shot out multiple tendrils with sharp tips out of his back that went straight towards Anti-Venom's direction.
Seeing the tendrils heading towards him, he quickly jumped out of the way and hid behind an unfinished wall. But as his back was against the wall, multiple tendrils suddenly bursted around him from the wall, which then turned and pierced through his stomach and chest. From that happening, he attempted to break free, but before he could, Hybrid suddenly kicked through the wall and slammed Anti-Venom to the ground. Having the upper hand, Hybrid made sure to put all of his strength to hold down Anti-Venom. Hybrid, got you now. Anti-Venom, is that what you think? As Anti-Venom had his hands on the ground, he sunk his fingertips into the ground, where he then pushed himself up, launching Hybrid back along with his tendrils that detached from him. Now being back on his feet, he swiftly turned around and began running straight towards Hybrid, who had his back against the wall. Hybrid, oh shit. Hybrid quickly shot out more tenders from his back, launching them straight towards Anti-Venom's direction. But while they were moving in incredible speed, Anti-Venom managed to dodge each of the tendrils by predicting what direction they're coming in from. Soon enough he got close to Hybrid, where he then punched him directly in his stomach, making the wall behind Hybrid crack due to the force behind Anti-Venom's punch. From that first punch, Anti-Venom threw another but at Hybrid's face this time, which launches him through the wall, which made him hit and roll onto the ground until he fell off the ledge. But even after falling, his tendrils launched themselves up onto one of the floors, which then swung him into one of the floors below. Now being on solid ground, he picked himself up and saw some of the construction workers. Way awkwardly raised his right hand and waved at them.
Hybrid, hi. But right after saying that one word, the feeling above cracks and breaks through. From that happening, Hybrid slowly looked over his shoulder, where he then saw Anti-Venom towering over him.
Twice. Oh come on. Anti-Venom, those are right hook straight towards Hybrid head, but from seeing it coming, he quickly ducked down and spun around, where he then kicked Anti-Venom in his stomach, pushing him all the way back to the ledge, where he was about to fall but quickly begun regaining his balance, from seeing that Hybrid faced towards him. But while doing so, he remembered the construction workers that were right behind him. Hybrid, all of you, evacuate the building now. Hearing that, they did not waste any time, since they didn't want to get in the middle of this fight. As all the construction workers began to leave, Hybrid came up with an idea by launching two of his tendrils to the side, which then began to wrap themselves onto some pillars. From doing that, Hybrid began walking backwards, which started to stretch out his tendrils. But while he was doing this, Anti-Venom soon regained his balance, where he then took a step forward away from the ledge. But after doing so, he looks straight ahead and sees Hybrid walking back, which confused him at first until he noticed his tenders wrapped around from pillars, which soon made him realize what he was doing. So as he was about to get out of the way, it was already too late, as Hybrid sudden slingshotted himself straight towards Anti-Venom, where he then tackled him out of the building. From doing so, they both began falling straight towards the ground. But while falling, Hybrid began punching Anti-Venom in his face over and over again. But while doing so, he noticed that he was beginning to get closer to the ground as well. So as one of his tendrils came out from his back, it launched itself straight towards an exposed pipe that was sticking out of the building. From that happening, he began to get pulled off Anti-Venom, as he was fine. But right when he was being to be pulled off, Anti-Venom grabbed Hybrid by his ankle. Anti-Venom, if I'm coming down, then you're coming with me. Hybrid, sorry, I don't think so. Anti-Venom's wrist was then cut off by one of Hybrid's tendrils, making him continue his fall down. Soon enough, he hits the dirt ground, which makes a huge cloud of dust form below. Seeing that, Hybrid begin to descend down the building with the help of his tendrils. Soon enough, he gets so close to the ground that he detaches his tendrils from the building and lands onto the ground. As Hybrid was now on the ground, all he could see was just dust floating all around him. For while standing there, an ear-piercing sound struck Hybrid, which hurts him, and twice, hearing this sound repeat itself, Hybrid fell to his knees and began to expose parts of Twice's body. Twice. Hybrid. What's going on? Hybrid was unable to respond back to Twice due to the piercing sound which ran through them. Eventually Hybrid went completely back into Twice's body, exposing him out in the open. From this happening he began to pick himself up ballista but were still being affected by the sound. But suddenly the piercing sound stopped along with the pain that Hybrid and Twice was experiencing. Twice, panting, "Hey Hybrid, it's not now you could come you." Suddenly a metal pipe pierces right through Twice's chest, making him lean back as it also pierced the ground. Twice, what the hell? Right after saying that, he was then grabbed by his chin, and had his head turned to the left or he then saw Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom? Haha, looks like he'll be getting stronger again.
With that said, Anti-Venom began to open his jaw all the way and lean close to Twice's head. As Twice was looking right into Anti-Venom's mouth, he suddenly saw thin tendrils appear from the side which then wrapped themselves around Anti-Venom's mouth.
Mania. Got them. Anti-Venom was then pulled back and away from Twice. From that happening he was now on the ground then grabbed the tendrils that were in his mouth and ripped them out. After doing so he stood right back up and looked towards the direction the tendrils came towards. Doing so he sees a silhouette of 3 people who are giving off a familiar scent. Anti-Venom. So you finally found me, Venom. With a large gust of wind blowing the dust, it revealed Venom, Toxin, and Mania. Venom. You've been expecting us, haven't you? Anti-Venom? Yes I have, but you 3 aren't the only ones. From saying that, the gust of wind blows all the dust away revealing all of the League of Symbiotes, who have surrounded Anti-Venom and Venom as well.
Riot. Well, looks like we'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
With all 9 symbiote now together, they knew this was going to be a giant clash between apex predators. While all 9 symbiotes were in a standoff with one another, the students of 1A were in class together working on some assignments, but while they were quietly working they kept thinking about the others and how they were doing at the moment, sometimes even glancing over at the empty desks wishing that they were back already. Aizawa. All right students, pencils down. Hearing that they all put their pencils down and began passing their paper up to the person in front of them, but in the middle of passing up their papers, Denki's phone suddenly goes off in his pocket which causes the others and Aizawa look over at him.
Aizawa, Kaminari, I told you if I heard that phone again then I'll be confiscating it. Denki, sorry Mr. Aizawa, I must have forgotten to put it on vibrate. Denki quickly puts his hand into his pocket and takes out his phone. Doing so he looks at the screen and finds out why it went off. Seeing the reason his eyes widened as he stood up from his desk causing everyone in class to focus on him. Kirishima, hey bro, you alright? Denki, guys, you're not going to believe what's happening right now. News report. As live footage of a camera was showing off the streets which looked like a war zone, the reporter Christy Kong got in front of the camera with a microphone in hand to report what was going on. Christy Kong, ladies and gentlemen of Japan, I urge you to stay away from the city at all cost. The reason I say this is that there is some sort of creatures fighting one another throughout the city. The heroes have been called to come and stop them, but I fear that they won't be able to stop these creatures. Cameraman, watch out. The cameraman dropped the camera to tackle Christy Kong. After doing so the camera that is still recording reveals Phage who is thrown over their heads and out of the camera's view. Right after that happened Venom suddenly appeared out of a cloud of smoke then let out a roar towards the direction Phage was thrown towards, but in the middle of his roar Lashes suddenly pounced on top of him from behind and bit onto his shoulder. From that happening Venom reached behind him and grabbed hold of Lasher where he threw him into a building, but right after that happened the camera was then crushed by Phage, turning the live footage into complete static. Class 1A. As the students of Class 1A just watched the news report on Denki's phone, they were completely shocked of what they saw. Mineta. You guys, wasn't that Midoriya? Iida. Yes it was, and it looks like that he is fighting for his life with Venom. Kirishima. If him and the others are out there fighting, then I think we should go out there and lend them a hand. Aizawa. You'll do nothing of the sort. Hearing Aizawa say that, they turn around whether you then see him standing there with his arms crossed. Sato. But sir, they could be in real danger. Aizawa. All of you will be in danger if any of you get involved in that fight. Mina. So we're just supposed to sit here and do nothing while they're out there fighting for their lives. Aizawa. I know all of you just want to help, but you need to remember those things aren't humans. Ojiro. We know that, sir, but we still wish to fight alongside with friends. Kirishima, Ojiro is right, if one of us fights then we all fight together, like a real man will do. Aizawa, I know all of you just want to help, but I'm sorry to tell you that I cannot let you go. As my duty as your teacher, I have sworn to watch and protect each and every one of you here, so my answer is still no. While everyone was getting upset, Uraraka, who was right behind everyone, was more worried about the others. Uraraka, I really do hope they're all right, right Sue? As Uraraka turned her head to the right to look at Tsuyu, she was shocked to see that she wasn't there anymore. Uraraka, Sue. From saying that name the others looked back at her and noticed that Tsuyu it's gone. Right after they noticed they then began to hear Tsuyu's voice in their heads. Tsuyu, I'm sorry everyone, I know all of you want to help Midoriya and the others, but you cannot, the only ones that could help them are me and Sleeper, so don't you worry, I'll make sure we all come back safe. After saying, Tsuyu's voice suddenly disappeared. Miles away from UA was Sleeper, who was already at the nearest city jumping onto different rooftops. Tsuyu, come on Sleeper, we have to get to the others as quickly as possible. Sleeper, I understand, so leave it to me. Tsuyu, will do. While the symbiotes continued fighting with one another in the city, 4 pro heroes were on top of a building miles away so they could observe the threat that they will be facing. Death arms. Oh man, those things are really doing a number in that part of the city. Edge shot. They sure are, but the question is, what are those things? Endeavor. They could be Nomu. Death arms. Nomu. You talking about those monsters that attacked House? Endeavor. Yes, those are the ones. Edge shot. But that's impossible, we contained all of those monsters back in our attempt to capture the League of Villains. Endeavor. Yes, we did do that, but perhaps there was more out there than we expected. Death arms. If that's case, I guess we should go down there and deal with them before they fully demolish the city. Hawks. Hold on a sec, you three. Hearing that, the 3 of them turn around to see Hawks descend from the air to the ground as he then tucked in his wings. Endeavor. Well, it's about time you came back, so tell us, what did you saw? Hawks. Well, I'm not going to say it looks pretty, the entire streets have become a full-on battleground. Edge shot. What about those creatures out there? Hawks. Oh yeah, those things, they're strong, and I mean really strong. Death arms. How strong are we talking about? Hawks. Well, one of them picked up an armored truck and held it up over its head like it was nothing, and what makes it more crazier is that the one that did that was smaller compared to the others. Endeavor. How many are there down there? Hawks. I counted 9, but I can't be too sure about that since there was a lot of smoke. Edge shot. You think all 4 of us have a fighting chance against them? Hawks. Maybe. The 9 I saw are very different to one another, especially in size, but I think the ones we should be worrying about are the 3 big ones. Endeavor. What do these 3 look like? Hawks. Well, the 3 kind of look similar, but they have different colors, like the first one I saw was completely gray, the other one had 2 colors which were white and black, and the third one was all black, which I think has to be the strongest. Death arms. And why do you think that? Hawks. Because when I was watching him, some of those monsters were mainly going after him alone. Endeavor. Describe the black one in detail to me. Hawks. Well, there's not much to really tell. He's big, has a lot of muscle, his eyes are all white, and his mouth are nothing but razor-sharp teeth. From hearing those details, Endeavor began to put those pieces together until eventually he remembered what he saw back at the sports festival. Endeavor. Wait a minute, could it be? Hawks. What? Right after Hawks said that, something big lands right behind him, which causes him to turn around and look along with the others. Death arms. Is that one of those monsters? Hawks. Yeah, it is, but this one is different. All 4 of them were bearing witness of the sight of Sleeper, who towered over them. Even Endeavor, who was taller and bigger compared to the other 3, but while they were looking directly at Sleeper they then got into their fighting stance, but after doing so Sleeper suddenly raised his right hand and showed them his palm. From doing so they then saw Sleeper beginning to shrink in size and even sink into itself. Eventually, from seeing all this they then saw the host, which made their eyes widen out of shock. Death arms. It's a girl. Edge shot. A teenage girl. Tsuyu. Hi. She says that as she awkwardly waves at them. With Hawks. Edge shot. and Death Arms unable to understand what they saw, and there were suddenly walked past them and straight towards Suyu, who even stood right in front of Endeavor. You're one of the girls that is in my son's class. Suyu. Yes sir, I am. My name is Suyu Asui. Endeavor. I'm aware of that. I have 2 questions for you. Why are you here, and what exactly was that we just saw? Suyu. Well, to answer your first question, I'm here to help. Endeavor. You're here to help us. Suyu. No, not you, my friends. From saying that, she points towards the direction where the fighting is. Endeavor. Your friends, huh? Suyu. That's right, and to answer your second question, I'm going to have to shorten what I'm about to tell you. Endeavor. Very well, as long as I can understand it, that will be good enough. Suyu. All right, here it goes. With Suyu talking to Endeavor and the other heroes, Venom and Deku were fighting for their lives as they were going up against Riot, Shigaraki, who is not holding anything back, but neither was Venom, who used his tentacles to give himself the upper hand in strength, by wrapping them around Riot, where he lifted him off of his feet and throwing him into a building. Shigaraki. Get up, Riot. We have to get rid of them now. Riot. I know that already, now shut up. As Riot began to pick himself up, Venom leapt inside of the building, where he spotted Riot right away. Venom. Riot. Right after yelling out his name, Venom started to sprint towards Riot. Seeing him coming his way, Riot quickly got back onto his feet and turned his arm into a ball and chain, where he then swung it straight towards Venom. But as the ball was heading his way, Venom was quick to react by shrinking and going back into Deku's body, where he then slid under the ball and chain. After doing so, he continued running straight towards Riot. Deku. Venom. From saying his name, Venom came out and took charge once again and continued running straight towards Riot. As soon as Venom was close, he threw a punch directly at Riot's face, sending him flying into a wall. From seeing that happen, Venom began to approach Riot, but right after he took a few steps forward, multiple tentacles grabbed hold of his arms, legs, and neck, where they then pulled him out of the building and slamming him onto a car. From that happening, the tentacles let go of Venom, letting him get off the broken car. Doing so, he raised his head and saw Lasher with his tentacles ready to strike. Lasher. You got to remember there's more than one enemy here. Hearing that, Venom smiles directly at Lasher. Venom. Hee hee, and that applies to you as well. Right after saying that, Lasher was then hit by a swinging Mania, who kicked him directly in his head, sending him flying back. After doing so, Mania detached her tendril that she swung on and landed onto the ground, where she didn't look over at Venom. Mania. Venom, you doing all right? Venom. Yeah, thanks for the help. Mania. No problem, Pops. Riot. Venom. From hearing Riot yell that out, Venom looked directly up at the building and saw Riot standing in the hole he was thrown into. Venom. Mania. Get out of here now. Mania. Whatever you say. Saying that to Mania, shoots out a tendril from her wrist, which she uses to launch herself up and swing away from the area, but while swinging away, she looked behind her and saw Venom and Riot leapt towards one another. Jiro. Hey Mania, do you think they'll be all right on their own? Mania. Oh, they'll definitely be all right. Jiro. Well, if you. Right after Jiro said that, they both sensed danger coming from behind, so Mania detached her tendril from her. From doing this, she was able to dodge one of Lasher's tentacles. While falling, she grabs hold of a light post, where she then spun around until planting her feet on top. From doing this, she looks down and looks directly at Lasher, who is looking right up at her. Mania. You got to be careful where you launch those things, you could hurt somebody. Lasher. That was my intention. Now come down here and face me. Mania. So you want to go one-on-one, huh? Alright then, let's go. Mania jumps off the lamp post and heads straight towards Lasher. Seeing her coming, Lasher launched his tentacles straight towards her, but as they were heading towards her, Mania managed to maneuver her way around them while falling through the air. While maneuvering around the tentacles, she stuck her right foot out for a kick, but as soon as she got close, Lasher grabbed hold of her foot with his hands. Lasher. Looks like I got you. Mania. Yeah, I guess you did. Good. Suddenly Mania twisted her right foot around, giving her a good momentum as she then stretches out her left foot, where she then kicks Lasher directly on the side of his head. From doing so, he lets go of her foot as he is launched into a wall, letting Mania catch herself as she falls to the ground by kicking herself back onto her feet. From doing that she looks directly at Lasher, who then pulls himself out of the wall and looks directly at Mania, who then taunt him with her hands telling him to come at her, which gets in real angry from the side of this. Lasher, you damn girl, I'll kill you. Yelling that out, Lasher's tentacles bursted out of his back, which he then used to launch towards Mania. Inside of a building, while Venom was fighting Riot and Mania was fighting against Lasher, Toxin, Shinso were inside of a building whom they were hiding from Phage, Mr. Compress, who was author inside the building as well, so while hiding behind the pillar Toxin peeked around the corner and wasn't able to spot Phage. Shinso, you think he's gone? Toxin, I don't know, I can't pick up his scent. After saying that, Toxin began pulling his head back away from the corner, but as soon as he did that he will soon face to face with Phage, who was directly looking into his eyes. Phage, hello. Phage grabbed Toxin by his throat and lifted him off his feet while pinning him against the pillar. Phage, what are you looking for me? Here I am. With that said, Phage opened his mouth and began leaning in to bite off Toxin's head. But as he got closer, Toxin kicked him directly under his chin, After doing so, Toxin grabbed hold of Phage's wrist, breathing crusted with his strength, making his fingers come loose and lets him falls back onto his feet. Now back onto his own 2 feet, he grabbed hold of Phage's waist and lifted him off of his feet and began running until hitting a wall. From that happening, he then let go of Phage's waist and began punching him directly in his face over and over again. But while punching him in the face, Toxin it's been pierced through his stomach and lifted up into the air. From that happening, he looks down and sees a large spike coming out of Phage's left forearm. Phage, don't forget, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Construction site. Meanwhile, at the construction site where the fighting all began, Anti-Venom was facing off against Carnage and Hybrid. Bakugo, just give up, you damn parasite. Anti-Venom, never. As Carnage and Hybrid sprinted right at Anti-Venom at the same time. He was quick to act by leaping so high up into the air, where Carnage and Hybrid had to look up. From doing so, they were unable to see anything due to the sunlight. But while looking up, they saw a small black speck heading directly toward them in incredible speed. Seeing that, they knew it must be Anti-Venom, so they prepared themselves in his landing. But as he got closer and closer, they realized that the shape of the speck wasn't nothing like Anti-Venom. Eventually, once the speck landed onto the ground, they saw it was nothing but a giant metal beam which must have been thrown up. Carnage, where is he? Anti-Venom, right behind you. Hearing that, they both turn around to see Anti-Venom holding up a metal beam which he uses to hit both of them into a container where multiple containers begin to fall on top of them. Seeing that happen, Anti-Venom tosses away the beam he was holding. Anti-Venom, jumping so high up into the air paid off. They didn't see me land on the building and throw a beam directly up into the air. Right after Anti-Venom said that, Carnage and Hybrid first got out of the containers and stood on top of them while looking directly at Anti-Venom, as they then let out a loud roar. Bakugo, looks like your plan didn't fully work in the end. Anti-Venom, haven't you heard of trial and error? We have plenty of time to get rid of them all. Rooftop. On the rooftops miles away, Tsuyu has just explained half of what's going on to all 4 pro heroes. Without understanding the situation clearly, they began making a plan to help Deku and Venom. While all 9 symbiotes continued fighting one another in the city, Tsuyu and Sleeper were helping the pro heroes with the plan they have formed. Halfway through the plan, Tsuyu and Sleeper decided to use one of their toxins communicate to the others about the plan. But while they were doing that, everyone was still in an intense fight with one another, especially Venom, Deku, who have been constantly throwing their punches against Riot, Shigaraki. With those two constantly exchanging blows, they were given no room to breathe since they were both desperately trying to kill one another. So as Venom and Riot ran towards one another, they then clashed and began pushing one another with pure strength. Riot, what's wrong? Venom, you seem tired. Venom, are you kidding? I'm still raring to go. With that said, Venom then headbutts Riot, making him back up while placing both hands on his head. From that happening, Venom runs straight at Riot and tackles him to the ground, where he then begins punching him directly in the face over and over again. But as he continued punching him in the face, Deku and Venom heard a familiar voice echo through their head. Tsuyu, Midoriya. Hearing Tsuyu voice, Venom stopped punching Riot in the face, as he then looked away from Riot to see if Tsuyu or Sleeper were around. But while looking away, Riot reached up and grabbed Venom by the neck. Doing so, he gripped on tightly while picking himself up. Once he was back on his own 2 feet, he lifted Venom off of his feet and held him up into the air. Riot, you shouldn't have taken your eyes off of me. Riot pulls in his right fist and uppercuts Venom, sending him flying through the air as he then threw a container of a truck. While inside the truck, Venom and Deku heard Tsuyu's voice once again. Tsuyu, Midoriya, Deku, Tsuyu, yes it is, me and Sleeper came here to help you. Venom, well if that's the case where the hell are you two? Venom says this as he sets up in the truck. Tsuyu, we're very close, but we're working with the pro heroes about a plan we made together. Deku, plan, Tsuyu, that's right, since you were the first one I've reached with Sleeper's toxin, I have to tell you that we're going to light the city on fire. Venom, you're what? Tsuyu, don't worry, we're not going to light the entire city on fire. Deku, what then? What do you mean you're going to light the city on fire? Tsuyu, well me and the pro hero Death Arms have gathered containers filled with gasoline which we then poured into the sewer system, and don't worry about the other sewer systems in the other part of the city. Edgeshot has blocked off the other systems, only leaving open the ones that are under the city that you and the others are in right now. Deku, well that's actually better than lighting the entire city on fire. Venom, yeah it is. Tsuyu, I know, but it's going to take us a couple more minutes until we can put our plan into action, so do you think you and the others could hold out until then? Deku, yeah we definitely can. Tsuyu, great, I'll go on and tell the others about the plan as well. Venom, okay, you do that, we'll try our best to stay alive. Right after saying that, Venom gets back on his own 2 feet and burst out of the truck to the side. From doing so he looked towards the direction where Riot was and saw him coming his way. Tsuyu, don't worry you two, once the plan is ready to go I'll be joining into the fight as well. Deku, alright, thanks Tsuyu, no problem. After hearing that, Venom and Riot begin running straight towards one another once again, but while they did this, Sleepers talked and began to spread out wider until finally reaching Mania, Jiro and Toxin, Shinso. From reaching them she began telling them everything she told Deku and Venom. From hearing the plan they were understanding about it and kept fighting on until the plan was finally able to be put into action. 30 minutes later, eventually after 30 minutes have passed, the plan was finally ready to go. Endeavor, all right, is everyone ready? Death Arms, you bet. Edgeshot, certainly. Hawks, same here. Endeavor, okay. Sleeper, go now. Hearing that, Sleeper went ahead and began running into the city. Once he had a fair distance away from them, Endeavor looked down an opened manhole which stinked of gasoline and aimed both hands directly to the hole. Endeavor, prominence burn, from shooting one of his strongest flame attacks directly into the manhole. The gasoline was quick to ignite, making huge flames flow straight through the sewer line. As the flames rushed through the sewers they began shooting out the manhole covers that were way ahead in the streets, making fun shoot right up the manholes. Soon enough the flames reached the area that all 9 symbiotes were and were suddenly surprised when flames suddenly began shooting directly out of the sewers. Riot, what's going on? Venom, can't you see? We're not fighting in the city anymore, we're fighting in hell. Venom smiles directly at Riot, who was shocked to see all these flames. With fire shooting out every manhole throughout the city, every member of the League of Symbiote were all shocked, not knowing exactly what was going on. Deku, Venom's group, knew exactly what was going on. Venom, what's the matter? Riot, scared of a little fire.
Venom says this as he looks at Riot, who is shaken up by seeing so much flames shooting around the area. Riot, you did this? Venom, no I didn't, better friend that did. Riot, you and your so-called friends are insane. Venom, maybe we are, but that's what makes us stronger than you. With that said, Venom charged straight towards Riot. Seeing him coming, Riot grabbed hold stop sign, which he then pulled it out from the ground and threw it like a spear straight towards Venom. As the stop sign was beginning to get closer, Venom launched out his tentacle from his back and grabs hold the stop sign, which he then pulled in and grabbed hold of it with his. Doing so he firmly got the stop sign as he charged towards Riot and impelled him with the stop sign. Venom, you seem to be off your game, need to take a break. Hearing Venom's taunt, Riot got really angry. He reached out his hand to try to grab Venom, but he saw that coming clear as day. So he leaned back and pulled back his left leg, which he then kicked Riot directly in his stomach. sending him off the stop sign and flying all the way down the street. Seeing him land on the ground, Venom dropped the stop sign and smiled as he then bent his knees and leaping high up into the air. As he did so, Riot slowly began to lift himself up. From doing so he looked ahead and didn't see Venom at all, until suddenly Venom landed directly onto him, making a small crater in the road. After doing that, Venom got off of Riot and reached down and grabbed him and lifted him above his head. While lifting him up, Venom looked over at a manhole which was shooting out a massive amount of flames, so from seeing his opportunity, Venom threw him straight towards the flames without any hesitation. Deku. Venom. No, right after saying that it was already too late, Venom has already thrown Riot straight towards the flames, completely forgetting about Shigaraki inside of Riot. Shigaraki. No, we can't die like this. Riot, do something. While flying directly towards the fire, Riot quickly extended his right arm, making it stretch out and birth to a window and into an office, which he then began pulling himself straight in, from seeing that Venom was about to jump directly towards the building and pursue Riot. Right before he could hear the familiar voice call out to him. Sleeper. Venom. Venom turns around and sees Sleeper land right in front of him. Venom. Sleeper, you've made it. Sleeper. Yes, we have. Where are the others? Venom. I don't know exactly, but I'm sure they won't be too hard to find. Sleeper. I see. So do you need any help here? Venom. No, I don't, but I think Anti-Venom could use your help. Sleeper. Why does he need help? Venom. Because last time I saw him he was facing up against 2 other symbiotes, so I need you to take one of them off of his hands. Sleeper. I understand, but why do we need to help him? He is our enemy after all. Venom. That might be so, but his host is our classmate and friend. Sleeper. Very well. With that said, Sleeper turned away from Venom, and took a few steps until eventually leaping away. Once he was now gone, Venom turned towards the building Riot was in, leaped directly towards the window he saw him burst through earlier. Once inside he cautiously walked around and kept his eyes open at all times. Venom. Where are you? While carefully looking for Riot, he didn't notice a door leading to the stairways slightly open. Alleyway. As Venom was inside the building, Shigaraki burst through a door and into an alleyway. Soon falls to his hand and knees, and that's directly into a puddle where he sees Riot looking back at him. Shigaraki. Damn it, how could this happen to us? Riot. I don't know exactly, but what I do know is that we need more strength. Shigaraki. It's a little too late to get something like that, don't you think? Riot. No, it's never too late to get more strength. Shigaraki. Oh yeah. Then tell me, how the hell are we supposed to get more strength? Riot. It's simple, all we need to do is consume it. Flaming building. As the street's manholes were shooting out flames. Some of the buildings were catching on fire due some of the flames going through the pipes connected to buildings. And in one of those flaming buildings were Toxin and Phage, who were still fighting one another. But compared to earlier, Toxin was getting the upper advantage this time due to being able to maneuver around the flames easily. Phage, on the other hand, couldn't maneuver that much due to height and size, so with a strong kick from Toxin, Phage within flying directly out of the building and onto the streets. From that happening, he looked around and noticed all the flames. Not knowing what was going on, he decided to flee the area and head towards Riot, Shigaraki, to tell them that they need to retreat. After running and jumping throughout the city, he eventually found Shigaraki in an alleyway. Phage. Tamura. I need to talk to Riot at once. Shigaraki. All right then. With that said, Riot came out of Shigaraki's body and went towards Phage. Riot. What seems to be the... Phage. What's the... Can't you see? There are flames shooting out of the streets, we need to retreat at once. Riot. We don't need to retreat, all we need is more strength. Bang. That Riot grabs hold of Phage's neck with his right hand, and with his left hand he sinks his fingers into Phage's body and begins ripping him off of Mr. Compress. Once he successfully ripped Phage off of Mr. Compress, he then tossed him away and began to consume Phage right in front of Mr. Compress, who felt complete betrayal from the man he followed. As Anti-Venom was fending off Carnage and Hybrid the best he could, he began to get overwhelmed by their combined strength as they worked together to try to take him down. With Bakugo seeing all this from inside of Anti-Venom, he began getting worried, not for Anti-Venom but for himself instead, since he was still trapped inside of Anti-Venom. Bakugo. Hey parasite. With Bakugo yelling that out, Anti-Venom was tossed against a container where he then looked ahead and saw Carnage and Hybrid slowly walking over to him. Bakugo. Hey. Listen to what I got to say right now. Anti-Venom. I'm a bit busy here. Bakugo. Yeah, I can see that you're getting your ass kicked, so listen to me, god damn it. Anti-Venom. Sigh. Fine, but make it quick, we don't have much time. Bakugo. All right. As soon as those guys get close, put your arms up and let me take control. Anti-Venom. What? Bakugo, just do it, Anti-Venom. All right, but just know this, our lives are in your hands. Bakugo. Yeah. Why do you think I'm doing this? Ask Carnage and Hybrid began approaching Anti-Venom. They soon began sprinting towards him, but as soon as they got close enough, Anti-Venom raised both of his hands and aimed them directly towards Carnage and Hybrid. Bakugo. Now, from yelling that out, Anti-Venom's own hands begin to pull back and reveal both of Bakugo's hands. Bakugo. Eat this, you bastards. Bakugo shoots out a large explosion from the palm of his hands, which injures and pushes back Carnage and Hybrid, who goes flying into the construction building. After that, Anti-Venom covered Bakugo's hands once again. Anti-Venom. Good thinking. Bakugo. Yeah, I know. Military up and deal with those damn bastards before they get back on their feet. Anti-Venom. Huh. Say whatever you say. As Anti-Venom took a few steps forward, he stopped to bend his knees so he could leap up. The right before you could, something big lands right behind him. Hearing that, he stops bending his knees as he then turns around to look directly at a cloud of dust which is soon blown away by the wind. From that happening, he soon sees Sleeper, who is looking directly at him. Sleeper. Long time no see. Anti-Venom. You got that? While looking at one another, Anti-Venom begin clenching his fist, which Sleeper notices right away. Sleeper. Wait, I'm not here to fight you, I'm here to help. Anti-Venom. Help? Did you forget I'm trying to venom the rest of you? Sleeper. No, I didn't forget. The only reason why I'm here to help you is because you have our friend inside of you. Anti-Venom. That sounds like a good reason to help. For what happens after that, huh? You going to try to kill me just like how your friend Scream tried to? Hearing him mention Scream, Sleeper began to get angry towards him as he crunched his fist, but as he was getting angry, Suyu quickly got involved. Suyu. Sleeper, don't let his words get to you, suppress your anger. Hearing Suyu say that, Sleeper begins to calm himself. After doing so, he stopped clenching his fist, has even looked directly at Anti-Venom. Sleeper. We don't have time to discuss that situation at the moment. Right now we need to focus on the enemy, which we are not. Anti-Venom. Very well, but we're not done here, got it? Sleeper. I understand. Anti-Venom. Good, now let's go take care of. While speaking, he was turning around and was soon pounced on by Hybrid, who quickly punched him right in his face, embedding Anti-Venom's head into the ground. From seeing that, Sleeper took a step forward to help Anti-Venom. But before he can take another step, multiple tendrils suddenly wrapped around his body and was beginning to pull him back. Looking down at the tendrils, he notices that they're all red. Carnage. Hello. Sue. From hearing her nickname, Sleeper, Suyu turned their head around to see Carnage holding them back, but while looking directly at Carnage, Suyu immediately knew who the host of this monster was. Suyu, Sleeper, Toga. Toga. From them saying her name, Carnage reveals half of Toga's face, who is smiling after. Toga. Carnage. That's right. That's right. Streets. Meanwhile, on the streets, Mania and Lasher were still going to head with one another. And could be easily said that they are too evenly matched with one another due to their speed, strength, and agility, but Mania was more cunning, by faking some of her attacks and changing them right in the middle of the fight. From doing this, she was able to land so many hits onto Lasher, who was desperately trying to land a single hit onto Mania. But from receiving a severe beating, he knew he wouldn't be able to keep up for much longer. So during the fight, while Lasher stood there looking over at Mania, who was sprinting towards him, he quickly used his tentacles to reach a hydrant, which he then used his tentacles to pull off the cap, making it shoot a large stream of water towards one of the giant flames that are still shooting out from the manhole. From doing this, the water and fire make a large amount of steam covering Lasher. From this happening, Mania sprinted the fastest she could, but as soon as she reached work, he was already gone. Rooftop. From escaping the area, Lasher was now running on the rooftops. towards the direction where he smells the scent of Riot and Phage. Out while he was running on one of the roofs, he was about to leap to another rooftop. But right before he could, a blurred jumped up from below and landed right behind Lasher. From that happening, he turned around and saw Riot. For a while looking at him, he noticed she was very different. He was much bigger than before and sharp spines began coming out from his back and arms. Lasher. Riot? Riot. That's right, Lasher, it's me. Lasher. What happened to you? Riot, I just got a bit stronger, that's all. While looking directly at him, Lasher soon picked up Phage's scent on him. Lasher. Riot. Where is Phage? From being a flat question, Riot smiled directly at Lasher. Riot. He's in good hands, and a matter of fact, I think you'll be in good hands as well. Riot says that as he extends his left arm out and sinks his fingers into Lasher's cheek, where he then begins pulling him off of Spinner. Once they were now separated, Spinner looked directly at Riot, who held a squirming Lasher in his left hand. Spinner. What are you doing? Riot, can't you see? We're getting stronger. With that said, he bit down onto Lasher and began consuming him, in front of Spinner's eyes. With Anti-Venom being pinned down by Hybrid, Sleeper was struggling to break free from Carnage's tendrils. Carnage. The more you struggle, the more my tendrils keep tightening around. Even from hearing Carnage say that, Sleeper was not going to giving up that easily, so using all of his strength he took a step forward and even pulled Carnage, who surprised from being pulled forward. Carnage. You're really strong, Sue. With Carnage saying Suyu's nickname once again. Sleeper gained the strength he needed to break free from the tendrils on his right arm. From breaking free, he turned and grabbed hold of the other tenders wrapped around his other arm. Doing so, Sleeper held them so hard that he flings Carnage aside, snapping the other tendrils wrapped around him as Carnage was tossed to the side. Now free from the tendrils, Sleeper ran towards Anti-Venom and Hybrid, where he then kicked Hybrid directly in the face, sending him flying directly towards a bulldozer, which he soon slams against and ends up falling to the ground. From that happening, people reached down and pulled Anti-Venom up on his feet. Sleeper. You okay? Anti-Venom. Yes, but we didn't need your help. Sleep. Didn't look that way to me. As they looked at one another with threatening eyes, both of them then heard roars coming from behind their backs, so they swiftly turned around and went back to see their opponents. Sleeper. Listen, me and you may not be on the same side, but for now we are, so let's try to work together to defeat these two. Anti-Venom. But once we're done here, I'm going to. Sleeper. Yeah, I know, we'll deal with that later. With their Carnage and Hybrid ready to strike, Sleeper and Anti-Venom made the first move by charging there towards them head on. With Carnage and Hybrid seeing this, they went ahead and charged them as well. As Carnage and Sleeper were about to clash against one another, Carnage was quick to act by leaping up into the air and landing right behind Sleeper, who then quickly turned around while throwing a punch, but from seeing this coming, Carnage ducked down and swept Sleeper's feet, making them fall to the ground. With his back on the ground, Carnage quickly got on top and swiped at Sleeper's face with its sharp fingers. From doing so, it exposed half of Suyu's face, which makes Carnage reveal half of Toga's, who is smiling directly at Suyu. Toga. It really is good to see you again, Suyu. I told you, only my friends get to call me that. Toga. But that's where we are, friends. Suyu. You are no friend of mine. Toga. You don't really mean that, do you? Suyu. I do mean it. Toga. Oh, if that's the case, then I guess it's okay to kill you. Toga says that with a smile on her face as she then raises her right arm up, which suddenly turns into a scythe. Swing the scythe towards Sleeper, Suyu's neck, who she plans to decapitate. But before the blade of the scythe could get close, Sleeper suddenly turned his right hand into a hammer, which he then used to hit Carnage, Toga off of him before the tip of the scythe could get anywhere near his neck. After doing that, he quickly gets back on his feet and sees Carnage kick themselves back onto their feet, with Symbiote and Host looking directly at their enemy. They both turned their hands into the weapons they had formed in their other hand. After doing that, Carnage and Sleeper covered their host's face. Suyu. Sleeper, you ready? Sleeper. Yes, Toga. Ready, Carnage? Carnage. I sure am. As Carnage and Sleeper were in a standoff, their host gave them one command. Suyu. Toga. Go. Hearing that single order, Sleeper and Carnage charged towards one another, while both hands were now weapons. As those two crashed with one another, Anti-Venom and Hybrid were still fighting one another with everything they got. As Anti-Venom had more strength, Hybrid had more agility, meaning he was able to dodge more attacks compared to him, who was constantly getting hit from every direction. But from being hit so many times, he was able to fight through it and keep going like nothing was happening to him at all. But from seeing that he had so much durability, Hybrid knew that there had to be a limit. So in the middle of exchanging blows, Hybrid dodged one of Anti-Venom punches and kicked him away. From doing so, he used his tendrils to grab hold of a bulldozer wood, you then lifted up and slammed it on top of Anti-Venom. After that was done, Hybrid and Twice figured that they must have got him, but right before they could celebrate, the bulldozer suddenly began getting lifted up, and before they knew it, they saw Anti-Venom lifting up the bulldozer over his head and looking directly at Hybrid. "Anti-Venom, I think this belongs to you." He yells that out as he throws it towards Hybrid, who quickly jumps out of the way. But after doing so, he looked over towards Anti-Venom and saw him charging towards him. From seeing this, Hybrid began looking around to see if you could find another bulldozer to throw at him. While looking around, he did not spot a bulldoze. Instead, he spotted a tanker, so with his tendrils he lifted it up over his head and held it up until finally throwing it towards Anti-Venom. But as he saw it coming his way, he lowered his hands to the ground and exposed Bakugo's hands, which then shot out a huge explosion which launches him up into the air over the tanker. From seeing that explosion, Hybrid looks up and sees Anti-Venom in the air and heading directly towards him, so Hybrid shoot out his sharp tendril straight towards him, but while the tendrils were heading his way, Anti-Venom, Bakugo extended their arms out towards the tendrils and shot out another huge explosion, which destroys the tendrils and damages Hybrid in the process as well. From that happening, Hybrid falls to the ground and begins to regenerate his injuries. Twice, "Hybrid, you all right?" Hybrid, "Why yes, just give me a sec to heal." But during the middle of his healing process, Anti-Venom lands directly in front of him and stands over him. Anti-Venom, "Well, it looks like I'll be adding another one to the collection." Anti-Venom says this as he begins to extend his right hand towards Hybrid. Seeing this, Twice takes control and gets Raven turns around to start running, but before he could get far, Anti-Venom sinks his claws into Hybrid's back and ripped him off of Twice, who falls from having Hybrid ripped out of him. But while on the ground, he sees opening his jaws to consume Hybrid, seeing that his eyes wide, and as he then got up and turned towards Anti-Venom, who then ran towards while extending his arm out. But as his fingers were only inches away from Anti-Venom, bit down onto him and began tearing right through him with his sharp teeth. Once Hybrid was now, Anti-Venom looked down and saw Twice, who was looking directly up at him with a shocked expression. Anti-Venom, "Thanks for the meal." From hearing Anti-Venom say that, Twice got very angry and began punching Anti-Venom's stomach. But as he continued throwing his punches, they had no effect on him. So Anti-Venom raised up his left hand and smacked Twice aside, making him hit a metal beam which breaks his right arm in the impact. From that happening, he lays on the ground screaming and shedding tears. Not from his arm being broken, but from losing Hybrid, who was a very important part of himself. As Anti-Venom was witnessing this, he decided not to kill him. So he turned around and began walking away from him, and began walking towards Sleeper and Carnage, but as he continued walking away, Twice managed to build up the strength to stand right back up. Doing so, he leans against the metal beam he was thrown again and then looks directly towards Anti-Venom. While doing so, he notices the tankers that him and Hybrid threw, thing that he notices a thick liquid pouring out which has a very strong smell which he could be recognized, so with the smile on his face, he reaches his left hand into his right pocket and pulls out his lighter, which he then lights up. He looks directly at the flame, thinks about Hybrid. After doing that, he looks back at Anti-Venom. Twice, "Hey." Hearing Twice say that, Anti-Venom stops walking as even turns his head to look over at him. Twice, "Burn, you son of a bitch." With that said, Twice throws his lighter directly at Anti-Venom's feet, seeing that he looked down and sees the big liquid which immediately engulfs in flames along with the trail all the way up to the tanker, which soon makes a giant explosion. From that giant explosion going off, Sleeper managed to get away and save Twice in the process as well, and was now standing on the ledge of a building where he looked down where he was fighting Carnage, who also escaped the explosion but did not know where they went. So a Sleeper then placed an unconscious Twice onto the roof. He then looked back at the construction grounds to make sure he didn't miss anything. Suyu. Sleeper, "Do you see anything down there?" Sleeper, "No. All I see is smoke. Suyu. I see. Do you think Bakugo got out? Sleeper. Maybe, but I don't know. We did see his symbiote take the full force of the explosion after all. Suyu. I hope that he is all right. Sleeper. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I hope so too. As Sleeper, Suyu kept looking, they suddenly heard Twice groaning, so Sleeper turns around and sees Anti-Venom holding up Twice by his neck. Sleeper. You're alive. Anti-Venom. Of course I am. It's going to take more than that to kill me, but I cannot say the same for him. Anti-Venom says that as he tightened his grip around Twice's neck, making him groan out of pain. Sleeper. Stop. Anti-Venom. Why should I? He needs to pay for what he's done. Sleeper. No he doesn't, so put him down, now. From hearing Sleeper yell, Anti-Venom turns his head and looked directly at Sleeper, and they looked at one another for entertainment. Anti-Venom soon let go of Twice, letting him drop down to the ground. After doing so, Anti-Venom turns towards Sleeper and begins clenching his fist, which Sleeper notices right away and begins to crunch his fist as well. Sleeper. You don't have to do this, Anti-Venom. Oh yes. Yes we do. Sleeper, then so be it. Streets. Meanwhile in the streets, Venom, Deku was still looking for Riot, Shigaraki, but from doing so they were picking up the scent of Phage and Lasher, which was oddly mixed in with Riot's scent. Venom. Izuku, there is something strange going on. Deku. Yeah I know, you think we should try to regroup with the others. Venom. No, I think it's best that we stay here. Deku. All right, if you say so. So as Venom began taking a few steps forward, something was lurking from the rooftops above, until suddenly it then jumped off and headed straight towards Venom. But as it was about to pounce onto Venom, he then turned around and grabbed the pouncer by his waist and threw him down the street. But while flying down the street, a giant sharp blade came out from his forearm, which he then lodged directly into the ground, stopping him from flying further back. After doing so, he pulled his blade right out from the ground and stood up, where he then looked directly towards Venom. But while looking at one another, Venom picked up 4 scents coming off of this pouncer, which were Phage, Lasher, Riot, and Shigaraki. Venom. Izuku, we got ourselves a big problem. Izuku. Yeah I can see that. Riot, so what do you think? Venom. Venom. What did you do to yourself? Riot. Riot. I did what we were born to, consume and evolve. Venom. And I take it to evolve yourself, you consumed your own allies.
Riot. Correct. A sacrifice which had to be made, and I would have been stronger if Carnage and Hybrid were just nearby.
Hearing this makes Venom very angry with him. Venom.
Riot. I am clear of what you did as our purpose as symbiotes, but eating your own allies is unforgivable, so I'm going to kill you right here right now.
Riot. Haha. You actually think you can kill me, especially the way I am now? You are truly a fool. Venom. Venom. Maybe I am, but that's not going to stop me from killing. Riot. Well then, let us end this once and for all. So with that said, the two begin sprinting straight towards one another with the intent to kill. As they were about to clash, Venom jumped up and kneed Riot directly in his face, making him step back as he placed both hands on his face. But as soon as he lowered those hands, he saw a fist which punched him in his face. Following that were more punches that hit him in his face and body multiple times harder than the last. But as he was throwing one of his punches directly towards Riot's face, Riot raised his hand and grabbed hold of it, where you then begin to squeeze down so hard that it brought Venom down to his knees. Riot. Don't you see now, Venom? You are the weakest one here? From saying that, Riot then leapt up into the air with Venom still in hand. As soon as they got high up into the air, Riot then threw Venom straight down to the ground, which makes a crater in his impact. But while laying there, he looked up and saw Riot heading straight down towards him. Before he can move, Riot slammed his foot right on top of Venom's chest, embedding him further into the ground. From doing so, Riot leaned in and looked directly at Venom's face. Riot, like I told you, you truly are a fool. No, you're going to die a fool. Riot leaned away from Venom's face. He then raised up his right arm up where the giant blade from earlier came out from his forearm. From doing so, he aimed the blade directly towards Venom's head. Riot. Farewell, Venom. As he was about to plunge the blade straight down towards Venom, 2 tendrils suddenly wrapped around his arm and began pulling his arm back. From this happening, he looked over his shoulder and saw Mania. Mania. Sorry, Freak Show, but I'm not going to let you kill my pops. So with all of her strength, Mania lifted Riot off of the ground and over her head, where she then slammed him into the road. From doing so, she then detached her tendrils from her arms and began running towards the direction she slammed Riot. As soon as she got close, she saw him picking himself up from the ground. So she pulled back her right arm and punched him across his face. But that wasn't enough, so she began punching him across his face over and over again. But while doing so, Riot suddenly reached his hand out to her to grab hold of her. Once Riot's hand got close, Mania then backflipped away before he could grab her. But from doing this, it allowed Riot to get back on his feet. Seeing this, Mania wasn't going to back down, so she ran back towards him and began throwing punches and kicks directly towards him. But while doing this, Riot threw his own punches towards Mania, who was managing to dodge each of his punches due to being way more agile and faster than he was. While Mania was fighting off Riot, it gave Venom enough time to climb out from the crater and witness the fight between Mania and Riot. Izuku, we got to go help them. Venom agreed. Venom says this as he attempts to pick himself up but falls back to the ground. Izuku. Venom. What's wrong? Venom. Those hits from Riot, it took more out of me than I expected. Izuku. Come on Venom, we have to get up. Venom, I know, but I don't think I can. As Venom and Deku were struggling, Meaning was still doing her best to fight against Riot, but I should continue throwing her punches and kicks. Riot unexpectedly moved so fast that he grabbed hold of Mania's neck and lifted her off of her feet. She tries to break free from him, but his grip was way too strong. Riot. I wonder what one of Venom's offspring tastes like. From saying that, Riot began opening his mouth, from seeing that Mainly kept trying to break free from his grasp but could not, so she turns her head to the right where she then sees Venom struggling, from seeing that Mania knew she could help him but in a cost. Mania, Kyoka, we won't be able to make it out of this. Jiro. Then what are we going to do? Mania, there's only one thing I could do. Jiro. What do you mean by I? Mania. It's been fun, Kyoka, take care of yourself now. Jiro. Mania, wait. Mania extends out her right arm towards Venom, which she then begins to peel away from Jiro and fly back into Venom, who is beginning to gain all of his strength once again. From that happening, Jiro was now stripped from Mania. Seeing this happen right in front of him, Riot closed his mouth as he looked at Jiro. Riot, what did you do? Jiro. I didn't do anything, she did. From saying that, Riot was then punched on the side of his face, which makes him let go of Jiro as he even flew down the street. Venom grabs hold of Jiro and places her back to the ground gently. Doing so, he looks at her. Venom, Jiro, Mania wanted me to tell you something. Jiro. What is it? Venom, she said, rock on. From hearing that, Jiro couldn't help but to smirk at Mania's last words. Jiro, I will. Hearing her say that, Venom began walking away from her to approach Riot, who's picking himself up from the ground while looking directly towards Venom. Venom. Come on, you piece of shit. I'm ready for round 2. Riot slams his fist onto the ground as he then bolts himself up from the ground and begins sprinting towards Venom. We'll see then both clash with one another, but Riot, when they clashed, Carnage was observing them from the rooftops. As Venom and Riot exchanged heavy blows, they did not let up one bit due to wanting to kill the other. Venom. What's the matter? Riot lost the will to fight. Venom says that as he punches Riot across his face, making him stumble back but quickly recovers, as he then looks directly towards Venom with an angry expression. Riot. Venom. From yelling out Venom's name, Riot then formed a giant blades on both of his forearms. Doing so, he ran towards Venom and began using his giant blades to slash at Venom, who was managing to dodge each of his strikes. While doing so, he had his tentacles come out from his back to help him fight, so using 2 of his tentacles he launched them straight towards Riot, which then wrapped around his wrist, which forced him to extend his arms out to the side. From that happening, Venom took this opportunity to beat on Riot while his arms are spread out. Deku. That's it, Venom. We got them just where we want them. While being pelted multiple times, Riot grew even more angry than before, so he raised his head up and roared into the air. From doing so, 6 tentacles suddenly bursted out from his back, which he then used to wrap around Venom and lift him off of his feet. Doing so, Riot then tossed Venom down the street, which detached Venom's tentacles from Riot's wrist. From that happening, Riot looked at his new ability, which made him quite happy. Riot, now this is an upgrade. As soon as Venom hit the ground he began picking himself up, but while doing so he was then kicked in the face which launched him off of the ground, but before he could go higher up, Riot grabbed hold of his ankles and slammed him face first into the road. After doing so Riot slammed his foot onto Venom's back and reached down what he then grabbed hold of the top of Venom's head which Riot lifted up.
Riot, here we are again Venom, you on the floor while I stand over you feeling victorious, the only thing left to do now is to kill you.
From saying that, Riot raised up his right arm again and aimed the tip of the blade straight toward Venom's head. Riot, any last words Venom? Venom, I'm still going to kill you. Riot, huh, keep wishing you fool. Riot then launched the blade towards the back of Venom's head, but right when the tip of the blade was inches away from piercing his head, Riot suddenly gets stabbed through his back and was lifted off of his feet. Riot looked down at his stomach and sees a narrow blade coming straight out from my stomach. Carnage. They're ours. Hearing that, Riot looks over his shoulder and sees Carnage whose right arm is the blade pierced right through him. Riot, Carnage. From Riot saying their name, Carnage raised its right leg and kicked Riot off of the blade which makes him hit the ground multiple times as he was flying down the street. After doing so Carnage walked over towards Venom and grabbed hold of his left shoulder and lifted him up to his knees. Carnage. Venom. Venom turns his head towards his left and sees Carnage looking directly at him. Venom, Carnage, what are you doing here, Carnage? We came here to kill you and take your host, but that's changed for now, because you and I have a common enemy. Venom, Riot. Carnage, correct, now get back on your feet. Hearing Carnage say that, Venom picked himself up from the ground and stood right beside Carnage and they then looked over at Riot who's also bringing himself back to his feet. Doing so he looks directly towards Venom and Carnage. Riot. You two think you could defeat me, Venom? Yes we do. Shouting that out Venom's tentacles come out from his back and Carnage makes its arms into a blades and makes multiple tendrils come out from its back. Riot. So be it. With that said, Riot begins running straight towards the two with giant blades coming out from his forearms and 6 tentacles coming from his back. Seeing him coming, Venom and Carnage begin running straight towards him as well. As they were getting closer Venom shout out his tentacles and Carnage shout out its tendrils towards Riot. As the tentacles and tendrils were getting close, Riot raised up his arms and began slicing through the tentacles and tendrils, but while doing so Carnage took the lead and charged ahead with its right bladed arms extended out which soon clashed against Riot's right giant blades. Riot, you're going to need more than that to pierce through. Carnage, you're right. With that said, Carnage changed its left bladed arm into a chainsaw. Doing so Carnage lifted up its chainsaw arm and hit the top of Riot's blade, which suddenly began sawing through the thick blade. Seeing that Riot quickly raised up his left arm to use the blade to strike at Carnage, but before he could, Venom's tentacles grab hold of his blade. Venom. Don't forget that I'm here too. From saying that the Venom grabbed hold of his tentacles and pulled them so hard that he managed to break half of Riot's blade off. And if that wasn't enough, Carnage saw through the other blade completely with its chainsaw arm. After doing so Carnage attempted to strike at his neck with a chainsaw arm. But right before it could, Riot's tentacles swipes at Carnage, pushing them back, but as he did that, Venom suddenly swooped in from behind and grabbed all 6 of the tentacles off the tentacles. Venom placed his foot against Riot's back and began pulling the tentacles with all of his strength. Until finally Venom ripped them all off from Riot's back. Right after doing that then dropped all the tentacles to the ground as he then looked over at the Riot who stumbled forward until eventually turning to look at Venom who began approaching him from his left. But while looking at him he hears footsteps coming from his right so he turns his head towards his right and sees Carnage approaching as well. Seeing that he is blocked off from both sides, he attempts by bending his knees so he could leap up, but before his knees could get even lower, Venom and Carnage rushed towards him and grabbed hold his arms. Doing so they both began pulling Riot's arms from different ends. From this happening Riot began to feel that he is being split in half. Shigaraki. Riot. Do something. Riot. I can't. As he yells out, Riot begins splitting in half, revealing Shigaraki who is desperately trying to pull Riot back together. But as he attempted this, a wire suddenly wrapped around his neck and pulled him out of Riot and onto the ground. From this happening he looks up and sees Jiro who then stumps on his face knocking him out, with Shigaraki out of Riot. Venom and Carnage ripped Riot in half. From doing so they both began eating and consuming the halves of him, killing him once and for all. Once that was done, Venom and Carnage looks over at one another and begins to clench their fists. Deku. You ready, Venom? Venom, sure am. Toga. Ready to go, Carnage? Carnage, ready as I'll ever be. As the two took one step forward, something suddenly crashes behind Venom, which makes the Boston turn their attention over towards there. Doing so, Venom sees Sleeper on the ground picking himself up. Venom, Sleeper. Hearing Venom say his name, Sleeper looks over towards Venom. But right before you could say a word, Anti-Venom appears from behind Sleeper and sinks his hand into Sleeper's back and grabs hold of Tsuyu, who even pulled out from Sleeper and tosses her aside. Seeing this, Venom and Deku want to run over towards her to catch her. Toxin finally appears and catches her himself. Seeing that happens, Venom and Deku are relief, so they look back towards Anti-Venom, who has grasp of Sleeper, who even begins to consume. Once he was done, he looked directly towards Venom and smiled. Anti-Venom. Well, looks like there's only 2 more symbiotes. From hearing Anti-Venom say there was only 2, Venom looks over his shoulder and sees that Carnage is no longer there and must have escaped once Anti-Venom appeared. Venom, damn it. After saying that, Venom looks back at Anti-Venom, who is still smiling directly at him. Anti-Venom, prepare yourself, Venom, for this will be our final fight. Venom, yeah, let's end this here. From seeing Venom and Anti-Venom beginning to fight one another, Toxin suddenly felt a tap on his right shoulder, which made him turn his head to see Jiro, which made him confused on why he wasn't using Mania. Jiro. Hey, hand me Su. Toxin. Right. Toxin goes ahead and hands over Tsuyu to Jiro. Jiro. All right, you go help Venom and Midoriya, me and Tsuyu are going to get out of here. Toxin. But aren't you going to help us? Jiro. Sorry, but I can't help anymore, so you're the only hope that Venom has, so go out there and help. Hearing that, Toxin was then filled with determination while looking at Jiro.
Toxin. All right, get out of here now. Jiro, you don't have to tell us twice.
So as Jiro began leaving the area with Tsuyu, Toxin looked back at the fight between Venom and Anti-Venom. Doing so, he clenched both of his fists and ran into the fight, where he then jumped up and punched Anti-Venom on the side of his face, which launched him into a wall. From that happening, Toxin looks over at Venom, who was looking down at him. Toxin, looks like you needed some help. Venom, unlikely, but if you're offering to help me, then I'll allow it. Toxin, good, and if you didn't accept, I would have just helped you anyways. Venom, well then, let's go kick some ass. With Venom saying that, Anti-Venom suddenly came out from the wall he was launched into and look over towards Venom. Wait until Talking standing next to him as well. Anti-Venom, looks like it's going to be another 2 against 1. Venom, yeah, so bring it. Without a second thought, Anti-Venom begins sprinting towards Venom and Toxin, who also begins sprinting towards him as well. While doing so, Venom took the lead and ran ahead of Toxin, who suddenly stopped running ahead at the then turned to run to the side. Soon enough, Venom and Anti-Venom got so close to the other that they then clenched their right fist and pulled back their arm as they then lunged their fist towards the other's face, which soon makes contact, making their heads turn as a fist was against their left cheeks. But even from being in this situation, Venom was quick to act by throwing low punch at Anti-Venom's stomach, which lifts him off of his feet. From that happening, Venom then moved in close and grabbed hold of Anti-Venom's waist. From doing so, he then slammed his back onto the ground. After that, Venom slammed his knee on top of Anti-Venom's chest and began throwing punches directly at his face. Deku. Remember, Venom, Bakugo is still in there, so it's our main priority to get him out. Venom. Yeah, I know, but the only way to do that is to beat the living crap out of this bastard. As Venom said that while throwing punches, Anti-Venom suddenly grabbed hold of Venom's fist. From this happening, Venom tries to break free from Anti-Venom's grasp but could not due to him having a strong grip. Anti-Venom, you know, your attacks are getting quite old. From saying that, a white tentacle suddenly comes out from Anti-Venom's stomach, which then wrapped around Venom and lift him up into the air and tosses in the side. From that happening, Anti-Venom quickly picked himself up from the ground and turns toward the direction Venom thrown towards, but from doing so he saw Toxin flying towards him, where he then kicked him in the chest, making him stumble back. Seeing that, Toxin took this opportunity to rush over towards him and begin throwing fast but strong punches directly at Anti-Venom's stomach. With each punch thrown, it made Anti-Venom stumble even more back. Shizno. That's right, Toxin, keep pushing him back. As Toxin continued throwing his punches, soon grabbed hold of his left arm and lifted him up, doing so he spun around into eventually throwing him over a building. Anti-Venom. Well, he's gone for now. Bakugo, hey bastard, did you forget? From Bakugo saying that, Anti-Venom was then hit with the apple truck that was thrown at him. Venom. How do you like them apples? Too right after Venom said his one-liner, the truck he threw began flying back towards him. Venom. Oh shit. Venom jumps out of the truck's direction as it flew past him and blew up on impact. After that Venom looked over at Anti-Venom and saw that he was approaching him. Venom. Well, I guess that didn't work. From saying that, Venom began approaching Anti-Venom as well. Soon enough they stopped approaching each other as they were now only a few feet away from one another. Venom. So you don't plan on giving up soon, huh? Anti-Venom. Not by a long shot, and I can say the same for you as well. Venom. You got that right. Anti-Venom. You know one of us will die here.
Venom. Yeah, I know. And I do know that it's not going to be me.
Anti-Venom. What makes you so sure about that? Venom. Because me and my host has been imposed at that moment. He revealed the right side of Deku's face. Deku, Venom. R1. R1. After Deku and Venom shouting that out, Venom went ahead and covered Deku's face. Anti-Venom. You're one, huh? Well, let's just see if that's enough to stop us. As the two stood there and looked at each other for a solid minute, they soon began rushing towards one another, but right when they are about to clash once again, they stopped rushing towards one another as they heard a loud horn coming from above. They look up and see Toxin on the roof holding up a tanker with a truck hanging off of it. Toxin. Special delivery. Toxin leaps up into the air with the tanker in hands and begins heading down towards Anti-Venom and Venom, who did not see until now. Seeing the tanker heading towards them, Venom and Anti-Venom quickly began running away from each other and from the tanker as well. Once they were out of the way, the tanker hits the ground and breaks open, which fills out gasoline all over the streets. From that happening, Toxin lands back onto the ground and begin looking for Venom. But while doing so, a large shadow covered him from behind. He swiftly turns around and sees Anti-Venom standing over him. Seeing that, he jumps back, but while he was jumping back, Anti-Venom grabbed hold of his ankle and slammed him to the ground, which was now covered with gasoline. After doing so, he then began dragging Toxin around the gasoline-covered ground. Once Toxin was now completely covered in gasoline, Anti-Venom went ahead and threw him towards one of the flame-shooting manholes.
Being thrown at the flames, Toxin knew he wouldn't have enough time to maneuver out of the way.
So without any hesitation, Toxin ripped himself off of Shinso and pushed him back. Due to this, it launched Toxin into the flames, which gives him a painful death. Shinso sees his sacrifice and is immediately heartbroken to see the one thing that was willing to help him with his dream. As Shinso fell to the ground, he hit the back of his head, which knocks him out cold. While Shinso laid there on the ground unconscious, Anti-Venom soon appeared and looked down at him.
Anti-Venom. Well, I guess that one is taken care of. Now I just need to deal with
Venom. Me. Venom grabs hold of Anti-Venom from behind and sinks his fingers into his chest free, then begins praying it open. Soon enough, Venom ripped open Anti-Venom's chest and stomach, which exposed Bakugo's body. So Venom quickly grabs hold of Bakugo's shirt and ripped him out of Anti-Venom. From successfully doing so, Venom tossed Bakugo onto the street. Venom. There, now you don't have a host, which means now I can dispose of you. As Venom began to open his jaws, Anti-Venom suddenly formed his head and turned to look directly at Venom, who he then directly bit onto his neck and was beginning to wrap himself around Venom's body. From this happening, Venom bit down onto Anti-Venom as well and was attempting to rip him off, but as he was pulling the hardest he could, Anti-Venom was still wrapping himself into Venom. Deku. Venom. As Venom sees the situation he is in, he was beginning to think he won't be able to rip free from Anti-Venom, and was staring to worrier for Deku's sake as well. So as Deku was inside of Venom trying to help him, he then began to hear Venom's voice in his head once again. Venom. Izuku. Deku. Don't worry, Venom, we can win this. Venom. Yes, we could. That's why I need you to do something very important. Deku. What is it? Venom. Don't interfere. With Venom saying that, he opens his back and launches Deku out. From this happening, Deku looks over at Venom and is shocked of what he did. But while looking at him he sees that he is still fighting Anti-Venom and is merging with him as well. But while fighting and merging at the same time they begin moving closer to the flames that was shooting out from the manhole. Deku notices this and get up from the ground and begin running towards Venom.
Deku, Venom. As Deku reached his right hand out to merge with Venom once again.
Venom and Anti-Venom were moving closer and closer to the flames. Until eventually they then slipped into the flames which then launched them up. But while this happened Deku reached out towards a piece of Venom to try to merge with him, but as the flames were shooting them up a piece of Venom just brushes Deku's finger. From that happening his hand was suddenly burned due to a while playing, so he pulled his hand back and looked at Venom and Anti-Venom flying up the flames. But as that was happening then I meant Anti-Going to were talking to one another while in the flames. Anti-Venom. You were a fool to come into the flames, I'll be the only one surviving from this. Venom. No you won't, this entire time we've been merging meaning my cells are now your cells as well. From hearing this Anti-Venom begin to feel the heat of the flames burning him from each side. Anti-Venom. No this can be. I'm invincible, Venom. Not anymore. From saying that, Venom opens his jaws up widely one last time as he then bites down onto Anti-Venom's head and consumes it. But after doing so him and Anti-Venom are completely burned up and dead, and the one to witness their death was Deku, who suddenly fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Deku slowly begins opening his eyes due to the sound of beeping. As his eyes were not fully open he saw a ceiling light shining on him. All Might, looks like you're finally awake. From hearing that voice, Deku looks to his right and sees the small and skinny version of All Might sitting on a stool by the bedside. Deku. All Might? All Might. Yes it is, it's good to see that you're awake young Midoriya. Deku. Where am I? All Might. You're in the hospital, you were brought here hours ago, you don't have any major injuries you were just exhausted, but you do have one injury and it's the palm of your right hand. With All Might saying that, Deku looks down at his hand which he then raised up and saw that it was wrapped in bandages, but while looking at it he remembered what happened to Venom. From remembering that he places his left hand over his eyes breathing begins shedding tears. All Might sees this and moves the stool a bit closer to the bed as he then placed his hand onto Deku's shoulder.
All Might, Midoriya, I know what happened to Venom. Hearing All Might say that, Deku lowers his hands from his eyes to look over at All Might.
Deku. You do? All Might. Yes, young Bakugo told me everything that happened. From the mention of Bakugo, Deku sit up and wipe off his tears as he then looks over at All Might. Deku. Is he all right? All Might. Yes he is. He told us everything that happened in the city by his perspective, even mentioning that Anti-Venom was in control the whole time, meaning that he will not be held responsible for Anti-Venom's actions. Deku. Sigh. That's good to hear, how about the others?
All Might, they're doing quite well, at the moment they are in separate rooms recovering from exhaustion.
Deku. And what about the League? All Might. Don't you worry, all 4 villains have been captured and I being transported to Isengard Penitentiary. Deku. All 4 huh? From Deku say that, he would cause the 5th person they missed. Deku. I'm sorry but you missed one of them, Himiko Toga, she escaped with her symbiote once me and Venom took our eyes off of her. All Might, I see, well we'll have to track her down and put a stop to her before her and that symbiote put innocents in danger. Deku. It'll be dangerous. All Might, I know, that's why I'll have the top pro heroes going after her. Deku. Will you be going to help them? All Might. No, from here on out I'm retired. Hearing that news work was completely shocking for Deku.
Deku. What? But you're the symbol of peace, the strongest hero in Japan, you're our hope, if you retire then we won't have that anymore.
All Might, don't be so dramatic young Midoriya, I'll still be here but as Toshinori Yagi instead of All Might, and I'll continue teaching at UA, and don't you worry as long as there is heroes then there will always be hope.
Deku, I guess you're right about that All Might.
With that said, Deku realized that now that he doesn't have Venom, he doesn't know how he managed in UA since he is now back to his quirkless self. All Might, young Midoriya, do you want to know why I started teaching at UA? Deku. Yeah sure thing. All Might, the reason why I started teaching at UA was because I needed to find a successor to my quirk. I saw a good amount of students who could be worthy to be my successor, but to be honest none of them showed as much potential compared to you, young Midoriya. Deku. Me. All Might. That's right, I want you to be my successor. Hearing all this, Deku was completely shocked to know that the hero he looks up to has chosen him to be his successor, and if Venom was here to hear this, he'll probably say something rude to All Might and not let Deku accept to be the successor, but since he wasn't here anymore, Deku knew the right option to take. Deku, I accept to be your successor, All Might. Good, once you come back to UA you'll officially be my successor. Deku. Thank you All Might. All Might. No, thank you young Midoriya. With that said, All Might stood up and walked over to the door where he then opened it, but before he stepped out into the corridor he looked back at Deku and smiled. All Might, get well soon, saying what he wanted to say. All Might steps out of the room and closes the door. With Deku now in the room by himself, he laid back onto the bed and grind as he been placed both hands onto his chest. But as he clenched down his left hand on his right hand which received burns, he did not feel a single ounce of pain, which was very odd, so out of curiosity he begins to unravel the bandages around his hand. From doing so he sees the palm of his hand was completely healed. From seeing that he didn't know what to say, until he remembered on the last moment to save Venom. His finger brushed against a piece of him. Deku. Venom. A year has passed and much has happened since then. Deku was now the 9th wielder of One for All. Everyone of Class 1A has received a hero license and were allowed carry out missions it's called or needed, but not a day goes by when someone in class mentions Venom. Alleyway as a cold-hearted criminal ran through the alleyways he was soon kicked to the ground. From that happening he was interned onto his back and grabbed by the neck where he was picked up by Deku. Criminal. All right kid, you got me, go ahead and take me to the police.
Deku looked at this criminal with a menacing look in his eyes.
Deku. No, you did awful things to those people, unforgivable things. So I can't just turn you into the police. Criminal. Then what are you going to do? Deku. Oh, we know how to deal with criminals like you. And right in front of the criminal's very eyes, he sees Deku being to get covered in black goo and growing in size. Eventually he was now face to face with Venom who took a whiff of the criminal. Venom. Brain, lungs, heart, intestines, so many delicious snacks to enjoy. Criminal. Who are you? Venom. The public knows us as Deku, but you may call us. Has been imposed himself he revealed half of Deku's face to the criminal. Deku. Venom. 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 With that said Venom covered Deku's face, and proceeded to open his jaws where he then began consuming the criminal. But while eating the criminal Toga and Carnage were observing him from a good distance away, and were smiling to see that this unstoppable duo has returned. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.